everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Ares, the god of war. Chapter 61 to 100. Chapter 61. Have you heard of Typhon? Hephaestus fared much worse compared to Ares. His body was inherently weaker than Ares, and his divine power was also less. Ares also saw one of Hephaestus's legs violently strike a protruding boulder on the mountainside as he rolled down. Although Ares's body was also badly battered, he was, after all, merely a clone made of materials. If anything truly went wrong, he could simply be returned to the factory for a minor repair. When Ares walked over and forcefully pulled Hephaestus out of the massive crater he had created, he found that the god of fire's leg was broken. This is utterly unreasonable. Ares, while fashioning a splint for the god of fire's leg from a plank he had cut from a nearby tree, furiously denounced Zeus's actions. It was clearly his fault, yet now he wants to beat us brothers. Does this Zeus truly believe that no one under heaven can restrain him? Hephaestus silently watched his brother, then, after a long pause, he finally said, Ares, I don't want to go back to Olympus. What? Ares exclaimed in surprise, then where are you planning to go? I want to return to the ocean, to live with Oceanus, the god of fire sighed, looking up. Or go back to the volcano on Crete. In short, I don't want to make anything for Zeus anymore. That won't do, Ares quickly interjected. Now is not the time. If you openly refuse to return, our tyrannical old father might imprison you in Tartarus, torturing you while forcing you to create things for him. Must I really create tools for such a cruel god-king, just so he can more easily impose his tyranny upon all things in the world? Hephaestus retorted. Of course not. For this kind of thing, you just need to do this. Ares motioned for Hephaestus to lean closer, and then whispered something into his ear. After listening, the god of fire asked in surprise, do I really have to do that? It doesn't matter. As long as you don't tell anyone, how would Zeus know you deliberately left backdoors in your creations? Ares replied. Besides, you don't talk much anyway. If he asks you anything in the future, just nod, shake your head, or ignore him. It's normal for you to react this way after what happened. He looked up at the sky. The dark clouds were gradually dispersing, and it seemed Zeus's anger had also somewhat dissipated. So Ares took the god of fire's arm and said to him, let's go. I'll take you back to Olympus. Because the god of fire had fallen down the mountain, and now had a limp, they walked very slowly. By the time they passed through the golden gate of Olympus and followed the long corridor back to the sky where the 12 temples were located, it was already close to dusk. Zeus had probably long since gone to the mortal realm to find Europa, the princess of the Phoenician kingdom. However, when Ares and Hephaestus returned to the mountaintop, the god-king shamelessly approached and ordered the god of fire. Hephaestus, you must make 3 things for me. First, a hound. I want it to loyally guard its master. Second, a javelin. I want it light enough for even a weak human woman to easily throw. Third, a bronze giant. I want it to absolutely protect its master and homeland. He didn't care whether the god of fire, whose face was as black as a pot, agreed or not, and simply continued to give his orders. Notify me when they are done, and I will come to collect them. With that, the king of the gods hummed a tune, and turned to leave. Ares even detected a hint of the youthful giddiness of a boy newly in love in his steps, which made the god of war feel utterly disgusted. Hephaestus turned his head to look at the Watchtower Temple, located at the outermost edge of the circular area of the 12 temples. His and Ares's mother, Hera, was still suspended there by Zeus for public display, her dignity and decorum completely lost. Seeing Zeus's retreating figure, the god of fire couldn't help but extend his middle finger at him and curse furiously, damn it, why don't you just die already? All right, Hephaestus, there's no use saying these things now. Ares pulled him, gently persuading him, come on, I'll help you. Let's try to make that thing's weakness a bit more obvious. Ares's divine power clone silently followed the god of fire to help create the 3 noble phantasms Zeus wanted to use for his romantic pursuits, while his main body had already followed Hecate to settle in the underworld. Nowadays, after receiving Hades's invitation, Hecate no longer stayed at home every day, staying up late to study magic or catch up on sleep. Instead, she went to Hades's palace every day to help the king of the underworld deal with the phantoms that had accumulated from the great flood of the previous era. For convenience, Hecate herself had also moved the tree palace into the underworld. Now her palace was located within a sea of blooming Lycoris radiata in the underworld. In the underworld, apart from Hades's own palace, this area should be considered the best place. Originally, by seniority, it wouldn't have been Hecate's turn to live here. It should have been occupied by either Thanatos, the god of death, or Hypnos, the god of sleep. But unfortunately, in the Type Moon world, a goddess who has mastered the true meaning of magic is stronger than the brothers, the god of death, and the god of sleep. Even though Hecate's own divine rank is only that of a secondary deity, her combat power is stronger than that of an average main deity, almost reaching the realm of the three god kings. Since she wanted this land, Hades tacitly approved, and the two brothers, the god of death, and the god of sleep, naturally didn't babble anymore. During Hecate's relocation, Ares's main body also used the art of transformation to turn into a box, and was mixed in with Hecate's luggage, secretly brought into the underworld by her. This was actually better for Ares, as it was Hades's territory, and the king of the underworld paid great attention to the privacy of his subordinates, basically not being as suspicious and prying everywhere as Zeus. Moreover, the gazes of Poseidon and Zeus could hardly reach this place. Furthermore, this place was very close to Tartarus, making it more convenient for Ares or Hecate to go and operate the super device located beneath Tartarus. After Hecate returned, Ares finally couldn't help but complain to Hecate about the situation. After quietly listening to Ares's account, Hecate was not surprised, merely replying, "Normal, normal. If Zeus wasn't like this, why would Athena and Prometheus rebel against him? Son of Ab*tch, I've never seen such an unreasonable god." Ares was genuinely angry this time, a rare occurrence. He furiously kicked a stone on the ground and cursed, "Damn Zeus, your mother. Oh wait, Rhea is a good goddess, it has nothing to do with her." Seeing Ares fuming, Hecate also advised him, "What are you raging about uselessly here? Didn't Zeus hit Hera and hang her up? Just wait, the Queen of Heaven is not someone the God King can bully casually. Zeus's retribution is coming." "Ha! Retribution?" Upon hearing this, Ares immediately leaned closer and asked, "Teacher, please elaborate." "Let's put it this way." Hecate thought for a moment, then asked, "Have you heard of Typhon?" Chapter 62, Let's Make Humans. 1133 words. Typhon. Ares naturally knew the name of this monstrous creature. If one were to forcibly label Zeus, the king of gods, as the protagonist in Greek mythology, then Typhon could be considered the arch-villain of the Greek mythology world. According to myths and legends, this monster was the offspring of the union between Gaia and Tartarus. He held the title of Father of all demons, and his very purpose of being born was to oppose Zeus. During the Titan War, Gaia supported Zeus in overthrowing his father, Cronus. However, after Zeus secured victory, he imprisoned his Titan elders in the deepest, lightless reaches of Tartarus. This act displeased Gaia, so she willingly united with Tartarus and gave birth to Typhon, the last Titan giant. Sometimes, Ares found Gaia, the Earth Mother in myths, to be quite troublesome. Initially, it was she who incited Cronus to overthrow Uranus's rule. Even the sickle Cronus used to castrate Uranus was personally forged and given to him by Gaia. Later, she felt Cronus was too tyrannical as king of gods, so she incited her grandson Zeus to overthrow his own father. When Zeus overthrew Cronus and imprisoned his elders, she again felt Zeus was tyrannical, and wanted to renege, thus giving birth to Typhon. Ares actually felt that, although Zeus and Cronus were father and son, given the circumstances in the myths, their relationship was no different from that of enemies. Regardless of the reason, Zeus merely imprisoning Cronus after his victory could be considered merciful. Following the normal pattern of royal succession, would the remnants of the previous dynasty not be killed but kept for the new year? However, in this world, Gaia is merely the consciousness of the planet, and the Greek mythology world is just one of many small surface worlds on the planet that Gaia has separated. Gaia likely doesn't care how Zeus dealt with Cronus, and Typhon clearly wasn't a monster born from the union of Gaia and Tartarus. So, Ares humbly listened, honestly telling Hecate, "I've only heard the name, but don't know the details." "He is the child of Gaia and Tartarus," Hecate then said. "Of course, that's a lie. Although he is also a self-aware being, he is actually a device to suppress the king of gods, conceived by the planetary consciousness. After all, our Greek pantheon, according to that spaceship, should be extraterrestrial inhabitants. Gaia couldn't fully trust us. A suppressor for the king of gods?" Ares asked, "Does that mean if Zeus annoys Gaia, Gaia can directly order Typhon to kill Zeus, right? If Zeus truly offends the suppressive force beyond redemption, then Typhon could easily kill him," Hecate affirmed. "But as things stand now, Typhon definitely cannot kill Zeus, and it's even hard to say if he can contend with the current, full-powered Zeus. However, Zeus just beat Hera, and the queen's heart must now be filled with resentment towards him. The position of queen is not just for a pretty vase, the queen also serves as the suppressive force's overseer of the king of gods. Cronus was killed because he repeatedly devoured his own children, finally incurring the displeasure of Rhea, the queen at the time. Now Zeus is doing the same, so Typhon is likely to awaken once to give him a severe lesson." At Hecate's words, Ares also recalled that there was indeed such an instance in Greek mythology. The cause seemed to be Zeus hiding his divine lightning in a cave on Earth to rendezvous with a nymph, Pluto. When Gaia, the Earth Mother, learned of this, she informed Typhon, who then hid the divine lightning. Subsequently, Typhon directly attacked Olympus. This Titan giant, born to oppose Zeus, was also the most powerful of all Titans. Even the Olympus gods could not withstand him, except for Athena. The other main gods transformed into animals and fled in haste to Egypt. While Typhon occupied Olympus, Zeus was entangled with a mortal woman. Upon hearing the news, he returned to Olympus to face Typhon, but without his divine lightning, Zeus was no match for Typhon. He was struck down by Typhon, his limbs broken, and then thrown from Olympus to the mortal realm. Later, a human hero helped him steal back the divine lightning, allowing Zeus to finally defeat Typhon. And that mortal woman with whom Zeus was entangled, Ares remembered, seemed to be Europa. "Then isn't it happening soon?" Ares asked in surprise, remembering this matter. "Yes, soon," Hecate nodded. "But you don't need to worry. Zeus's luck has not run out. Typhon will beat him badly, but he will likely be suppressed in the end. And the race that helps Zeus suppress Typhon should become the protagonists of the next era. Then it's the demigod heroes." Ares mumbled, but he thought about it. The one who helped Zeus defeat Typhon seemed to be Cadmus, Princess Europa's brother, and Cadmus didn't appear to be a demigod with divine blood from either his father or mother. Ares asked Hecate if she knew the origin of the character Cadmus, and the moon goddess, after divining with magic, asked strangely, "Who is this person? There's no human called that name in the world right now. What's going on?" Ares muttered to himself. Could it be that Cadmus hasn't been born yet? Thinking carefully, Princess Europa seemed to be only 11 years old right now. Zeus, that pervert, had only just set his sights on this beautiful princess, but hadn't yet made his move. Damn it, speaking of which, this is my chance. After remembering the cause and effect, Ares's eyes lit up, and he stroked his chin. To survive, Ares always demanded himself to think far ahead. He had already begun to consider the next era, and even the era after that, since the time of human birth. Now, upon entering the heroic age, Ares was already contemplating matters of the 20th, and even 21st centuries. And in this world, the only ones from the divine era who still had a chance to mess around in the modern age were the famous heroic spirits on the heroic spirit throne, by degrading their spirit origin into servants. Even before the heroic age, Ares had considered creating several alt accounts in this era to see if he could get them onto the heroic spirit throne. Now, with Typhon approaching, and Hermes having previously lent him his hypnotic staff. For Ares, everything was ready, even the east wind was in his hands. As soon as Typhon initiates the fight, I'll open an alt account and flank him from behind. Ares made up his mind, then immediately looked at Hecate and requested, "Teacher, a favor." "What favor?" Hecate yawned, looking a bit tired. Ares sincerely requested, "Let's create humans." Ah! Chapter 63, Chapter 63 Blood Sacrifice to the God of War, Skull Sacrifice to the Throne. 1120 words. The capital of the Phoenician kingdom, one of the few large slave-owning city-states remaining on the land. At the center of this city-state was the palace of King Agenor of the Phoenician, who was the son of Poseidon and Libya, and also a demigod. Although Zeus had been shouting on Olympus to Hera that he, as the king of gods, should lead by example, his brother had already taken a step ahead of him, giving birth to a king on earth. However, Zeus now had his eyes on Europa, who was ethically Poseidon's granddaughter. It could only be said that true masters decide victory or defeat in an instant. But enough of idle chatter. In short, not long after King Agenor became the king of the Phoenician, he gave birth to a princess of unparalleled beauty and gentle charm, named Europa. Princess Europa was, to King Agenor, the most thoughtful and adorable little girl, his most beloved apple of his eye. Although King Agenor had many sons besides Europa, it was clear that King Agenor of the Phoenician was an out-and-out doting father to his daughter. For him, none of his sons could compare to his precious daughter, Europa. In the early morning, King Agenor, sitting in his palace and handling city-state affairs, suddenly heard a burst of light-hearted girlish laughter. He looked through the window and saw Europa, dressed in a beautiful long dress, leading a group of girls from prominent families, laughing and running towards a grassy area by the sea, which was the favorite gathering place for the daughters of the Phoenician nobles. Seeing his adorable daughter, King Agenor clearly showed a melted expression, an expression that, appearing on a king's face, greatly undermined his dignity. However, the generals and ministers who had just been discussing affairs with the king in the palace were now silent and dared not speak, clearly aware of the position Princess Europa held in the heart of the king of the Phoenician. Only after watching Europa's figure disappear from sight did King Agenor turn his face back, his expression returning to his usual stern yet dignified look. He cleared his throat and said to his subordinates, "All right, everyone, continue reporting on the kingdom's situation." The Phoenician court meeting continued. King Agenor conversed with several ministers and generals for a while, arranging the affairs of the entire kingdom in an orderly manner. It must be said that, as the son of Poseidon, King Agenor's abilities were indeed outstanding. He was not only physically strong and remarkably brave, but also meticulous and thorough in handling matters. However, just as the court meeting was about to end, King Agenor's heart suddenly stirred. Feeling this palpitation, a brief look of confusion appeared on his face, and his subordinates keenly caught this expression of the king. They asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Today's court meeting ends here. You may all leave." King Agenor waved his hand and instructed. The Phoenician generals and ministers exchanged glances and could only obey, leaving the area. After they left, King Agenor also rose and left the palace, heading directly towards the mountain path behind the palace. As the residence of the king of the Phoenician, King Agenor's palace was almost the highest point in the entire city of Sidon. Within Sidon, only one place was higher than the palace of the king of the Phoenician, a temple located at the highest point of the seaside cliff. That was a place built by the Phoenician people to worship the gods. Inside the palace, there were statues of all the main gods of Olympus, with the largest and tallest being the statue of Zeus, the king of gods. The high priest of this temple also publicly referred to himself as the priest of Zeus. When King Agenor arrived at the temple, the old man, clad in a black robe with his face hidden by a hood, was already waiting at the temple entrance. He dismissed the other priestesses and servants who served the gods in the temple, clearly indicating that this was a secret meeting between the priest and the king. Priest. Upon seeing the black-robed priest, King Agenor immediately embraced him warmly, showing his affection and respect, while the black-robed old man, with a benevolent smile, happily embraced the strong king. However, as they embraced, the black-robed priest quietly leaned into King Agenor's ear and whispered to him. "Blood sacrifice to the god of war." King Agenor replied, "Skulls offered to the divine throne." So the two separated tacitly, sharing a knowing smile, and then the black-robed priest led King Agenor into the temple. Inside the temple, before the tall statue of Zeus, stood a slender youth. He appeared to be a bit younger than Princess Europa, but his small face was already full of heroic spirit and considerable intelligence. "He is from the heavens," the black-robed priest said, pointing to the youth, to King Agenor of the Phoenician. "Adopt him, let him become a prince of the Phoenician, Princess Europa's dear younger brother. This is the will of the gods." Hearing the priest mention his daughter, King Agenor hesitated. He asked, "Is this truly the will of that esteemed one?" "Absolutely," the black-robed priest nodded. "Rest assured, he will never harm Princess Europa, nor will he ever take Princess Europa away from you." Upon hearing the priest's assurance, King Agenor relaxed. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, then of course I have no objection. Anyway, I have many little rascals at home, so one more won't matter." With that, he approached the slender youth, who was curiously examining his own hands and occasionally reaching out to pinch his arm, and gently asked, "Child, what is your name?" The youth looked up at the sound, his face showing a somewhat bewildered expression. He looked at King Agenor for a moment, then suddenly showed a smile that made the king of the Phoenician feel a little uneasy, even afraid. "Cadmus," he answered clearly. "Great king of the Phoenician, King Agenor, son of Poseidon and Libya, my name is Cadmus." "Cadmus. That's a wonderful name." King Agenor chuckled as he ruffled the youth's head, then said to him, "Cadmus, from now on, you are my son, King Agenor. You will have the same status, power, and treatment as the princes of the Phoenician, and I will certainly treat you as my own son." "I understand," Cadmus replied. "You are a clever child. You will surely become a great hero in the future," King Agenor praised him, while the black-robed priest remember, King Agenor, publicly declare that he is the biological son of you and your queen Telephassa. Do not forget. Chapter 64 Heroic Spirit Project. 1106 words. The young man Cadmus was, naturally, none other than Ares' alt account. After Hecate calculated that there was no famous hero named Cadmus in the current Greek world, Ares decisively requested Hecate to combine forces with him to create a human body with decent power, and then he entered this human body with his own spirit, transforming into Cadmus. This Phoenician prince, who left a significant mark in Greek mythology, should, by all accounts, have ascended to the heroic spirit throne. If Ares' plan succeeded, it would mean that his subsequent plans could quickly unfold. By using his connection with the human progenitors, Ares' Cadmus alt account contacted King Agenor and the priests of the Phoenician kingdom, and then smoothly infiltrated the Phoenician king's palace, becoming one of Princess Europa's younger brothers. Because of this, Ares also met Princess Europa, whom Zeus was so infatuated with that he even ordered Hephaestus to forge 3 noble phantasms to pursue her. How to describe her? This golden-haired princess was indeed exceptionally cute, as she was currently just a lowly. Ares felt he had little culture, so he could only describe this princess as she's as beautiful as a paper doll. After all, she, like Artemis, was a character who had appeared in card games in his previous life. And this Princess Europa seemed to quite like her new brother, Cadmus, even patting Ares' head. However, Ares himself did not dare to maintain too close a relationship with this princess, as Zeus was extraordinarily petty, and he didn't want his alt account to be crippled by divine lightning before it was fully leveled. And so Prince Cadmus settled down in the palace of King Agenor of Phoenicia. 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. During these 2 years, Ares, on one hand, manipulated his divine power clone to help Hephaestus create the bronze giant Talos, while simultaneously learning the god of fire's superb technique for manufacturing giant robots. On the other hand, he continued to delve into magic, attempting to achieve miracles like the 5 great magics of later generations in an era where the root was still easily accessible. As for Cadmus, he only left a small portion of his mind to control him, but even so, Cadmus very smoothly built good relationships with all the children of the Phoenician king, and grew into a robust, highly skilled in martial arts, and charismatic child. On the day Princess Europa just turned 13, she once again met with a large group of noble maidens on the grassy beach to pick spring flowers. Today, Europa was wearing a white long-sleeved dress, which was made by Hephaestus. Poseidon had commissioned the god of fire to make it as a gift for her grandmother, Libya, and after Libya's death, the dress was inherited by her father, King Agenor. The daughter-doting Phoenician king naturally spared no expense in using this treasure to adorn his beautiful little darling. The dress was embroidered with gold and silver threads depicting various scenes of the gods' lives. Europa's beautiful figure was accentuated by this dress, making her appear even more radiant and dazzling, which made Zeus, who was secretly watching her from the clouds, almost unable to contain his overflowing love and desire. Just then, Ares's divine power clone, with a stoic expression, approached Zeus, who looked like an innocent teenage boy, and reported to him, "Zeus, the things you wanted are ready. Ares, you've come at just the right time." Zeus looked behind Ares and secretly asked, "Where's Hera?" "In the bath." Ares replied angrily. "Good." Zeus ordered Ares without turning his head, "You watch her for me, I'll be right back." With that, he summoned Hermes, and the father and son conspired together for a moment, then leaped down from the clouds. Hermes secretly hid in the wind, while Zeus landed on the ground, transforming into a huge and beautiful white bull, blending in with the cattle grazing on the hillsides of the Phoenician kingdom. Ares stood on the clouds, taking it all in. He watched Hermes use divine power to drive the livestock, slowly herding them towards the beachside lawn where the girls were gathered, and Zeus was among them, heading towards his target, Europa. "You deserve to die by your own son's hand in the future." Even Ares, who only wanted to live a quiet life, couldn't help but curse under his breath with indignation, given his modern ethical and moral values, when faced with Zeus's actions. Then, he left without looking back, no longer bothering to keep watch for Zeus and Hermes, but instead focused all his energy on his alt account, Cadmus, in the Phoenician kingdom. As expected, faced with the combined schemes of the king of the gods and the messenger of the gods, the naive and romantic Princess Europa was no match for them. She was unhesitatingly attracted by the white bull that Zeus had transformed into, and then, carried by this white bull, she crossed the ocean and arrived on a vast, uninhabited continent on the other side. This was once the land where Prometheus and the first generation of humans thrived, but after the great flood submerged the area, this land became uninhabited. Now, Zeus brought Europa across the ocean, and under a large tree on this continent, the king of the gods revealed his true form, proposed to Europa, and ultimately achieved his goal. Under the blessing of Aphrodite, Europa and Zeus became husband and wife, and were crowned as goddesses of the earth by the king of the gods. This continent was also named Europa after her, and as a wedding gift, Zeus also gave Princess Europa all three noble phantasms that Ares and Hephaestus had painstakingly created, as a gift for their union. Of course, all of this was seen by Ares's divine power clone on Olympus through the torch in the god of war palace, while his controlled alt account, Cadmus, was summoned the very next day, along with the other princes of Phoenicia, by the anxious king Agenor. "Now I give you servants, I give you carriages, I give you weapons." The daughter-doting king paced anxiously in his palace, stomping his feet, as he commanded his sons, "Go find the treasure of Phoenicia. Bring back my precious daughter Europa. Whoever brings back Europa will inherit my throne." Upon hearing this, the princes all showed excitement, but one of them asked, "Then, father, what if we can't find her?" "Can't find her?" King Agenor sneered at the remark. "If you can't find her, then you don't need to come back either." Chapter 65, from left to right hand. 1105 words. Under King Agenor's command, the princes of the Phoenician kingdom immediately began recruiting soldiers and horses, then embarked on their respective journeys. Some sought to inherit the throne, while others yearned to return to their homeland where they completed the task. Thus, no one dared to neglect King Agenor's command, each diligently choosing a direction and setting off. The princes left Sidon, the capital of Phoenicia, one after another. During this time, Ares, also in Sidon, used the reputation accumulated by Cadmus over the past 2 years to gather a group of people. Because before him, all the famous heroes in Sidon had already been recruited by the earliest departing princes. Most of the people he gathered were servants who helped with other tasks. There were fewer than 10 soldiers who could fight alongside him. Seeing Ares's simple lineup, Queen Telephassa, King Agenor's wife, said with some concern, "Cadmus, why don't I go with you? Mother at least knows a little magic taught by the gods, which might be useful on the road." "No need. You should stay in Sidon and keep the king company." Ares refused the queen's request, for he remembered that in the myths, Queen Telephassa never returned to Sidon after this journey. She followed Cadmus's party through Rhodes and Thera, but died of illness before the group reached Thrace. "But your team is too weak," Queen Telephassa said worriedly. "The road is full of bandits and monsters. Can just a few of you handle it?" "It's fine. I just need to pray for the blessings of the gods," Ares said confidently. "Before I depart, I will go to the temple and perform a sacrifice." "Don't worry." After refusing Queen Telephassa, Ares went to the temple on the hillside of Sidon before departing and requested to perform a sacrifice. Hearing of Cadmus's actions, the Phoenician king and queen, as well as the few princes who had not yet departed, all came to the temple, wanting to watch Cadmus's sacrifice. The high priest of Phoenicia granted his request. He had Ares personally slaughter a bull in the open space outside the temple and light the sacrificial bonfire. Then, the high priest gently asked Ares, "Cadmus, which deity do you wish to honor?" "Of course, Ares." Ares declared his name without hesitation, and then stated his reason: "The journey I am embarking on has no known end, nor a certain victory. What I seek is not victory, but merely to bring my family back. Therefore, I hope Ares can grant me protection, allowing me to be incomparably brave and invincible on this path." "It's a sacrifice to Ares," several princes began to discuss upon hearing this. "I heard that Ares has never blessed those who sacrifice to him in temples, he only blesses heroes who die in battle. Cadmus's sacrifice should fail." As his ritual concluded, a visible red light suddenly descended from the sky into the temple, a faint scent of blood permeated the air, and the entire city of Sidon began to rumble and shake. Witnessing this scene, the heroes present were all astonished. Even King Agenor of Phoenicia and the high priest, who had just been composed, widened their eyes in shock. They thought it wouldn't be difficult for Cadmus, as a divinely favored child, to receive Ares's blessing, but they never expected Ares to directly project his will, creating such a grand display. Ares's will has descended. After a long moment of stunned silence, and feeling the summons from within the temple, the high priest finally reacted and shouted, "Cadmus, enter the temple and receive Ares's blessing." "Yes." Ares bowed slightly, and as Cadmus, he followed the high priest into the temple, kneeling before his own statue. At the same time, his statue within the temple, under the control of his divine power avatar on Olympus, slowly lowered its head, its eyes glowing red, and fixed its gaze upon him. This perspective was quite peculiar. Ares was now using two avatars, each with different functions, to gaze at each other through a statue in the temple. After a moment, Ares's divine power avatar spoke directly. "Warrior, I shall bless your journey." A heavy voice emanated from Ares's statue, and at the same time, two items appeared in the statue's hands. "Receive my reward, take my weapons, and slay your enemies for me." Cadmus, kneeling on the ground, devoutly lowered his head, and took two items from the hands of Ares's statue. These two items were a staff entwined with a snake and a long, narrow sickle-shaped sword. The snake-entwined staff was, of course, the magical staff Hermes had given to Ares as a protection fee, possessing hypnotic powers. The sickle-shaped sword was a weapon Ares himself had forged in the god of war palace using Hephaestus's forging techniques, when he had nothing else to do. Although it couldn't compare to the powerful noble phantasms of the god of fire, it could still be considered a noble phantasm, perfectly capable of clashing with heroes and slaying monsters. After transferring the snake-entwined staff, and the sickle-shaped sword from one avatar to another through the statue, Ares had his divine power avatar withdraw the will that had descended upon the statue. Feeling Ares's will depart, the high priest of the temple in Sidon finally dared to get up from the ground. He eyed the two weapons in Ares's hand with a somewhat envious gaze, but said nothing more, merely patting Ares on the shoulder and remarking, "To gain Ares's favor, your future prospects are limitless, young man." "You've been deceived then. I'm just boasting about myself." Hearing the high priest praise him, Ares felt a slight pang of shame. "Unlike you, my future as Ares is already nearing its end." Seeing that Cadmus had truly received Ares's blessing, and even powerful noble phantasms bestowed by Ares, King Agenor of Phoenicia and Queen Telephassa naturally had no more worries. They confidently allowed Ares to depart from Sidon with his small contingent, heading from the Phoenician kingdom towards Europa. And it was at this moment that Ares and Hecate, deep within Tartarus, suddenly felt a terrifying tremor emanating from its depths. In the depths of that infernal realm, it seemed as if some powerful demon was slowly awakening. Chapter 66, Chapter 66 Turn Round and Run. 1234 words. It was a new day on Olympus, and a clone of Ares was shirtless, wielding an iron hammer, and hammering away in his god of war palace. With Hephaestus's help, he had also lit a forge in the god of war palace, and was beginning to try and create some noble phantasms imbued with powerful strength. When the age of heroes arrived, whether he played the role of a hero himself or sought to establish good relations with these demigod heroes as the god of war, he would need a large number of handy weapons. Although Ares's god of war palace had a considerable inventory, he couldn't drain the well dry. Those reserves would eventually run out. Therefore, Ares decided to leverage his advantages. He began to try combining the forging techniques he learned from Hephaestus with the magic he learned from Hecate to create powerful magical weapons. Currently on Ares's forge, undergoing the god of war's forging, was a sharp, barbed spear. Ares intended to forge this spear into a noble phantasm capable of summoning lightning and entwining thunder. After several failures, he had already inscribed the incredibly complex magic circuit onto the blade of this spear. Now, after the shaping and cooling steps were complete, he only needed to extract a wisp of lightning and inject it into the spear blade to activate the magic circuit within. Hiss! After dozens more rounds of forging, Ares, finally satisfied, placed the spear's blade into a nearby cooling pool. In the rising white mist, he watched the blade slowly lose its red glow, turning into cold iron shimmering with a chilling sharpness. Now I just need lightning. For blacksmiths on the ground, obtaining Zeus's blessing was an extremely difficult matter, but for a chief god like Ares, acquiring lightning was very simple. As Zeus's child, he naturally had an innate affinity for lightning. Furthermore, Olympus's current height was far above the clouds. If he wanted lightning, he only needed to take this spear to the clouds, find a lightning-filled cloud, and stir it a bit. However, after Ares walked around Olympus with the spear, he couldn't find even a single thundercloud. He scratched his head in surprise. Logically, this was not normal. So many gods on Olympus were connected to natural phenomena like lightning, and the god king was the embodiment of lightning. It was impossible for there to be no thunderclouds around Olympus. Unable to find thunderclouds, Ares simply cast the magic Hecate had taught him, but whether he unleashed Zeus's thunder or Poseidon's storm, he could not summon lightning. There was only one explanation for this situation: God King Zeus had used his divine authority to withdraw the world's lightning. So he swaggered to the outside of the God King's hall on Olympus and shouted loudly into the hall, "Landlord! Oh no, Zeus, why is there no lightning?" The god of war stood outside the God King's hall, bellowing a few times with his rough voice, but it was Athena who walked out of the God King's hall with a dark expression. Seeing Athena, Ares was utterly astonished and asked in confusion, "Athena, why are you in the God King's hall? Could it be?" He said, eyes wide, and shouted, "Someone! Protect the king! Someone is trying to assassinate Zeus!" "Shut up!" The goddess of wisdom interrupted Ares's shouting with a dark face, then tapped her scepter. "I was called by Zeus to cover for him." "Then where is Zeus?" Ares clamored. "Where did Zeus run off to?" Athena said nothing, merely gestured vaguely with her scepter in the direction of Europa. "Oh, so he ran off to find women again." Ares showed disdain on his face. "Forget it, we can't control him anyway, but where did he put the lightning?" I need a bolt of lightning now, it's urgent. How would I know? The goddess of wisdom shrugged. Perhaps he completely fell out with Hera last time, and was afraid Hera would use his lightning to strike Europa dead, so he hid the divine lightning. Ha! He's already hidden the divine lightning. Ares was stunned upon hearing this. Yes. Speaking of this, Athena also had a look of disgust. He dragged me over to help him watch the God King's Hall, and I'm forced to watch him, and that Europa flirt. Then wouldn't that mean? Before Ares could finish his sentence, a scream from Helios, god of the sun, reached his ears, followed by a violent tremor that shook the entire Olympus with a rumble. Damn it, what the hell is happening? This violent tremor nearly threw Ares and Athena to the ground. After regaining their balance, they immediately disregarded their mutual sarcasm, and hurried to the edge of Olympus, looking down at the world to see what was happening. Upon reaching the edge of Olympus and seeing the scene in the distant world, both Ares and Athena couldn't help but hold their breath. They saw that in the vast sea of white clouds, two giant pillar-like arms suddenly extended from beneath the clouds. One of these arms propped up the sky, heavily smashing a fist onto the firmament, while the other hand grabbed Helios, god of the sun's chariot, which was on its way to work. The unfortunate sun god let out a cry of terror but could not resist. His chariot, burning with raging sun flames, was soon forcefully thrown by this hand, tumbling and falling below the clouds. Then, from beneath the clouds, 100 giant snakes broke through the clouds and ascended into the sky. They writhed their bodies wildly in the air, spewing poisonous mist and thick smoke in all directions, obscuring the formerly clear sky. Seeing Helios's sun chariot crash, Selene, the moon goddess, who was originally on standby, also took off in her moon chariot, wanting to avenge her brother who had been ambushed. However, she had just flown into the sky and only managed to cast a few moonlight rays at the giant snakes and giant hands above the clouds before being entangled by several giant snakes. Subsequently, she was also grabbed by that giant hand and casually thrown far below the clouds, following in her brother's footsteps. This commotion quickly caused the stars in the sky to become chaotic and alarmed the other chief gods on Olympus. Soon, the place where Ares and Athena were attracted their attention, and they all left their temples and walked towards here, wanting to see what was happening. Ares, Athena, Apollo and Hermes were the two fastest chief gods to arrive. They greeted Ares and Athena as they walked and simultaneously asked, "What happened?" Hearing their calls, Ares and Athena both turned their heads simultaneously, their expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot covered in soot. Ares spoke bluntly to Apollo and Hermes. Apollo, quickly tell the others to flee. Hermes, you, now, immediately, go and bring Zeus back. What's the big deal? Hearing Ares's words, Apollo and Hermes exchanged smiles, not stopping their steps. They continued walking and said, "This is Olympus, what could make a god flee?" The two laughed as they reached the edge of Olympus and saw the four wind gods tied up by several giant snakes above the clouds, and then their smiles froze. Then, the two chief gods, without hesitation, turned and ran towards the temples behind them. Chapter 67, Go and Ask Zeus. 1146 words. When the giant Typhon was wreaking havoc, the world changed dramatically. Apollo and Hermes didn't even need to go out of their way to inform anyone. Before the two main gods could even run out of the garden, all the main Olympus gods, except for heavenly Queen Hera, had already arrived, asking Apollo and Hermes what had happened. Apollo and Hermes briefly explained, and Poseidon, after hearing it, burst into laughter. "It's just a mere giant. During the Titan War, your second uncle here defeated countless of them. You two wait here, I'll go kill a giant and be right back." With that, he waved his hand, drew his trident from his temple, then flung his cloak and majestically walked to the edge of Olympus, telling Ares and Athena to make way for him. Ares and Athena obediently moved aside, both looking at the Sea King with amusement. Poseidon gazed at the sky-reaching giant arm, and 100 giant snakes in the distant cloud sea, and was not intimidated by such a display. He waved his hands, using divine power to part the cloud sea, and then the gods saw the giant causing trouble on the ground. This monstrous being stood between heaven and earth, taller than the most majestic mountains on the ground. Its body was like a moving, living volcano, with 100 snake heads on its crown, covered in feathers, and possessing a pair of enormous wings that blotted out the sun and sky. Its mouth had a serpent's tongue, and its eyes burned with an eternal flame. With every movement, rolling flames, lava, and black smoke fell to the ground. The area it stood on had already been completely engulfed in a sea of fire. The chariots of Helios, god of the sun, and Selene, god of the moon, were crashed on a slope not far from its feet. Both gods were now covered in wounds. When the giant stomped its foot, the two gods shrieked in fright, not even bothering to drive their divine horses, and tumbled down the slope, completely devoid of divine majesty. Seeing this display, Poseidon's body visibly paused for a moment. Seeing this, Hermes quickly asked, "Second uncle, can you do it?" "Don't worry, it's just a bit troublesome, your second uncle can handle it." Poseidon turned his head and saw his gentle eldest sister, Hestia, standing not far behind him, looking at him with concern, which immediately invigorated him. However, just as he raised his trident, preparing to summon the power of the sea to defeat this giant, the giant on the ground suddenly took another step and voluntarily walked into the deep sea. It was so tall that even the ocean was just a footbath in front of it. Even in the deepest sea basins of the Greek world, the water could not reach the giant's waist. Seeing this, Poseidon quickly gathered his divine power, and the gem on his trident emitted a sea-blue light, controlling the ocean to turn into waves, surging towards Typhon wave after wave, but it was completely useless. The raging waves in the sea would indeed make people tremble with fear, but surely no one would have any emotional fluctuations towards waves in a bathtub or foot basin. Therefore, Typhon completely ignored Poseidon's resistance, bent down on its own, stretched out its hands, and fumbled for something in the ocean. Then it exerted force, and with a scream, Poseidon's chariots, pulled by divine horses from the ocean, were directly pulled out of the ocean by Typhon, along with Poseidon's beloved queen Amphitrite, and their son Triton. The sea monsters lurking in the ocean, seeing such power, were also terrified and scattered, not daring to oppose it. Seeing this, the Sea King was silent for a long while, then suddenly put away his trident and turned to leave. Seeing his actions, Hermes curiously asked, "Second uncle, why aren't you fighting anymore?" Can't win, can't win." Poseidon shook his head, "Let's surrender. I need to pack up and leave." The main gods watched him leave, their hearts also wavering. Poseidon was arguably the most powerful main god among the Olympus gods besides Zeus. If even he couldn't do anything against this giant monster, then the other main gods going up would simply be giving themselves away for nothing. After a long silence, Hermes forced a smile and encouraged the gods, "Everyone, don't panic. We still have Zeus. He's still on the ground right now. I'll go find him and have him come back to defeat this monster." With that, he returned to his temple, hurriedly put on his winged sandals, and then waved to the gods, "Everyone, I'll be right back." The gods watched him leave, and then Apollo, who was standing at the very back of the main gods, suddenly tugged his sister Artemis's hand and whispered, "Artemis, go back and tell mother, let's leave first." "Leave? Where to?" Artemis asked strangely, "Didn't Hermes already go to call Zeus back?" "I don't think Zeus is a match for this monster right now." Apollo quietly pointed to Ares and Athena, "Look over there," leaving Ares aside for a moment. Even Athena's expression is so grim. Clearly, she also doesn't think Zeus is a match for this giant. To be safe, let's leave first and return when the situation calms down. But Artemis glanced at Ares and Hestia, a little unwilling. Seeing this, Apollo continued, "Just listen to me. Hestia and Ares have their own plans, they'll be fine. We should leave first to ensure mother's safety above all else." Under Apollo's repeated persuasion, Artemis finally nodded hesitantly. Subsequently, the siblings left ahead of the other gods, found their mother Leto, and quietly departed from Olympus, heading towards a part of Egypt on the edge of the current Greek world. On the other side, Hermes, who went to inform Zeus, quickly streaked across the sky with the help of his winged sandals and arrived on the continent of Europa. He stood on the clouds, gazing, and soon discovered Zeus, the king of gods, intimately entwined with a nymph he didn't recognize. Normally, Hermes would never dare to disturb Zeus, but the situation was critical, and the messenger god no longer cared about Zeus's mood. He hurriedly descended from the clouds, landing in front of the nymph and Zeus, and then shouted to Zeus. Zeus, something terrible has happened. Hermes, I remember telling you not to bother me at such a time unless it was important. Hearing the voice of his favorite son, Zeus, who was currently lying drunk on a beauty's lap, suddenly found him as annoying as a fly. But Hermes, hearing Zeus's scolding, was not afraid. He continued anxiously, a terrifying monster has appeared, and none of the gods are its match. Zeus, please return and personally subdue it. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. If you don't want to die, run away. 1162 words. Hearing that Hermes's words seemed to be truly important, Zeus no longer felt angry. He immediately sat up from the nymph's lap and said to Hermes, "Wait for me a moment." "Zeus, are you leaving?" Seeing the king of gods rise, the nymph asked weakly. "Yes, my dear." Hearing the nymph's words, Zeus turned his head affectionately and said to one of his lovers, "Wait for me here. I'll return victorious soon, and then come to be with you. Good luck." The nymph said shyly to the king of gods. Blessed by the beauty, Zeus was full of pride, feeling that his journey would surely be unstoppable, that he could easily take the monster's head, and that he could also bring back some spoils of war to please her. However, when he and Hermes were halfway there and turned back to retrieve the divine lightning that he had hidden in the cave, they discovered that the divine lightning was already gone. "Zeus, are you all right?" Seeing his old father sweating profusely as he faced a mountain wall blackened by intense heat, Hermes quickly asked. "I'm fine." Zeus clenched his fists and snorted. "It's just a giant, isn't it? During the Titan War, even without the divine lightning, I fought countless of them barehanded. Let's go." The father and son arrived on Olympus. Seeing Zeus return, the gods who remained on Olympus found their backbone. They looked at Zeus eagerly, praising the king of gods' name. Hermes said to Zeus, "Second uncle just tried to fight that giant, but he was no match for him, and was defeated. Zeus, you must be careful. Poseidon is always like this. Among us three brothers in the Titan War, he was only good at bragging." After hearing Hermes' words, Zeus smiled disdainfully. He glanced at the distant giant disturbing the stars and pushing the sky, and said without turning his head, "I am different. Your father has always been invincible. You wait here, I'll go kill a giant and be back." All the gods looked at him expectantly, just as they had previously looked at Poseidon. However, what they didn't notice was that the only main gods present were Hermes, Hestia, and Aphrodite. While all the gods were unaware, Ares, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, and Hephaestus had already quietly left. Ares noticed Apollo pulling Artemis away, and seeing this, he also pulled Hephaestus out of the garden, then took him to the queen's temple. "Hephaestus, go in and persuade Hera to leave with you." Ares said to Hephaestus with a solemn expression, "That giant named Typhon hates Zeus. We cannot let Typhon find Hera. She will be torn to shreds by Typhon." "Oh, I understand." Hephaestus didn't ask much. If it were before, he might have asked Ares why he thought Zeus couldn't defeat Typhon. But ever since Zeus threw them brothers off Olympus because of a mistress, even breaking his leg, the god of fire no longer wanted to care about anything concerning his father. Ares pushed him, urging him to take Hera away quickly, but the god of fire walked 2 steps, then turned to stare at his brother, asking with some concern, "What about you, Ares?" "Me?" Ares laughed heartily and said, "As the god of war, of course I'm going to cover your retreat." He pushed Hephaestus's arm, urging the god of fire, "Go, don't worry. Typhon won't truly kill me no matter what. Besides Hera, the queen, and Zeus, the king of gods, it doesn't really have much animosity towards us main gods." After Ares's persistent persuasion, Hephaestus finally gave up the idea of escaping with Ares. He walked into the queen's temple under Ares's gaze. After the last incident, the queen had a better opinion of her son, so it wasn't long before she was helped out by Hephaestus. Mother and son together got into a precious chariot made by the god of fire, quietly ascended into the sky, and left Olympus. Ares watched them leave, then returned to his own temple, took out his full armor, and put it on. When he walked out of the temple and returned to the garden, he happened to meet Athena walking from the other end of the path. This goddess who commanded military strategy and victory had now changed out of her long dress, and put on a form-fitting golden armor, wearing a helmet adorned with wings. She held the aegis and a spear, and happened to meet the fully armed Ares. Their eyes met, and Athena snorted, saying to Ares, "I didn't expect you to still be here, and not run away, Ares. I thought that as the god of war, you would at least be able to tell who was stronger, Zeus, who had lost the divine lightning, or that Typhon." "Of course I can tell, don't look down on me, Athena." Ares also snorted in response, "I am the god of war. Even if all the gods on Olympus flee, I will not flee. Even if I can't defeat Typhon, I will fight it to the end." "Humph, suit yourself." After Athena finished speaking, she withdrew her gaze. The two stopped talking and walked into the garden together, but the atmosphere between them was as chilling as the north wind in the depths of winter. The garden, located on the edge of Olympus, was now filled with the gods of Olympus. They gathered here, watching the battle between the king of gods, Zeus, and the last Titan giant, Typhon. As Ares and Athena entered the garden, they heard the gods gasp, as if someone had choked them. They followed the gods' gaze and looked towards the horizon, where they saw the king of gods, Zeus, who had lost his lightning, now held in Typhon's hands. Although he had summoned all his divine power and strength, trying to prop open Typhon's palms, in a pure test of strength, the king of gods was clearly suppressed by the Titan giant. Soon, Zeus, who had transformed into a ball of light, was crushed between Typhon's palms and forced back into his original form. Then, amidst Zeus's screams, Typhon, with a cruel smile, extended a finger, drew out Zeus's tendons from his hands and feet, and then threw Zeus towards the earth like trash. Gods of Olympus. After Zeus, the god of war, Typhon pulled out a section of lightning, shimmering with high heat and light, from who knows where. It was Zeus's stolen divine lightning. It raised this divine lightning with some effort, brandishing this weapon of boundless power, and then roared loudly, "You have lost." The gods were silent, looking at each other. The atmosphere on Olympus was so heavy it seemed as if water could drip from it. At this critical moment, it was Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who spoke first. She shouted loudly, "What are you still doing standing there? If you don't want to die, run quickly." Chapter 69, Chapter 69 Occupy Olympus. 1071 words. Upon hearing Athena's words, the gods of Olympus awoke as if from a dream, scattering like monkeys when a tree falls. They quickly fled from Olympus in all directions. Apart from some mortal servant races who were unable to escape, the vast Olympus now only had Ares and Athena left. At this point, Ares and Athena were too weary to continue their struggle. Seeing Typhon taking steps towards Olympus, seemingly preparing to climb it, Athena immediately descended to command the armies of mortal servant races responsible for guarding the gods. She ordered them to activate Olympus's defensive facilities. Meanwhile, Ares grabbed his sword and shield, leaped down from Olympus, and fiercely struck at the monstrous Typhon. Although Typhon was already attacking Olympus, Ares did not focus his main energy on Typhon, because on the other side, his Cadmus clone had already seen the god King Zeus, who had plummeted from the sky, his tendons severed by Typhon, leading to his crushing defeat. Zeus clearly noticed the team led by Cadmus. Perhaps fearing that his current weakened state would lead to him being harmed by the humans he had always persecuted, he concealed his divine power and disguised himself as a paralyzed, wandering old man. When Ares approached, he saw Zeus curled up under the shade of a tree, looking very pitiful, which filled Ares with satisfaction. However, although Zeus was like a tiger brought low, he had not truly reached the end of his rope. And Ares, considering himself not a canine, naturally would not bully him at this time. He feigned an unintentional glance, saw Zeus curled in the shadows, and then ordered his team to stop. "Give me some dry food and water." Ares turned his head and instructed his servants. "Your Highness, our food and water are not plentiful," a subordinate advised, but Ares waved his hand firmly and told them, "I have embarked on this journey with the blessing of the gods, so on this journey, I should also follow the instructions of the gods and not ignore those in need of help. Just give me the dry food and water." At Ares's request, the servants could only helplessly comply, taking out dry food and water and handing them to him. Ares then took these items, approached Zeus under the tree's shade, squatted down, and offered them to him, saying, "Eat, old man. These things should help relieve your hunger and spiritual fatigue." Zeus slowly raised his head, his disguised, lifeless eyes scrutinizing Ares, who squatted in front of him without a care, even deliberately revealing the war god-blessed aura of his human body. Zeus clearly sensed this aura. He stared at the coiled snake staff and curved hook knife deliberately exposed at Ares's waist for a moment before accepting the items Ares offered, saying, "Thank you, kind person. I never expected that in this era, there would still be someone willing to help a lonely old man like me." "You're welcome," Ares said, feigning a devout expression. "This is all the will of the gods." "Heh heh, well said. It seems our meeting is also the will of the gods," Zeus chuckled, but he did not eat the dry food and water. He tucked them into his embrace, then whispered, "Young man, there is an opportunity to become a hero before you now. Do you want it?" Ares deliberately showed a strange and bewildered expression, looking at Zeus, not understanding his meaning. "If you want to be a hero, then tonight, go to the slope of the mountain ahead." Zeus smiled, and then a gentle breeze suddenly appeared around him. "Farewell, kind young man." As his voice faded, a violent gust of wind swept through, causing everyone present to instinctively shield their faces with their arms. Ares also pretended to be blinded by the strong wind, and closed his eyes. When people opened their eyes again, the old man under the tree's shade had vanished. What happened? Seeing this, the servants asked somewhat fearfully, "Prince Cadmus, where is that old man?" "It's nothing," Ares replied, turning his head to reassure his subordinates. "He just went home. Let's continue our journey." At his call, the group continued their journey. After Ares left a small portion of his attention here, he transferred most of his energy back to Olympus. While he was feigning civility with Zeus, his divine power clone was also fiercely fighting Typhon on Olympus. Of course, both Zeus and Poseidon had been defeated, and Ares had not expected to repel it with just a clone. Therefore he merely stalled for time, using his agility to race his chariot through the clouds, dodging Typhon's snake-like hair while continuously firing with the python bone bow, kiting from a distance. Typhon wanted to climb Olympus at this time, so its two massive hands, capable of supporting the sky, were not extended to attack Ares. This significantly reduced Ares's pressure. However, Ares also had no way to harm Typhon. Every fiery arrow shot from his great bow now possessed power akin to an anti-fortress noble phantasm, but when they landed on Typhon's body or face, it was like tickling the giant monster, having no effect whatsoever. While Ares was distracting Typhon, Athena also led the servant army remaining on Olympus, continuously harassing Typhon. She knew that even the main god's attacks had no effect on Typhon, and the servant army's falling rocks and flaming arrows would be treated as nothing. So, the goddess of wisdom changed her approach, leading the servant armies to run back and forth on Olympus, focusing their attacks on the protruding rocks that Typhon would use as footholds, specifically targeting the mountain body of Olympus. Under the efforts of Ares and Athena, Typhon seemed to grow annoyed. It tried to climb Olympus several times, but kept collapsing its footholds and falling back to the ground. Therefore it simply stood on the ground, directly extended its arms, and grabbed at Ares on his chariot. Despite its immense size, Typhon's movements were incredibly agile and precise. Ares's chariot, compared to Typhon's size, was like a mosquito, yet the giant easily caught this mosquito, gripping Ares and his chariot in its palm. Zeus's son, well done. After catching Ares, Typhon let out a terrifying laugh, then chuckled at the goddess Athena on Olympus, "I'll let you off for today. Tomorrow morning, I'll come and conquer Olympus. I won't stop you." In fact, if you succeed, once Olympus is recaptured, I will petition Zeus to make you new gods. How about it? Does anyone dare to go? At her words, many in the servant army showed wavering expressions. Of course, they wanted to become gods, to climb from their current servant status to the true highest class in this world. But Athena's words made them recall the terrifying scene they had witnessed on the mountain today, the powerful king of the gods being easily defeated, and having his tendons pulled by that giant. Therefore, after some struggle, the servant army quieted down, pretending they had never mentioned the matter. Seeing this, Athena didn't mind. She merely instructed the servant army to perform maintenance and vigilance duties at night, then she returned alone to the peak of Olympus, to her own temple. There were no gods left on Olympus now, which was the best time for her to carry out her plan. In truth, Athena herself didn't want to stay and face Typhon, this planetary weapon specifically nurtured by the inhibition force to deal with the disgraced god king, but this was the only opportunity she had to initiate her plan on Olympus. She retrieved the spirit particles she had previously extracted from Yoshing Vanguard, Wilpa-03, from her boudoir, then, holding them, she visited all 12 Olympian temples except for Zeus's. She took the residual divine power from the main god's thrones and mixed it with the spirit particles from Wilpa-03. Watching the spirit particles in the self-made bronze test tube ruthlessly devour the divine power of these main gods, growing even stronger, a satisfied smile appeared on Athena's face. Indeed, the position of god of war is the most compatible with you. Watching the spirit particles react as they devoured the divine power of various gods, Athena murmured softly, "Zeus, that old fool, lost his lightning. His power at this moment is worthless. That old lecher, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to gain his power in the future." But, Ares. Thinking of the god of war who had been opposing her ever since her birth, Athena's good mood couldn't help but sour. With a dark face, she sat on the divine throne in her temple with her legs crossed in a particularly queenly posture, one hand supporting her chin, the other shaking the spirit particles in the test tube, slowly contemplating. Frankly, she had always been suspicious of Ares. If his initial targeting was due to Zeus giving her his most important victory, divine authority, then the subsequent series of attacks seemed too deliberate. If Ares was truly such a deeply hidden deity, then his threat to her would even surpass that of Prometheus, the god of forethought. However, Athena had never caught any evidence against Ares. Someone is covering for him, is it Hecate, or Hephaestus? Athena narrowed her eyes and thought, well, to be safe, it's better to get rid of Ares early. As long as he's dead, whatever he's planning won't matter. Thinking this, she stood up, her gaze directed towards the direction Typhon had departed, under the starlit night. Whether to protect himself or to spite her, Ares had also made a virginity vow to the inhibition force, just like her. This meant that if someone forcibly compelled him to break his virginity, Ares's power would decline to a level even inferior to a secondary god. Such a god of war would pose no threat to her. And Athena remembered that, according to the memories inherited from her mother Metis, among the many monstrous children of Typhon, the father of all demons, and the serpent Echidna, there were female monsters whose powers were not weaker than the gods. Heh, Ares, you've been disgusting me all this time. Now I'm going to let you taste that flavor. Under the dim starlit night, the goddess of wisdom let out a soft laugh, then she gently raised her hand, releasing an owl that flew out and landed on the earth, into the temples that worshipped her. Inside a gloomy cave, Ares's divine power clone was put into a giant birdcage by Typhon, and then casually thrown to the deepest part of the cave. Then, Ares's armor, weapons, and war chariot were also casually tossed in by the giant like trash, rolling into a corner of the cave with a clattering sound. After a while, Ares saw that the snake-haired giant slowly shrunk his body and entered the cave. Although his height was still towering compared to Ares, it was no longer the skyscraping height from before. Typhon, not knowing where he had gotten a cow, carried it and sat down in the open space in front of Ares in the cave. He dug a pit in the ground, threw some wood into it and then, with a whoosh, blew a breath into the pit. Typhon's breath was incredibly hot. As soon as he blew, the wood in the pit spontaneously combusted without wind, turning into a pile of roaring bonfires. The giant's movements were also extremely crude. He directly threw the cow onto the fire, without plucking its fur or processing its entrails. Only after the cow had tossed and turned on the fire, cried out in agony, and burned to death, did he pick it up. He didn't care if the cow was cooked or not, directly swallowing it whole, only chewing a little before gulping the cow down. Ares watched Typhon's actions while simultaneously controlling his Cadmus, alt account to meet with Zeus on the hillside. Typhon's barbaric behavior made him think of unpleasant things like filth from cow entrails, which was somewhat disgusting. However, as Ares kept his eyes open, seemingly glaring at Typhon, but actually distracted by controlling his alt account, suddenly, in the heart of his main body, he heard someone's prayer. This person was a high priest in a sect that worshipped Athena. As mentioned before, Ares's drawing the firewood from under the cauldron scheme had previously pulled the rug out from under Athena, allowing the humans of the Silver Age to survive until now. Although the interference of the inhibition force caused the originally immortal Silver Age humans to naturally die of old age if not killed, their secret connection with Ares was still passed down, held in the hands of the highest leaders of royal and divine authority in each city-state. This high priest was one of them. Upon sensing this person's prayer, Ares actively contacted the high priest and asked him, "What's the matter?" Hearing Ares's voice, the high priest, who outwardly worshipped Athena, was incredibly excited. Fortunately, he was a steady person who had experienced great storms, and he quickly calmed down, reporting to Ares. "God of War, the goddess wants to harm you." Chapter 71, the future god King Athena. 1572 words. Fearing that the unnamed goddess might sense her, the high priest did not dare to mention her name rashly, but everyone knew who she was referring to. At this juncture, the only goddess who would still scheme against Ares could only be Athena. So Ares gently had the high priest explain Athena's entire plan. After listening, he turned and his true body went directly to Hecate, who was resting in the underworld garden, and asked her, "Teacher, a question. I made a virgin's vow. If I were to lose my virginity through a clone, would that count as breaking the vow?" "Of course it would. Why do you ask?" Hecate thought for a moment, then looked at Ares with some disdain. "Has Zeus's blood in you finally acted up? Can't you stand the loneliness anymore?" "Of course not." Ares then recounted Athena's scheme in detail. After listening, the moon goddess immediately laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. "That's what you get for constantly provoking her." Hecate chuckled, gasping for breath, and said in bursts, "Oh, I can't take it anymore, you siblings are both talents at stirring up trouble." Listening to Hecate's laughter, Ares's expression darkened. At this moment, he felt like a school bully who, upon discovering that someone he had bullied for years dared to resist him, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. What a malicious scheme, this woman. Ares thought indignantly. She actually wants to seize my virginity. How outrageous. I haven't even found trouble with you yet, and you dare to fight back. Ah, god of war, what should I do? The high priest asked hesitantly. This strategy of the goddess, for you, a virgin god, must be quite malicious, right? Should I just muddle through it? No, don't. Athena will definitely kill you if you do that. Ares replied casually. Just continue to execute her plan as she said. I have my own way. This, god of war. Ares responded instinctively, but upon hearing Ares's reply, the high priest was suddenly moved for some reason. He said to Ares, God of war, you are the creator and protector of all humans now. I will never regret sacrificing my life for you. Who wants your life? Live well and have more children. Ares scolded, just do as I say. Yes. Not long after giving the order, outside the cave where Ares's divine power clone was imprisoned, a sound of kneeling and worship suddenly came. A human shouted loudly outside the cave. Great Olympus god Athena, pure virgin goddess Athena. Please grant us your mercy and help us overcome this terrible disaster. This sound also attracted Typhon's attention. The latter sat inside the cave, listened for a while, and then smiled at Ares. Listen, those mortals outside still don't know that your Olympus gods have either been defeated or fled. Watch me go out and scare him." With that, the tall and terrifying giant stood up, stretched his arms, and then walked out. Ares heard human screams of terror from outside, and Typhon's terrifying laughter. But then, there were faint sounds of conversation. After a moment, Typhon walked back into the cave, then looked at Ares with a thoughtful expression. "What are you looking at, you horse?" Facing Typhon, Ares, as always, displayed the chaotic nature of the god of war, roaring as he gripped the bars of the birdcage. Good, good, you suit my temper very well." Facing Ares's curses, Typhon showed a satisfied smile. "You are much better than those cowardly runaways. You are worthy of becoming a new god under me. Don't even think about it." Ares roared upon hearing this. "I am forever loyal to Olympus." "Heh, it doesn't matter, I don't care about your opinion." Typhon sat cross-legged on the ground at his leisure, then propped up his chin and said, "I heard humans say that you seem to have sworn to your mother that if a woman breaks your virginity, your power will diminish to a level inferior to even a main god. But don't be afraid, I will use my power to reshape you into our form then. You will gain a new life, I remember I have a daughter, I'll let you be her husband then." "You?" Ares showed disdain. "Looking at your barbaric appearance, your daughter probably isn't anything tasteful either, is she? With your looks, you still want to be new gods. I tell you, being a god isn't just about having power. Do you know how to distinguish the bloodline of a hound from a horse? Do you know what style and color of formal wear you should wear at a god's banquet? Do you know how much money it takes to maintain a chariot and a mount every year? Can you appreciate music? Do you know how to appreciate the nuances of every instrument? No, you don't. You don't even know how to process beef, or use cutlery when you eat it. Who would sincerely obey such a god?" Ares's rapid-fire mockery made Typhon dizzy, but his words were actually just sophistry. In this era, not to mention monsters like Typhon, even the gods were not as fastidious as the later Western European nobility. Those things only appeared after the Roman Empire emerged and reached its peak. However, it couldn't be said that these things had no class. After all, although Typhon didn't understand what Ares was saying, it inexplicably developed a yearning for them. So it slapped its thigh and loudly said, "What's wrong? Can't you be a god if you don't know these things?" "Yes." Ares glared at Typhon and shouted, "You can't even use a knife and fork, are you worthy?" "Why am I not worthy?" Typhon said, while extending a finger to scratch the top of his foot, "Even Zeus couldn't beat me. Look, what good are these things to you? You still lost to me anyway." Tisk, seeing Typhon's utterly uncouth behavior, Ares clenched the bars of the birdcage, his arms and forehead covered in bulging veins. He seemed unable to bear Typhon's actions any longer, and stomped his foot, shouting, "Damn it, this is a disgrace. An absolute disgrace. Get over here, I'll teach you how." "Huh?" Typhon curiously leaned closer to the birdcage and asked, "How?" "First, find a cow." Ares roared, "We'll start from the very beginning. I'll teach you how to make a medium-rare steak." The next morning, outside the cave where Typhon resided, a massive monster also arrived. Its body resembled a giant dog, but it had 9 enormous snake heads. This monster came to the entrance of the cave, then prostrated itself on the ground, its body slowly shrinking to a height that matched the cave's. Then it slowly crawled inside, and at the same time, the largest of its 9 snake heads opened its mouth and spoke in human tongue, "Father, I'm here. Where is the husband you mentioned?" The snake monster called out, but no one responded, which made it a little strange. So it slowly crawled deeper into the cave, and then, the sight that appeared before its eyes greatly surprised it. Its incredibly violent father, Typhon, was now sitting obediently on the ground, head bowed, listening to something. And in front of him, there was a tall, strong, and incredibly handsome male deity, gesturing at him, yet Typhon was not angry. Instead, he was as docile as a student in front of a teacher. In its sharp-clawed hands, it held a pair of exquisite knife and fork, and in front of it was a silver platter. On the platter was a fragrant steak, drizzled with delicious sauce, and Typhon was carefully cutting the steak on the plate with the knife and fork in its hands, as if handling something fragile. This sight left the snake monster stunned. After repeatedly confirming that it wasn't dreaming, it finally choked out, "Father, what happened to you? Has your mind been damaged by Zeus?" You're here, Hydra." Hearing the snake monster's voice, Typhon, who was diligently trying to eat the steak with elegant movements, put down his knife and fork. He turned his head and showed Hydra a ferocious smile, then continued, Come, take a look. This is the husband I chose for you. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Hydra's 9 snake heads stared at Ares for several seconds, its forked tongues flicking in and out, and then it nodded in satisfaction. "Fragrant, truly fragrant. He must be very delicious. Right?" Typhon let out a laugh like a volcanic eruption. "Just you wait, when I find that empress, I will marry Hera, and then your wedding will be held together with ours. Let the world know that we are the true rulers of this world." Idiot. Upon hearing Typhon's words, Ares let out a disdainful laugh. "What's so good about Hera? She's already Zeus's worn-out shoe, and you're actually planning to make her your empress. You truly have no taste." Hearing Ares's words, Typhon was not annoyed. He retorted, "Then who do you think is worthy of being my empress?" "That would naturally be Athena." Ares shouted without hesitation, "You wouldn't understand, Typhon. Athena swore a virgin's oath to the restraining force, a woman even Zeus can't obtain. Furthermore, she is the officially designated next successor of Olympus. Athena is the future god-king." Chapter 72. Chapter 72. You are crazy. Are all females your wives? 1216 words. Even though Typhon had power no weaker than Zeus, his knowledge was still too shallow for Ares, a soul from the era of information explosion. After being created by Gaia, Typhon either slept in his nest within Tartarus, or mated with his consort Echidna. Although Gaia had instilled in him some basic common sense of this era, his knowledge could be said to be even inferior to that of humans of this era. So very quickly, under Ares's provocative words like, "A son should be like Apollo, a wife should be like Athena," Typhon was soon thoroughly misled. He shifted his target from heavenly Queen Hera to Athena, who was still hiding on Olympus. His original plan was to slowly find his defeated subordinate on the ground, then go to Egypt, capture the fleeing gods, and finally, with their support, lord over Olympus and seize Zeus's throne. But now, under Ares's influence, his primary goal became to first seize Athena on Olympus and take her as his wife. So, early the next morning, Typhon left his daughter Hydra in the cave, instructing her to guard his future husband Ares. He then set off alone, continuing towards Olympus. Around noon, Typhon returned, carrying a birdcage. Inside, imprisoned, was Ares's dear, virgin sister, none other than the goddess of wisdom, Athena. The father of all demons entered the cave, placed Athena's birdcage next to Ares's birdcage, and then sat down in front of her, saying to her affectionately, "Wife. Who's your wife?" Athena retorted angrily, "Are you crazy? Is every female your wife?" "Just accept it, my sister," Ares advised kindly from the side, "he is the new god-king, you can't defeat him." "You shut up." Athena glared at Ares. Originally, according to her plan, Typhon should not have focused his main target on the deserted Olympus. But this morning, the giant suddenly attacked the mountain while the Olympus guards were still asleep. The goddess of wisdom hastily met him in battle, but was no match for the father of all demons, and was immediately captured. But she also hadn't expected that the monster's main target seemed to be herself. After capturing her, Typhon ignored the servant races on Olympus and immediately turned back to this cave. Moreover, he looked at her with eyes full of lust and possessiveness, making her feel utterly disgusted. Now, upon seeing Ares, Athena knew full well that all of this was the result of Ares's manipulation behind the scenes. The goddess of wisdom stared at the god of war, revealing a cold sneer. As I thought," you've always been pretending to be foolish, Aries. This time, I've finally caught you red-handed. What are you talking about? Are you saying I'm foolish? Huh. Aries pretended not to understand Athena's words and loudly replied. He came to ask me who the most desirable woman on Olympus was. Am I such a clever person, supposed to pretend I can't answer? Go ahead and pretend, Athena glanced at him. Do you think just because you've brought me here, I have no way out? Aries, ever since you hindered me during the creation of humans, I've always been on guard against you. Being captured by Typhon this time was merely my deliberate act. The two of them were squabbling there while Typhon, from the side, tried to mediate. All right, stop arguing. We'll all be a family from now on. Aries, don't keep disgusting your mother-in-law. Athena, you should also be more tolerant of him. The god of war in the birdcage widened his eyes upon hearing this, shaking the cage forcefully and shouting, damn it. Why should I be a generation lower than her? Because I'm going to marry her, Typhon chuckled. You two wait. Hydra, watch them. I'm going out now to find the wedding attire and the food for the banquet. To switch topics, let's go back to last night. While Ares's divine power avatar was strenuously misleading the father of all demons in Typhon's lair, his alternate account, the Phoenician prince Cadmus, quietly left the camped-out team and went alone to the hillside behind the camp. He stood on a patch of lush green lawn on the hillside, waiting for a moment. A gust of hurricane winds blew, and Zeus, who had disguised himself as an old man during the day, now clad in a black robe, silently appeared behind him. Perhaps because his hand and foot tendons had been drawn out by the father of all demons, the king of the gods seemed to have some difficulty moving at this time. He was leaning on a staff, his body hunched, and this time, behind him, there was also a peculiar figure with goat horns, legs, and ears accompanying him. This satyr was Hermes' son, Pan, the god of pastures. It must be said that Hermes was arguably the son who inherited Zeus's philandering nature the most. Unlike Ares's self-restraint and Apollo's arrogance, Hermes, like his father, accepted anyone. Except for not daring to casually approach women coveted by other chief gods or the god king, as long as she was a beautiful woman, Hermes would happily accept her. And this god of pastures was also a lustful deity by nature. Hermes' philandering was truly surpassed by Pan. What this god of pastures enjoyed doing most was hiding in the jungle and wooing beautiful women who passed by. If they were nymphs or humans of lower power and status than him, he would use force to conquer them. But if they were goddesses of higher power and status, he would devise underhanded methods to entice and deceive those goddesses, truly an epic scoundrel. However, some time ago, the god of pastures, Pan, wanting to seduce the moon goddess Selene, was reported by the enraged moon goddess to Artemis, and then he was punished by the goddess of the hunt. For a while now, he seemed to have been quite obediently staying on the ground, fulfilling his duties. Seeing this well-known god of pastures, Cadmus, played by Ares, was first stunned, then feigned surprise. He took 3 steps and 2 to approach the old man, looked behind him, and asked. Could this be the noble god of pastures, Pan? You are very knowledgeable, mortal. Hearing Ares's flattery, Pan nodded with satisfaction. Even the noble god of pastures must serve as your attendant. Ares looked at the old man played by Zeus again with surprise, and asked, please, who exactly are you? He, young man, you are very good, courageous, kind, and discerning. Zeus patted Cadmus's shoulder and praised, since you have come, I will not hide it from you. I am indeed the ruler of this world, I am Zeus, the king of all gods. After speaking, he slightly released a trace of his divine power, and his whole being suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the lawn. Ares also cooperatively knelt directly on the lawn, bowing his head and saying, so it is the god king, my apologies for the disrespect. Rise, Phoenician prince Cadmus. Zeus withdrew his divine power, extended his hand to help Ares up from the ground, and then said to him, are you willing to do something for me? After it is done, I will make you a world-renowned great hero. Chapter 73, How about playing flute for me? 1,277 words. Ares, who had already planned this, naturally hit it off with Zeus when he heard his request. Ares himself was very familiar with the way mortal heroes received divine help, as he was the one who passed this method down to the first humans of the heroic age. So, following the procedure, Ares, as Cadmus, first swore eternal loyalty to the Olympus gods, then swore to forever keep the secret of Zeus, the king of gods, being defeated by Typhon, ensuring Zeus's invincible and majestic image in front of mortals. Only then did he begin to accept the task given by Zeus. Zeus commanded Pan, the god of shepherds, to summon a herd of cattle. He then disguised Ares, playing as Cadmus, as a shepherd boy and had Pan teach Ares the skill of playing the flute. Afterwards, Zeus had Ares drive the cattle, pretending to be a shepherd boy, to the outside of the cave where Typhon was temporarily residing. When Ares's Cadmus arrived outside Typhon's cave, inside the cave, Typhon had already gathered all the necessary items for the wedding. He forced Athena and Ares's divine avatars into beautiful gowns, and placed beautiful wreaths on Hydra's largest snake heads. Then, he shrunk his enormous body and squeezed himself into a robe stripped from some king. Having completed all this, he directly released Athena and Ares. Confident in his own strength, Typhon didn't even put shackles on the two main gods, letting them move freely in their formal attire. Then, he forcibly led Ares and Athena to the open ground in front of the cave. Athena, with a dark face, was pulled by Typhon's arm and walked in front, while Ares and Hydra followed behind, turning the tables. He not only pointed out Typhon's walking posture but also criticized the wedding venue, scolding Typhon and Hydra until they dared not retort. Typhon was clearly fooled. Facing Ares's scolding, he was not only not angry but appeared humbly seeking advice, which made the goddess of wisdom continuously raise her eyebrows. This wedding venue of yours doesn't even have an officiant or musicians. Who would want to marry you? Seeing the long table outside the cave covered with a white tablecloth and laden with wine, bread, cheese, fish, meat, chicken, and other rich dishes, Ares immediately started picking faults. And you, who are going to be the next king of gods, can't even find someone to play music at your wedding. If you get married like this, will your daughter be satisfied? Will your wife Athena be satisfied? Ha! Not to mention finding someone who can play the zither, you should at least find someone who can play the flute. Athena opened her mouth, suppressed her anger, and was too lazy to argue with Ares about whether she was Typhon's wife. Typhon, however, bowed and scraped in front of Ares, who was 2 or 3 heads shorter than him. Yes, you are right. I'll go find someone to play the flute right away. Just then, a melodious sound of a shepherd's flute drifted over, silencing all for people present. The flute was melodious, though not the most exquisite music on heaven and earth, it was certainly beautiful. The flute played for a while, then disappeared. After listening, Typhon turned to Ares and asked, Ares, what do you think of this flute music? Barely acceptable, Ares reluctantly nodded and said, although it still can't be presented in a grand hall, and is not as good as Apollo's zither music, there's no other way now. We can make do. So Typhon laughed heartily, good, daughter, wife, wait for me here. I'll go call him over now. After speaking, the father of all demons transformed into a sulfur-smelling whirlwind and flew towards the source of the flute music. After watching him go far away, Ares and Athena fell silent, and the wedding venue was quiet. A moment later, a sniffing sound suddenly came from beside Ares. The god of war and the goddess of wisdom turned to look at the 9-headed Hydra with the wreath on its head, finding its largest head hidden behind its body. So Ares asked, please, young lady, I haven't even cried over this mess, why are you crying here? I'm just drooling. Hydra raised its main head, flicking its tongue, and looked at Ares somewhat shyly. I really can't hold it back anymore. Seeing this scene, Athena felt her skin crawl and was disgusted, but Ares, instead, angrily reprimanded, how did I teach you? Reserve. Elegance. Class. Without these things, what kind of new god's princess are you? If you can't hold back, you'll be a monster for the rest of your life. Oh. After being reprimanded by Ares, Hydra sulkily walked to the side, then lay down, waiting for Typhon on the ground. On the other side, Ares's alternate account, Cadmus, disguised as a shepherd boy, continued to drive the cattle forward, pretending to move on. However, soon, a huge black wind flew over, transforming into the tall father of all demons, blocking his herd and scaring the cattle into scattering. Cadmus also pretended to be trembling with fear, lying on the ground, covering his head, not daring to move. Seeing this, Typhon grinned, trying to give Cadmus a benevolent smile. He lowered his voice and said to the mortal on the ground, "Don't be afraid, mortal, I mean no harm. What is your name?" "Ca Cadmus." Ares replied weakly. "Cadmus, was that flute music just now played by you?" Typhon continued to ask. "Why, yes." Ares tremblingly took out a flute from his waist and showed it to Typhon. Come, play a couple more tunes for me to hear." Typhon's eyes lit up when he saw the flute, then he sat on the ground and beckoned to Cadmus. Ares first pretended to be very scared, trembling as he raised the flute, but after secretly glancing at Typhon, he showed a resigned expression, sighed deeply, and began to play diligently. Zeus, hiding in the shadows and observing this scene, quietly said to his attendant Pan, "This kid is truly a superb actor. Even without our help, his future achievements will definitely not be low." Pan, the god of shepherds, nodded in agreement, and hearing Ares's flute music, Typhon also sat down entranced, swaying his head to the music, patting his thigh, and nodding contentedly. After a piece of flute music was played, Typhon felt greatly satisfied, so he said to Cadmus, "Cadmus, are you willing to play for me in the future? When I occupy Olympus and become the new king of gods, I will give you Apollo's position. And I will bestow upon you the Muses and the Graces as wives." Ares readily agreed upon hearing this, flattering Typhon repeatedly and saying to him, "Lord Typhon, actually, the flute is just a hobby for me. My true forte is playing the harp. Unfortunately, my harp skills are too high, and I haven't been able to find a harp that can bear my artistry. If I could get the tendons of the gods from heaven as strings, I would definitely be able to play more beautiful music for you than Apollo." "Ha, that's great." Typhon laughed heartily when he heard this. "I'll give you Zeus's hand and foot tendons as strings, how about that?" "Excellent. Ares's eyes lit up, then he continued, "To make strings, I also need to engrave some runes on them. Please help me, Lord Typhon." Hearing his words, Typhon directly waved his hand and said, No problem. Just tell me what runes you want engraved." Chapter 74, Your mother is running away. 1174 words. Just as Typhon was utterly bewildered by Ares's Cadmus avatar, in front of Typhon's cave, Ares's divine power avatar suddenly noticed a surge of magical fluctuations emanating from the goddess of wisdom, who had been standing beside him. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a golden light struggling to emerge from the goddess's back, then transforming into a sparrow, quietly flapping its wings, and flying towards the cave. Ares's eyes darted around, and he immediately understood Athena's reason for deliberately allowing Typhon to capture her. Inside that cave, not only were Ares's armaments and chariot, but in the innermost crevice, Zeus's divine lightning was also hidden. Although at present only Zeus could use this divine lightning, if Athena had a way to break through the divine lightning's usage restrictions, then she would be formidable. If Athena had the divine lightning in hand, even if the remaining 11 of the current Olympus' 12 main gods were tied up, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. At that time, she would become the rightful queen of Olympus, and those like Ares, who constantly annoyed her, would likely die a more gruesome death than anyone else. So Ares directly shouted, "Hydra! Look! Your mom is running away." Hydra straightened up at the sound, turned its head, and saw Athena, who had already transformed into a sparrow and was about to fly into the cave. So it roared, and its other 8 heads simultaneously spewed out highly toxic clouds, sealing the cave entrance, while simultaneously pouncing towards Athena, shouting as it pounced, "Mom, don't run." As the direct descendant of Typhon, the father of all demons, Hydra's venom was terrifying, and even the gods were not immune. Chiron, as a half-brother to Zeus's brothers, was actually a third-generation god of the same generation as Zeus, but even he could not endure Hydra's venom and eventually had to surrender his immortality to find release. From this, one can imagine how terrifying Hydra's venom truly was. So upon seeing the poisonous cloud seal the cave, the sparrow Athena had transformed into also stopped. She flipped over from midair, returned to her original form, first glaring hatefully at Ares, then flipping her hand to retrieve the aegis, and while pushing towards Hydra, shouted, "Who's your mom? Get lost." With a muffled thud, Hydra's massive body was directly pushed back by Athena using the aegis. The divine powers of the god and the beast clashed violently, transforming into a fierce shockwave that exploded at the cave entrance, leaving the wedding venue Typhon had prepared in advance in a complete mess. "I'll help you." Seeing this, Ares also rushed towards Athena, shouting. Hydra looked at Ares with some emotion, only to see Ares shouting while running past both it and Athena without looking back, then bypassing them, treating the Hydra's venom at the entrance as nothing, and diving into the cave without a backward glance. Hydra froze for a moment, then let out a piercing shriek. "Ares, you tricked me." But its roar was not heeded by the god of war. Relying on the characteristics of his divine power avatar, Ares directly ignored the mists, which were highly toxic to living beings. He ran into the cave, collected or donned all his armaments, then went directly to the innermost crevice, reached out, and pulled out Zeus's divine lightning. As Zeus's son, Ares could also use a little of the divine lightning's power, but he swung it twice, and felt that this power was not as strong as his flame sword. It seemed that to truly wield this weapon, he still needed the recognition of the god king. So he held the weapon in his hand, turned, and rushed out of the cave. The commotion caused by Athena's clash with Hydra also drew the attention of Typhon in the distance. The latter, sensing the divine power fluctuations in front of his cave, immediately stood up and reached for Cadmus on the ground. "Let's go." He directly transformed into a black wind and arrived in front of the cave, immediately seeing his daughter, Hydra, being jointly beaten by his intended wife, Athena, and intended son-in-law, Ares. Ares was also wielding his flame sword, and the flame's entanglement the blade filled Hydra with fear. These flames could suppress Hydra's immortality, and any head severed by it could not regenerate for a period, causing the snake monster to shriek and retreat. Seeing this scene, Typhon was furious. He casually threw Cadmus aside, exerted force throughout his body, directly bursting his tight ceremonial attire, and then roared. "Ares! You dare to play me?" With a furious roar, Typhon, the father of all demons, grew larger with the wind, quickly reaching a height that touched the heavens. Then, he gently lifted his foot and kicked both Ares and Athena, two main gods, directly away. Even with the aegis for cover, the god of war and the goddess of wisdom couldn't help but spit out blood. Of course, Ares's divine power avatar actually had no divine blood, but for the sake of the act, he had stored some of the blood he cut from his hand within the divine power avatar, specifically for such moments. The two main gods rolled into a ball and then crashed with a thud against the mountain wall next to the cave, causing that section of the wall to collapse. Seeing this, Typhon sneered, then reached towards the mountain wall and whispered. "You've angered me, Ares. There's no place for you among the new gods. I will tear you apart." But just as he reached out, Ares, embedded in the mountain wall, suddenly struggled to pull out a shining thunderbolt from behind him, and threw it into the distance. As the thunderbolt flew from his hand, Ares shouted. "Zeus! Catch the lightning." "Not good." Hearing Ares's voice, Typhon was startled and quickly bent down, trying to block the lightning. However, his current size was too large. Even though his movements were already more agile than all the Titan giants, he still couldn't prevent the lightning from being caught by a strong arm. As the lightning fell into his palm, the hooded robe on the old man also fell, revealing his majestic stature and dignified face. He rose into the air, lightning flashing in his eyes, his white beard and hair floating in the wind. Along with this might, dark clouds gathered between heaven and earth, and the light of thunder reappeared in the sky. Afterward, Cadmus, the young man whom Typhon had abducted and made his musician on the ground, also threw out Zeus's sinews that Typhon had just given him. These sinews directly transformed into golden light and entered the god-king's body, allowing him to fully recover to his peak form. Typhon, the king of gods, hovered in the air, radiating divine majesty, unassailable and inviolable. He clenched the lightning, his voice rumbling like thunder in the sky. Accept the judgment of the gods. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Make arrangements. 1198 words. Seeing Zeus return to his prime in the sky, Typhon was enraged. You defeated worm, how dare you act so rampant before me? The father of all demons roared, his body growing larger, and hundreds of orifices all over his body simultaneously spewed out thick smoke and raging flames. He stretched out his arms, and 100 snake heads broke through the clouds, dancing wildly in the sky. There's not a single good thing on Olympus. I'm going to enslave all of you. I'll free my brothers imprisoned in Tartarus, and let this world return to chaos's embrace. In the sky, the king of gods had begun to fully unleash his divine power. With thunder in his hand, Zeus's might had increased by at least several times. At his command, the clouds in the sky rolled in, forming a white battle armor that he donned. Hephaestus's chariot of time, crafted for him, also plunged down from the highest point of the sky, arriving beside the king of gods, awaiting his ascent. The king of gods boarded the chariot of time, grasping divine thunder in one hand and raising the other divine shield, Aegis, placed on the chariot. Subsequently, a golden light shone brightly in the sky again, and a beautiful goddess with a pair of wings flew down from the sky, holding a shield and staff, accompanying the king of gods. She was Nike, the goddess of victory, once Ares' subordinate deity, but now Athena, and Zeus's subordinate deity, the goddess who presides over victory. However, upon seeing her stand firmly beside Zeus, both Ares and Athena's faces flashed with a hint of displeasure. The two then exchanged a knowing glance, then each took out their weapons, boarded their chariots, and flew into the sky, arriving beside Zeus, shouting to him. Zeus, we're here to help you. Good. The king of gods stood at the front of the chariot of time, hurricanes tugging at his white cloak, making him look spirited at that moment. Upon seeing Ares arrive beside him, he gave Ares an extra glance and praised him. Ares, well done. Ares remained silent, seemingly still sulking, only responding, let's deal with Typhon first. Zeus smiled, not minding his reaction, and focused intently on the great enemy below him. The most terrifying monster in the Greek world was already taking giant strides, beginning to run across the land. With a single step, he could cross the distance of a country, and in just a few steps, he had already reached the extreme northern end of the world, which was covered in vast white snow. Upon arriving there, the heat from Typhon's body caused large snow-capped mountains to melt and avalanches to occur, but he remained oblivious, bending down to tear a huge ice river from the earth. He then held it in both hands, whipping it like a lash towards the three main gods in the sky. Ares and Athena each dodged to the left and right, while Zeus, with divine thunder in hand, showed a hint of disdain. Facing the ice river thrown by Typhon, he simply waved the divine thunder in his hand, and a flash of lightning split the ice river with high-temperature electricity, turning it into a torrential downpour that fell to the ground. Seeing this, Typhon roared, extending his arms again. With immense strength, he directly grabbed all the mountains in the northern end of the world and threw them one after another towards Zeus's head. Facing these attacks that could easily destroy several countries, the king of gods merely dodged or avoided them with ease, or shattered them with divine thunder if he couldn't evade, leisurely consuming the father of all demons' stamina in this manner. After several rounds of attacks, Typhon's attack speed slowed somewhat. Most of the peaks in the far north had been uprooted by him. At this point, the father of all demons also had no effective means of attacking Zeus, who was moving nimbly in the sky. Seeing this, Zeus, Ares, and Athena finally launched a fierce joint attack. Ares drew his python great bow, firing continuously, unleashing several torrents of flame whose power rivaled noble phantasm releases. Athena directly hurled her golden spear towards Typhon's chest, while the king of gods wielded divine thunder, transforming it into a rain of lightning that fell upon Typhon. The attacks of the three main god-level deities, transforming into wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, continuously ravaged and destroyed Typhon's rock-like body, causing the father of all demons to cry out in pain repeatedly. However, what was terrifying was that even under Zeus's divine thunder, Ares's flames, and Athena's golden light, Typhon's body was constantly being destroyed, yet it continuously regenerated. The entire earth seemed to become his support group. Whenever the rocks forming his flesh on Typhon's body were shattered by Zeus and the three gods, the broken stones on the ground would automatically rise, filling Typhon's wounds and allowing his physical body to heal as good as new. Of course, this immortality was not without cost. When Zeus's lightning struck through Typhon's chest for the 50th time, the father of all demons finally showed signs of exhaustion. His massive body shrank considerably, and he plopped down onto the ground, leaning against a continuous mountain range, clutching a broken peak beside him, and gasping for breath incessantly. Zeus, Ares, and Athena flew to the high altitude in front of him. The king of gods decided to deliver the final blow. He raised his divine thunder, and boundless lightning gathered, transforming into a towering pillar of thunder in his hand, which Zeus then directly slammed onto Typhon's face. With a deafening roar, Ares felt as if the entire world before him had turned into a blinding white. In his ears, he heard the terrifying and mournful screams of the father of all demons. After the light dissipated, he only saw Typhon's headless body leaning among the mountains, emitting faint wisps of green smoke. Seeing this, both Ares and Athena couldn't help but show a hint of horror in their eyes, and the king of gods, Zeus, also looked triumphantly at his daughter, Athena. However, just before he could celebrate, an endless surge of magic suddenly gathered on the ground, enveloping the headless Typhon. Driven by this magic, Typhon's body quickly recovered as good as new. He continued to lie on the ground, glaring at Zeus with angry eyes, but no longer had the strength to speak. The counter-force. Seeing this, Zeus's face darkened. He stared at the divine thunder in his hand for a moment, then finally sighed as if giving up. Typhon, consider yourself lucky to have survived today. He threatened the father of all demons fiercely, then turned to Ares and commanded. Ares, suppress him beneath a nearby volcano. I want to see if this Typhon can still crawl out. Ares nodded to him, as if acknowledging the order, then he drove his chariot to Typhon's front. At the same time, Zeus turned back and instructed Athena. Athena, there was a mortal who helped us defeat Typhon. Arrange for him to become a well-known hero as his reward. Chapter 76, Chapter 76 Strip the loot. 1164 words. Ares drove his chariot to the dying titan Typhon, and looked up at him. The once arrogant father of all demons had now been defeated by Zeus, who wielded divine lightning. Just as Hecate had prophesied, Typhon, this device to suppress the king of gods, could not defeat Zeus before he completely lost his qualification as the king of gods. At present, he was unable to fight in front of Zeus, who wielded divine lightning. Although his immortality was strong, it required physical exertion to maintain. Moreover, he had no effective means of attack when facing the god of thunder, who was skilled at flying in the sky. If it were a complete Typhon, he would undoubtedly have been strengthened by Gaia to the point of being able to defeat Zeus. However, according to Prometheus's prophecy, there was no place for this father of all demons in the future. Because a Spartan ghost, more terrifying and powerful than him, would replace him and destroy everything in the Greek pantheon. Typhon, at present, would probably only be suppressed under Mount Etna in Sicily, and then, with the fading of the age of gods, be swept into the inner sea of stars or simply perish. But then again, since he had come all this way, Typhon was, after all, the father of all demons, who had birthed so many terrifying monsters, even those capable of threatening the main gods. And he was Gaia's last independently birthed titan, so he must have great research value. Looking at such a large, dying, and powerless titan lying before him, Ares felt he would be at a great loss if he didn't take something from him. So Ares directly connected his main body remotely with the moon goddess Hecate in the underworld. Upon hearing Ares's request, Hecate naturally would not refuse. The moon goddess had wanted to study the physical structure of the Titans for a long time, but in the past, the Titans were world rulers, and she dared not act against them. Now the Titans were imprisoned deep in Tartarus, Zeus's prisoners, guarded by the Furies, Centimanes, and the king of the underworld, so she couldn't act either. But now, her good disciple Ares had obtained an opportunity to extract materials from Typhon, the strongest Titan. Hecate couldn't help but praise Ares more, truly a clever one who knew how to exploit loopholes. Thus, after connecting with Hecate, Ares, on his end, used divine power to move nearby broken rocks, constructing a layer of mountains around Typhon to conceal him. At the same time, he raised his flame sword and, following Hecate's instructions, cut and sliced at Typhon's body, preserving the pieces with magic. Anyway, Typhon was protected by Gaia at this point and would not die. Moreover, due to exhaustion, he had fallen into a comatose state. No matter how Ares cut and sliced at him, he would not die. Therefore, the god of war's actions became much bolder. He even entered Typhon's body, obtaining a part of what should be Typhon's core, scorching molten rock, as well as tissues from various organs within Typhon. After finishing these tasks, Ares threw them all into the teleportation portal opened by Hecate. It was not the first time the master and disciple had cooperated in this way. They were both skilled and moved quickly. After all of Typhon's tissues were transported to Hecate's garden, the moon goddess, without another word, hung an out-of-office sign at her door and plunged into her secret laboratory. She also had her dignity and temper. Last time, she spent a long time trying to analyze the core of the UCI starship but couldn't. But this time, she didn't believe she couldn't understand even Gaia's creation. Ares was not afraid of what would happen if Hecate couldn't analyze it. Anyway, he had already gained control of the magic supercomputer in Tartarus through the black crystal. At worst, he would just let the device that had finished analyzing the starship analyze Typhon later. After extracting Typhon's essence, Ares used divine power to gather mountains, trapping the now useless Typhon within them. Then he took scorching molten rock and poured it into the mountains, transforming them into a volcano, suppressing Typhon. Although this seal was somewhat childish for the father of all demons, Ares had no intention of reinforcing it with magic. In Zeus's mind, he was currently a simple-minded, hot-tempered, disobedient yet exceptionally loyal foolish son to his old father. Using magic would only expose himself. Anyway, if the king of gods thought the seal was unreliable, he would certainly send others to reinforce it, and Ares didn't want to get involved in that mess. Having completed the work Zeus assigned him, he had his divine power clone drive the chariot back to Olympus, while his own attention refocused on the Cadmus clone. After returning Zeus's tendons, which had been tampered with by Typhon, Cadmus immediately turned and fled, rushing back to the camp where his servants were. He had been missing for about a day, which made his accompanying servants and soldiers extremely nervous. Although King Agenor of the Phoenician kingdom had said that Cadmus didn't need to return if he couldn't find Europa, Cadmus was still a prince of the Phoenician kingdom. If the prince went missing, then every single one of their servants would be in trouble. Moreover, soon after Cadmus left, the world began to change. They could see terrifying giants whose height pierced the clouds, battling the lightning in the sky, which made the servants even more worried. Fortunately, just as the servants were scattered, trying to find Cadmus, Ares, using his Cadmus alias, returned to the camp, covered in dust. Seeing him, the servants all breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly gathered around and asked Ares, "Your Royal Highness, where did you go?" "I went to help the gods fight that monster." Ares did not conceal it, directly telling the servants what this clone had done with Zeus earlier. At the same time, he pointed to the towering Typhon giant in the distance and said, "Look! Zeus has already grasped the lightning in his hands. That giant is about to be defeated. Let's find a place to hide so we don't get caught in the crossfire." The heroes looked up at the terrifying, apocalyptic scene in the distance, and then all agreed with Ares's suggestion. Thus, under Ares's leadership, a group of servants ran back into Typhon's cave, pulling off a cuckoo's nest trick. There was no other way. Within hundreds of miles, this cave was the safest, and Hydra had previously been driven away by him and Athena working together, so she shouldn't dare to return here for a while. Ares led the group and stayed hidden in the cave for 2 days. Only when his divine power clone saw Zeus completely defeat Typhon did he lead the group out and continue on their journey. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Start building a city. 1132 words. While Ares, using his divine power avatar, was busy dissecting Typhon and stripping materials as spoils of war, Cadmus was not idle either. He led the team as Cadmus and continued towards the continent of Europa. When Ares's divine power avatar finished milking Typhon, Cadmus, on his side, also successfully reached his goal. Because Ares remembered the myths, his target was very clear: Delphi. This city was built under the patronage of Apollo, the god of light. Because a chief god protected it, it was very prosperous. The most popular place in Delphi was undoubtedly the Delphi Temple, which primarily enshrined Apollo. People from all over the Greek world liked to go there to pray, because Apollo was also the god of prophecy, and these people could go to the temple to ask the high priest for Apollo's prophecy. Although the chaos caused by Typhon some time ago led to Apollo taking his entire family and fleeing to a region in Egypt on the edge of the Greek world, which caused the Delphi temple to close for business for a period, after Zeus defeated Typhon, these fleeing gods heard the news and gradually returned to Olympus. Apollo ran the fastest and returned the fastest. Among the chief gods who fled Olympus, he and his sister Artemis were the first to return to Olympus. After Apollo's return, the Delphi temple also reopened for business, welcoming visitors. Ares brought the team into the city. He estimated that Zeus had already entrusted the matter of Europa to Athena. Soon, someone would come forward to inform him about Europa and his own future. Ares also made up his mind that if no one came by then, he would go to the Delphi temple himself and ask his good brother Apollo for a divination. As expected, when Ares and his servants arrived in Delphi and had just found a place to settle, a priest from the Delphi temple came to find him, saying that the high priest of the Delphi temple had a divine prophecy to give him. Ares told his servants to wait there for the time being, then followed the priest into the Delphi temple and met Apollo's high priest. After performing a series of sacrificial activities with the high priest led Ares to the Castalian spring. Across the spring's waters, Ares finally saw the radiant god of light, Phoebus Apollo. After several days apart, this chief god, who was the first to flee to Egypt, still looked majestic and handsome, showing no signs of his inglorious experience of cowardice before battle. Ares envied Apollo, who was born with the talent of a method actor. His switching of expressions, demeanor, and temperament was seamless, not even needing to be learned. He knew that to deceive the gods, he had practiced these aspects in Hecate's garden during his free time, and was often ridiculed by his unscrupulous teacher. However, now, behind a layer of Cadmus' skin, Ares couldn't casually walk up and pat Apollo's shoulder as he usually would. The moment he saw the chief god appear, he immediately adopted a devout posture and bowed to Apollo. "Great Apollo, I have come to seek a prophecy." I already know your purpose." Apollo nodded gently, revealing a smile, acting like an omniscient deity. "Your sister Europa has become the consort of the king of the gods. She will spread her lineage on another continent, and become the ancestor of humanity there. You no longer need to search for her." But Ares immediately frowned, appearing very worried but not daring to speak directly, saying, "When we left Phoenician, the Phoenician king demanded that we must find our sister, otherwise we cannot return. So now I can no longer go back. It's all right. You helped Zeus defeat Typhon, and the gods will not forget your achievements." Apollo said to Ares, "Take your team, leave from here, and head west. There you will encounter a cow in a solitary pasture. This cow has not yet been yoked, and it will lead you forward. When it lies down to rest on the grass, you can build a city there and name it Thebes. This city will become your dwelling place." "I understand." Ares, with reverence, thanked Apollo again. Only when the chief god's figure disappeared from the spring did he stand up, bid farewell to the priests and divine officials in the Delphi temple, then rested for 2 days, replenished his dry rations and water, and then led his team following Apollo's instructions to continue their journey. As he walked, Ares also began to ponder other questions. In the myths, after Cadmus arrived at the location of Thebes, he encountered the poisonous dragon sent by Ares. According to the nature of the type moon world, after becoming a heroic spirit here, some of his abilities and noble phantasms are likely closely related to this epic. After all, besides helping Zeus confuse Typhon, Cadmus's most courageous experience was single-handedly killing Ares's poisonous dragon. But now, Ares himself did not remember sending any monsters to the ground, nor did he remember raising dragons. Therefore, he was also curious about how the gods would achieve this feat of his. With such doubts, Ares continued his journey. After 2 days of walking, they indeed encountered an unyoked cow in a solitary pasture. Seeing Ares and his companions, the cow was not afraid. It merely mooed once, then turned and walked forward. Ares stood still, first feigning gratitude to Apollo, then led his team to follow the cow. They followed the cow across the shallow stream of Cephissus, and then the cow stopped on the bank. It turned its head, looked at Cadmus and his retinue following behind, raised its head, and mooed loudly, then contentedly lay down in the soft, deep green grass. Ares surveyed the surroundings and found that it was indeed an area suitable for establishing a city-state. The surrounding pastures were lush, and it was adjacent to a river, making it suitable for both agriculture and animal husbandry. There was also a dense forest nearby, with fruit trees and springs, so the natural resources were quite abundant. He feigned a moved expression in front of his servants, then instructed the servants behind him. "I have come here under the guidance of Zeus and Apollo, destined to be the king of this city-state. You who follow me can also become nobles and prominent families of the city-state in the future." Upon hearing this, the servants excitedly declared that they would be driven by the prince's command their entire lives, even unto death. "Good, say no more." Ares waved his hand and said, "Let us first perform a sacrifice to Zeus, and then we shall begin preparing to build the city." Chapter 78. Chapter 78 Is that you? Athena. 1308 words. Considering the plot of the original epic, Ares did not let his servants venture deep into the nearby forest to their deaths. In the original myth, they were all annihilated because they encountered the poisonous dragon kept by Ares in the forest. This allowed Cadmus to kill the dragon and use its teeth to create the dragon-tooth warriors, thus becoming a hero. But myth is myth and now is now. These servants had followed him all this way, and he was not some great villain. He would protect them if he could. So he first led these servants to search nearby and successfully found a village. Using the supplies they had bought from Delphi, they exchanged them with the villagers for 2 oxen. During this process, Ares casually asked, "Excuse me, do you know where there is clear spring water nearby? I wish to obtain some pure water to make a sacrifice to the Olympus." Clear spring water. As for spring water, there is one deep in the nearby forest, but... At this point, the villagers' faces showed a look of hesitation. "But what?" Ares quickly pressed. "There's a poisonous dragon in that forest." Several villagers looked at each other and finally, an elder said tremblingly, "Whenever there's famine, and food in the forest is scarce, that poisonous dragon will crawl out and devour nearby livestock, or even living people. It has 3 snake-like tongues, a body like a giant python, 3 pairs of wings on its back, and the poisonous gas it spits out can directly turn 10 or so people's bodies into pus." A poisonous dragon. Ares slapped his thigh and said to the villagers, "What's so scary about that? I have received Ares' blessing and have come here under the guidance of the Olympus. I am destined to establish Thebes and become its king. A poisonous dragon causing trouble in my territory. Don't be afraid, I have a noble phantasm bestowed by Ares. Today, I will go and slay it." After speaking, he deliberately showed the villagers the staff with intertwined snakes and the curved hook sword he had given himself to display his power. However, upon seeing his weapons, the villagers did not show reverence. They continued to advise, "You'd best not go. This area isn't bad, and in the past, many heroes blessed by the Olympus have come here." But do you know why that poisonous dragon is still alive? Because it is a pet kept by Ares. Those heroes didn't dare offend Ares, so they all went around, pretending not to see this grassland. Nonsense. Hearing what the villagers said, Ares suddenly raised his voice and shouted. How could my lord Ares release such a dangerous beast onto the earth to harm humanity? His stature was tall, his voice was loud, and with the noble phantasm gifted by Ares hanging at his waist, he naturally exuded an aura. The villagers were startled by his shout and immediately became afraid, quickly explaining. Sir, we didn't mean to insult Ares. Perhaps this area was originally Ares' pasture, and we moved here without permission, which is why we are devoured by the poisonous dragon. It's not Ares' fault, it's ours. Ares looked around and immediately saw some, dared not speak their anger in the villagers' eyes. How could he not understand? It was clear that a deity was secretly slandering him behind the scenes, lowering his prestige among humans. Looking around at the Olympus, there was only one god with both the motive and the courage. Is it you, Athena? After pondering for a moment, Ares made a decision in his mind. He deliberately showed a thoughtful expression, then paced back and forth several times under the villagers' gaze, before striking his fist and revealing a look of sudden realization. Ah, I understand. This is all the will of that great one. He guided me here and placed the poisonous dragon here. It's clearly a test from that great one for me. Only by killing that poisonous dragon can I be worthy of establishing a city-state here. The villagers looked at each other, feeling that what Ares said seemed to make some sense. Don't worry, everything is sorted out. Ares waved his hand at the villagers. I'm going to confront that poisonous dragon now and slay it to rid you of this menace. The villagers and servants wanted to stop Ares' reckless action, but Ares, in turn, subdued them. This is all the will of the Olympus. Do you intend to defy me, who possesses the divine will? As he spoke, Ares waved the staff with intertwined snakes he had taken from Hermes. With a surge of magic, the eyes of the two small snakes on the staff emitted a burst of light, and everyone present immediately felt their minds heavy and drowsy. That's right, you all stay here, prepare the offerings, and just wait for my return, Ares instructed the servants. After speaking, he left the group there and walked towards the forest. Although Ares was highly skilled and bold, believing that with the power of this avatar, he wouldn't lose even if he faced the poisonous dragon barehanded, considering that anything he used during his dragon slaying might become a noble phantasm after becoming a heroic spirit, Ares still went to the carriage and wrapped a lion skin from it around himself, treating it as armor. After completing his preparations, he fearlessly walked into the jungle alone. According to the villagers, the poisonous dragon lurked around the jungle's spring. Not long after Ares entered the jungle, he heard the gurgling sound of water. There was a clear stream on the jungle floor, and presumably, the spring was upstream. Ares followed the stream, walking upstream along it. After about half an hour, Ares saw the spring at the base of a mountain cliff. Clear spring water flowed from the cracks in the cliff, forming a small, clear pool at its base. This pool was the source of the stream. Just as Ares saw the spring, a terrifying dragon roar suddenly echoed from the jungle. The roar even made the entire spring tremble. The sound of rustling branches came from afar. Ares turned his head and saw a poisonous dragon in the jungle. Its eyes were like torches, its scales like sturdy armor, its body was blue, and it had 3 tongues. It was crawling towards him. Its body coiled like a giant snake, but it had strong limbs and 3 pairs of wings. As its body swayed, visible poisonous gas overflowed from its mouth, causing all the vegetation in the areas it crawled over to wither. Ares watched the poisonous dragon, standing still. He seemed to be intimidated by this top-tier phantasmal beast, a dragon. Seeing this, the poisonous dragon's eyes flashed with contempt. It quickly crawled its body forward and then came before Ares, slowly opening its large mouth, not even releasing poisonous gas, preparing to feed. But at this moment, Ares suddenly reached out, took the staff with intertwined snakes hanging at his left waist, injected all the magic from this body into the staff, and then violently smashed it against the poisonous dragon's snout. Although it was a phantasmal beast at the pinnacle of all phantasmal beasts, this poisonous dragon was still somewhat inferior to the power of a god. The staff with intertwined snakes flashed with light, and under the might of a divine construct of the chief deity level, the poisonous dragon immediately rolled its eyes and fainted on the spot. Watching its heavy body fall heavily to the ground, Ares took the curved hook sword from his right waist. Gripping this noble phantasm he had forged himself, Ares easily cut through the poisonous dragon's thick scales and hide, severing half of the dragon's neck and ending its life. Chapter 79, Gaia's Representative. 1192 words. After Thebes was completed, Ares rallied his servants, instructing them to lead teams to gather nearby villagers to become citizens of Thebes city-state. As for the 5 dragon-tooth warriors, Ares also granted them noble status, but without any actual power. After all, Ares knew perfectly well whether these 5 warriors, born from Athena's dragon teeth, were loyal to Cadmus, the king of Thebes, or to Athena. Under the influence of the divine miracle Ares caused, and his heroic deed of slaying the poisonous dragon, the villagers and wanderers near Thebes quickly gathered around it. Ares granted them citizen status and, as he had promised, made his followers into prominent families of Thebes. With the help of these people, everything in Thebes quickly became orderly. The moment she handed Thebes over to Ares, Athena quietly left. When order was first established in Thebes and Ares's avatar became king, the goddess of wisdom returned to the city, bestowed some praise upon him, and then said, "As a king, you cannot be without a queen. You previously helped Zeus defeat Typhon, so the gods have decided to bestow a goddess upon you as your wife. Which goddess do you prefer?" Seeing Ares's gaze on herself, Athena added, "Of course, you cannot choose virgin goddesses or goddesses who already have husbands." Ares had anticipated this situation, so he put on a troubled expression, lowered his head to think for a moment, and then solemnly said to Athena, "Great Athena, I have actually long decided to follow the footsteps of my master, Ares, and become a pure warrior. Therefore I do not desire a queen, or anything of the sort." Athena frowned slightly, emulating Ares brings no benefit to a king. Ares is immortal, but you have a limited lifespan. When you die, who will inherit Thebes if you have no heir? At that time, I will perform a sacrifice, ask for the gods' opinions, and follow the divine will to choose my own child. Ares said with a solemn expression, "Since this Thebes is a city granted to me by the gods, it should rightfully be inherited by a child of the gods after my death. Is that so?" Athena's eyes flickered, appearing somewhat doubtful, but there was no precedent for fanatical believers imitating their chief god, and for the gods not marrying. For example, Artemis had many priestesses who served her and never married. Moreover, even the goddess of wisdom, without any intelligence, would not have guessed that a mortal hero was actually an avatar of Ares. Ultimately, she didn't truly care much about the Cadmus matter. Even if Cadmus didn't worship her and marginalize the dragon-tooth warriors who helped him build the city to the fringes of Thebes' nobility, Athena would not suffer a loss. For her own city, she had her own considerations, and as for Cadmus, to put it plainly, she was just there to make an appearance and leave a good impression on the heroes. So she replied, "Then I will take your reply back to Olympus, and let Zeus decide on your choice." Seeing the goddess of wisdom, Athena, turn and leave, Ares subtly exhaled. He knew that given Zeus's temperament, he would certainly agree to his request. There were no ugly goddesses on Olympus, each and every one was a beautiful woman. These goddesses were also chips for Zeus to win over hearts, or objects of his amusement. His intention to bestow a goddess upon Cadmus as a wife, aside from gratitude for Cadmus helping him retrieve his sinews from Typhon, was more of a formality. As the god king, he had to represent the gods and reward Cadmus, a mortal who had upheld their rule, otherwise, the gods' dominion over mortals might be difficult to maintain in the future. But if Cadmus himself voluntarily rejected the gods' goodwill, then Zeus could not be blamed for being stingy. After careful observation, he realized that at some unknown point, he had entered a state similar to time stopping. Not only Athena, but everything in Thebes was frozen in that instant. What's going on? Just as Ares was surprised, wondering if he had awakened some terrifying superpower, he suddenly saw a woman, draped in a white headscarf, and wearing a white gauze dress, slowly walk in from outside the palace doors. "Who are you?" Seeing this uninvited woman, who exuded an inexplicable aura, Ares felt a surge of vigilance and asked. The woman slightly raised her head, revealing her beautiful face beneath the white headscarf, and her golden eyes. "Cadmus, or rather, Ares." She parted her crimson lips and spoke in an ethereal voice. "I am Crodo, the goddess who spins the thread of fate." The Fates. Zeus and his second wife, Themis, had 3 daughters who governed all things in the world. They were collectively known as the Moirai, determining the destiny of all things in the world. This power transcended the authority of the gods, even Zeus could not defy it. But Ares observed her carefully, a grave expression appearing in his eyes. "No, that's not right. You are not Zeus's daughter. Who exactly are you?" "I am one of Gaia's representatives in the world," Crodo said softly. "You can also understand it as you are conversing with Gaia through me." Planetary inhibitor. Ares took a slight step back and continued to ask, "Why have you graced me, a mere Ares, with your presence?" "I am here to warn you, Ares," Crodo said to him. "Since you have intervened in the destiny of the Greek hero, Cadmus, king of Thebes, you must obey your fate, marry Harmonia and bear 2 daughters, Semele and Ino." At this point, Ares understood the purpose of this representative of the inhibitory force coming here. According to mythological lineage, Semele, the daughter of Cadmus and Harmonia, was to be one of Zeus's many future lovers, and she was also the mother of Dionysus. This chief god, unlike Ares and Aphrodite's less significant children, would be one of the future chief gods of Olympus. In fact, if the Romans hadn't destroyed the Greeks and renamed the Olympus gods, bringing them into the Roman pantheon, Dionysus might well have legitimately inherited the throne from Zeus as the 4th-generation god-king. "But what are you doing here now?" Ares retorted. "Ares has already sworn an oath not to unite with the goddess of beauty, Harmonia hasn't even been born, and Semele is out of the question. I am here, naturally, because this matter can still be remedied," Crodo said, looking down at Ares. "Gaia doesn't care who Harmonia is. As long as Cadmus's daughter, Semele, can bear Dionysus with Zeus, the trajectory of fate can return to its proper course. Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 80, 200 years. 1142 words. "You mean, you want my main body to go to some random place, find a daughter, name her Harmonia, then marry her, and then I combine with my own daughter to give birth to Semele and Ino?" "Exactly." Hearing Crodo confirm her statement, Ares felt nothing but absurdity. This also made him once again refresh his understanding of the Greek god age. Before he only found it chaotic in myths, and after Ares himself came here, he had always kept his distance from the chaotic ethics of the Greek gods. However, now, a daughter of Zeus, who theoretically should be considered his sister or half-sister, was forcing him to marry his own daughter and have children. Yes, neither Crodo nor Gaia behind her had human ethical concepts. "I won't even mention the issue of you making me sleep with my own daughter." Ares deliberated for a moment, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and asked Crodo calmly, "Since you are speaking on behalf of the suppressive force, you should also know that I have already sworn an oath to Gaia. Once I combine with other females, my divinity and divine power as the god of war will weaken to their lowest point, inferior even to a secondary god." "Yes, I know that." Crodo nodded. "Then you still want me to have a daughter with my daughter?" Ares widened his eyes and asked, "Do you think I'm really an idiot or what? If I really combine with a female and my divinity and divine power weaken to the extreme, wouldn't Athena and Zeus play me to death? If you do not obey the arrangement of fate, Ares, the only path awaiting you is extinction." Crodo said indifferently. "Are you threatening me?" Ares took a breath. "Gaia, I don't want to break ties at this time. Can you give me a way out?" "Then go and have a daughter with Harmonia," Crodo replied emotionlessly. "But won't I die if I have a daughter?" "You will die anyway if you don't have a daughter." Ares laughed in extreme anger. "So, you came here today to tell me to die, right?" How could that be? Crowdo said, if you submit to the arrangement of fate, I guarantee you will live safely until the end of the God Age. Your divinity and divine power will weaken, but fate will protect you. You will not be forced to death by Athena and Zeus. And then, at the end of the God Age, I will still die with the era, only to become a record, a history, a myth, staying in the inner sea of stars, waiting for a summons that may or may not exist in the world. Ares said coldly. Moreover, do you really think that life in this world will do anything and abandon anything just to survive? Ares, learning to obey one's fate is the duty of every living being. All things eventually have a day of extinction. Gaia knew from the very beginning of its birth that it was destined for death. It calmly accepted its fate of death, and as a deity, you should do the same. Crowdo continued speaking in an emotionless voice. Her voice was ethereal, and Ares didn't know whether it was the fate goddesses speaking to him at this moment, or Gaia speaking to him through the shell of the fate goddesses. But for Ares at this moment, it no longer mattered. Shut up, Gaia. He looked at the spokesperson of the planet's suppressive force, and in his eyes, the long-suppressed resentment and anger finally showed. What a joke. If it's really as you say, a life, from its birth, must learn to calmly accept its fate, follow the arrangement of fate, and complete its life trajectory step by step, then what is the meaning of this life's birth? Everyone might as well not be born. If you think you deserve to die, that's your business, but you insist on dragging all living creatures on Earth to their grave with you. For this, you even borrow their UOs from other planets to destroy the creatures that still survive after your death. This is not some high-sounding submission to fate, this is merely your selfishness as a planet. Crowdo listened quietly, then continued to ask. So, will you obey the arrangement of fate? I'll arrange your mother, get lost. Ares spat, I have a bottom line as a human. Even if I, Ares, die, jumping from Olympus into Tartarus, I will absolutely not let that old bastard Zeus touch my daughter. Is that so? I understand. After listening, Crowdo did not do anything to Ares on the spot, but just said to him. Then your thread of fate only has 200 years left. After speaking, the spokesperson of the planet's suppressive force, who controlled future fate, quietly turned around and silently left. After Crowdo's figure disappeared from Ares' sight, the time stop, state that enveloped the entire Thebes also disappeared. The goddess of wisdom Athena continued to walk 2 steps forward, and then Ares heard her voice, full of surprise and uncertainty. Ha! Goddess, what's wrong? Ares suppressed his angry expression and asked Athena. No, nothing. Athena glanced at Ares, shook her head, and left Thebes thoughtfully. She flew all the way up, over the snowy clouds, and returned to the god king's hall on Olympus, telling Zeus about Cadmus's decision. As expected, upon hearing Cadmus's decision, the king of gods praised him greatly, and had the god of fire forge him a few treasures as compensation. After reporting Cadmus's work, Athena returned to her own temple, but just as she put down her scepter and sat on her divine throne, a woman wearing a black headscarf silently appeared in her line of sight outside the temple door. Seeing this woman, Athena was startled because she couldn't sense any aura from this woman. The goddess of wisdom subconsciously gripped her spear, and at the same time asked, Who are you? I am Atropos, the goddess who cuts the threads of fate. The voice of a woman full of mature charm rang out, and the woman slowly raised her head, revealing a charming and mature face. Fate goddesses. Athena stood up directly from her divine throne upon hearing this. My sister, why have you come to see me? She looked at the mature woman in front of her and asked. Athena, I come on behalf of Gaia. Atropos slowly said to Athena, how about a deal? We can give you the fate of becoming the 4th-generation god king. Athena was slightly startled in her heart, but did not panic. She gazed at Atropos for a while, then softly asked, Then, what is the price? 200 years. Atropos extended 2 fingers, 200 years, I want Ares to perish. Chapter 81, Chapter 81 I will fight against fate and defeat it. 1150 words. Within the underworld, after his Cadmus clone fell asleep on the large bed in the Thebes palace, Ares's true body disconnected from the clone and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his fists, clenching them tightly, feeling the power flowing through his body. It is said that those who practice magnetic field rotation develop a kind of obsessive emotion. Perhaps because of this, Ares reacted so irrationally when facing Croto, the spokesperson for the planetary inhibitory force, today. However, he did not regret it. He did indeed want to live. Since coming to this world, he had always strived to survive. He endured, he conceded, he learned magic from Hecate, and then he feigned madness in front of the gods, all to live beyond the age of gods. However, if he merely pursued survival, Ares would only need to step forward now, expose Athena's plan, nip Kratos in the bud, and then quietly await the end of the age of gods, where he and the gods would be eliminated by the changing environment, retreating to the starry inner sea, becoming a myth in the ancient books of the world. But would living like that truly count as living? No matter what, a person must have a bottom line in this life. For Ares, when Zeus betrayed Hera, he could offer a few words of help when it was not directly his concern, because in his heart, his mother was someone else. When Zeus, Poseidon, and others wantonly bullied other goddesses, he could also turn a blind eye, because these goddesses and women had no relation to him. But now, the planetary inhibitory force tells him that if he wants to survive, he must hand over his daughter to that scoundrel, and after he's done, she must also die a terrible death. Well, Ares humbly admits he cannot do that. You forced my hand, Gaia. Ares clenched his fists and murmured. Ares, what are you doing standing in the courtyard? Just as Ares was deep in thought, Hecate's voice suddenly rang out from behind him. He turned his head and saw the moon goddess, with a satisfied smile, carrying a large pile of papyrus scrolls with magic, stepping out of a portal. When she saw Ares standing with his back to her in the courtyard, wearing an angry expression as if lost in thought, Hecate's eyes immediately showed confusion, and she asked. Teacher, you're back. Upon seeing Hecate, Ares also snapped back to reality. He gave Hecate a somewhat forced smile, and waved his hand as a greeting. Has Typhon's body been fully analyzed? Yes, I've pretty much analyzed Typhon's body structure. As long as I have enough materials and time, it shouldn't be difficult for me to create a Titan from scratch. Hecate clapped her hands, using magic to send the pile of papyrus in her hands back into the palace for storage, and at the same time, she asked with great confusion. Why are you standing in the courtyard looking annoyed? Did something happen? That's a long story, Ares replied. You'll know if you divine my fate. Hecate, surprised, cast her magic, activating fragments of the three goddesses' authority to peer into Ares's fate line, then her eyes widened in astonishment. Your fate, how is that possible? A god's fate line only has 200 years left. She took 2 steps forward urgently, then grabbed Ares's collar and asked. Did you offend the Moirai? I did not offend the Moirai. Ares spread his hands, answering Hecate's question, but before the moon goddess could sigh in relief, she heard Ares continue, I offended Gaia. Are you courting death? Hecate jumped up, pulling Ares's cheek, and said word by word. Are you getting too big for your britches? You can't even deal with Zeus yet, and you're going to provoke the planetary inhibitory force. Do you really think you're a Yoshing vanguard? I am not a Yoshing vanguard. Ares said, removing Hecate's hand. Even a Yoshing vanguard cannot survive in front of a holy sword forged by the planetary inhibitory force. If I want to live, I must be stronger than a Yoshing vanguard. Is this really the time for such jokes? Hecate, uncharacteristically, became angry. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Ares's nose, she said. I finally taught a disciple who can stand on his own, and I haven't even enjoyed the process of a disciple honoring his teacher, and you're going to throw your life away. What's the meaning of this? Ha! Seeing that Hecate still wanted to speak, Ares continued, Teacher, please calm down. This is no longer about throwing my life away. Gaia truly wants me dead. As he spoke, he told Hecate the conditions Croto had presented. After listening, the moon goddess also remained silent for a long time, then she sighed. Aries, how about this? I've also pretty much analyzed Typhon's structure recently. Just wait for me a bit, I'll make you a new body. You can abandon your power and identity and start anew. How does that sound? No, teacher, thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. Aries shook his head and said. In front of Gaia, such small tricks are likely to be ineffective. Moreover, this time, I am not going to yield any further. He stared at the dim sky of the underworld, thought for a moment, and then asked Hecate. Teacher, although it's a bit embarrassing, this time, I'd like to ask for your help. Facing Gaia, my abilities alone are absolutely not enough. All right, I'll help you this one more time. Hecate closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then directly told Aries. That's so decisive. Aries looked at his teacher with some surprise. Anyway, you only have 200 years left to live. Hecate sighed, you are, after all, the first disciple I took. With death approaching, I should at least fulfill my duty as a teacher and try to save you. Aries chuckled at her words, you have a point. Both paused for a moment, then Hecate asked again. So, what do you want me to help you with? First, I need an army. Aries squatted down and drew a large circle on the ground. An army strong enough to contend with Olympus, to contend with the gods, and after defeating them, an army capable of perfectly replacing them. You mean you want to directly attack Olympus, kill Zeus, and seize the throne of the god king? Hecate pondered for a moment, then clapped her hands in praise. Indeed, if you can go all out and seize the authority of the god king, then the inhibitory force might spare you. No, I don't want the throne of the god king. I have no interest in that position. Aries shook his head and said, I want to fight against fate, and conquer my fate. Chapter 82, Chapter 82 City Building. 1112 words. Inside the God King's Hall on Olympus. Seeing Thebes gradually prospering under Cadmus's leadership, Zeus contentedly withdrew his gaze, then finally looked at his loyal son who had infiltrated Typhon's rear, painstakingly stealing back his divine lightning under the watchful eyes of Athena and Typhon. Aries, you did very well this time. He asked his son. What reward do you want? Aries feigned deep thought for a moment, then articulated his long-conceived idea. I want the gods to help me establish a city-state that worships me, just like Apollo's Delphi. Ares's request was quite standard for a main god. At this point in time, a relatively strong group among the Olympus 12 main gods had more or less established their own city-states and nations on the earth. For example, Apollo was the guardian god of Delphi, Hera was the lord of Argos and Samos, and Poseidon, in addition to owning a city-state called Pylos, also raised an island from the depths of the sea, and established a nation called Atlantis on it. Besides these city-states and nations, most other city-states honored Zeus, the king of the gods, as their guardian deity. Among the powerful main gods, only Ares and Athena had yet to establish their own city-states. Athena seemed to still be selecting a location and personnel for construction, while the people Ares favored were currently a tribe called the Dorian. At this point, it was understandable for Ares to propose establishing his own city as a main god. So Zeus didn't think much of it. With a wave of his hand, he decisively said, "Good, granted." After agreeing to Ares's request, Zeus surveyed the gods and asked Ares again. Ares, what kind of city-state do you want? In the world of the Greek pantheon, the land was basically composed of loose alliances of city-states. All city-states worshipped the gods on Olympus, but the city-states themselves did not obey the leadership of a single king. These city-states were independent, and would engage in war and alliances as circumstances dictated. To attract populations from other places, a city-state itself had to be distinctive. For example, Apollo's Delphi's biggest selling point was the prophecies of the god of light. Now that Ares was to establish a city-state that primarily worshipped him, this city-state naturally had to have its own selling point. Of course, a city-state that gathers the world's most powerful warriors. Upon hearing Zeus's question, Ares clenched his fists and said without hesitation. Hearing his matter-of-fact statement, the gods were not surprised. Whether a city-state that only engaged in fighting could attract enough people was beside the point, at least this characteristic was very god of war-like. Then, go down and establish your own city-state. Zeus instructed Ares. If you need help from other deities, feel free to command them. This is the privilege I grant you. Good. Ares's face lit up with joy, and he nodded repeatedly. After the morning assembly of the gods dispersed, Ares's divine power avatar quickly returned to the god of war palace, beginning to guide his chosen people and ponder how to establish his own power. Currently, the Dorian tribe he favored were the descendants of the Agiad and Eurypontid brothers and their respective wives, whom he had chosen. Among the trainees at that time, the Agiad and Eurypontid brothers also had the best combat talent. Under the god of war's tutelage, both brothers reached the realm of electric current propulsion, tearing apart magical beasts and kicking giants with ease. Although due to the deliberate suppression of the inhibitory force, the brothers' lifespans were not very long compared to Silver Age humans, their warrior bloodline was passed down, forming the present-day Dorian, who are also the ancestors of the historical Spartans. And now, what would become the Sparta city-state was not yet called Sparta but Laconia. This small plain, surrounded by mountains on three sides, was currently occupied by a group of Laconia, who would later become the slaves of the Spartans in the Sparta city-state, the predecessors of the Spartan second-class citizens, the Helots. These Helots were one of the main reasons for Sparta's rise. They provided Sparta with abundant labor, allowing the Spartans, who only focused on training and war, to have ample food, weapons, and other resources. However, they also led to Sparta's decline. Precisely because the arrogant Spartans always treated the Helots as slaves and refused to grant them the same citizen status as the Spartans, this led to several subsequent Helot rebellions. Sparta's power was greatly depleted in these rebellions, ultimately leading to Sparta's demise. However, now, with Ares in charge, he naturally wouldn't let the history of the Helots repeat itself. For humanity to have an army and power capable of confronting the gods, this power cannot be like Sparta, dedicating all its energy solely to warrior training. In the age of gods, a pure human, unless exceptionally gifted like Shiki-Ryugi, who was born connected to the root, no matter how hard they tried, could not strengthen themselves to the point of defeating an Olympus main god. To defeat a main god, strength, army, magic, technology, agriculture, and animal husbandry, none of these aspects could be neglected. From Ares's perspective, the Dorian had now migrated near Laconia due to food shortages and discovered the Laconia Plain, where they encountered the Laconia. To compete for the fertile Laconia Plain, small-scale skirmishes had already occurred between the two factions, and war was almost inevitable. With the current military strength of the Laconia, it was basically impossible to defeat the all-soldier Dorian. Fortunately, as the god of war, Ares could easily intervene in this matter. He thought for a moment and devised a plan. His main body in the underworld directly molded a physical body identical to Cadmus's from soil and clear water, then used magic to send it near Laconia. He fashioned this body into a robust old man, with white beard and hair, draped in a robe emblazoned with flame patterns, leaning on a metal staff. He then sat cross-legged on the spot, silently waiting. If he hadn't left behind his contingency plan in the Silver Age, then now, Ares might not have found it so easy to subdue the Dorian and Laconia. However, now, both the Dorian tribe and the Laconia city-state had the inheritances he left behind at that time. Therefore, Ares, in this incarnation, stood in the wilderness outside Laconia and waited. Then his divine power avatar used special communication to notify the leaders of the Dorian and Laconia separately. He waited quietly for 2 hours. Finally, in the distant wilderness, several figures began to appear, rushing towards him. Chapter 83, Chapter 83 for a Greater War. 1107 words. The figures that arrived split into two factions, one comprised of Dorians, who ran with swift steps, and the other of Laconia, who came on horseback. The mounts also revealed the differences between the two factions. The Dorian tribe, impoverished, was forced to migrate here, but the Dorian tribe was the most martial-spirited tribe in the Greek world. Even on their own 2 feet, the speed of several Dorians was no slower than that of the Laconia galloping on horseback. And from the mere fact of riding horses, it could be seen that the Laconia were a somewhat wealthy power. In this era, horses were the favored creatures of Sea King Poseidon, noble beings with divinity. Moreover, Ares had previously learned from Apollo that Poseidon had pursued Demeter, but Demeter was Zeus's lawfully wedded wife, and thus unwilling to comply. She transformed into a mare, hiding among Ogyges' horses. Upon seeing this, Poseidon directly transformed into a stallion, raping his own sister. The two even gave birth to a divine horse that could speak human language, named Ilion. How this matter was resolved, Ares did not know, nor did he want to know. In any case, due to these various reasons, horses in divine Greece were precious livestock that only the high nobility of a city-state could possess. The fact that these arriving Laconia were all riding horses was enough to show the prosperity of the Laconia plain, which was surrounded by mountains on three sides. The two groups of people kept a distance from each other, maintaining a consistent pace as they approached Ares's incarnation. Then, with a tacit understanding, they ignored each other's ongoing battle. They came before Ares, the Dorians directly knelt, and the Laconia dismounted and knelt on the opposite side to the Dorians. Both groups simultaneously and respectfully called out to Ares. "Greetings, esteemed priest of Lord Ares." Ares calmly accepted the courtesy from both parties, then raised a hand and said, "You should have already understood my god's intention in sending me here, right?" The Laconia and the Dorians exchanged glances, their eyes showing confusion. The leader of the Dorians, clearly a descendant of the Aegead brothers, asked in a deep voice, "Does Lord Ares want us to fight more fiercely, for more people to die, and then to please him?" Ares was silent for a moment, then asked somewhat awkwardly, "How did you come to that conclusion? Is that not right?" Hearing the change in Ares's tone, the Dorian leader was somewhat afraid. He cautiously inquired, "Priest, should not the great Ares crave war, crave the slaughter between us?" "That's not wrong, but I have indeed come this time on behalf of my lord to stop the war between you." Ares said, "To stop the war." As soon as these words were uttered, the Laconia and Dorians present couldn't help but show strange expressions. The two groups looked at each other, their faces revealing expressions of their worldviews being shattered. "I know you are all very confused right now. Do not be afraid. Allowing you to end the temporary war is, of course, to prepare for a greater war." Ares stood up, raising his hand diagonally towards the sky. "And for this war, temporary peace is necessary. My lord needs a great city-state, an invincible nation. And you are the prototype of this nation. A greater war." The leader of the Dorians looked bewildered. "An invincible nation?" The leader of the Laconia showed an excited expression, because from Ares's words, the region of Laconia had clearly become a divinely chosen land, and they would henceforth receive the protection of Ares. "Since it has come to this, I will speak plainly." Ares looked at the leaders of the Laconia and Dorians and spoke frankly. "By the will of Lord Ares, the Dorian tribe and the Laconia city-state will henceforth live on the Laconia plain. Your two tribes will also merge into one race under the will of Lord Ares, but if so, then power must be reshuffled. The Dorians and Laconia must decide which side will manage the different aspects of the nation. Conveniently, Lord Ares is watching here now, so let us make this decision under the gaze of the gods. How will we decide?" Hearing Ares's words, the Laconia and Dorians present simultaneously asked. "Since you are all followers of Lord Ares, then naturally we will resolve it through combat." Before Ares finished speaking, he exerted a slight force throughout his body, and the extraordinary muscles of this physical body immediately burst forth, directly tearing through the tight clothing he was wearing. Then, he flung off his long robe, revealing his muscular physique and magic circuits covering his entire body before the Laconia and Dorians, then said, "From now on, with this grassland as the boundary, we will fight each other. No weapons will be used, but there are no restrictions on using magic or physical strength. You can gang up, you can scheme against each other. Until tomorrow morning, the last one standing will be the leader of the new city-state, and the order of the new city-state will be decided by him. In that case, can we also attack you?" The leader of the Dorians looked at Ares's muscles, his eyes showing solemnity, and asked. "Ha ha, of course you can." Ares laughed heartily and said, "As the priest of Lord Ares, I naturally will not fear any form of challenge. Come on." Hearing his words, the leader of the Dorians and the leader of the Laconia exchanged glances, secretly giving each other a look, then led their men to surround Ares. "Lord Ares, please forgive us." They silently prayed to Ares in the sky, then clenched their fists, constructed their spell formations, and together charged towards Ares's earthly incarnation. As the sun rose, Ares's priestly incarnation stood with hands on hips on the golden grassland. Sunlight spilled onto his knotted muscles, bathing his body in a golden hue, making him look like a god. On the lawn behind him, the Dorians and Laconia lay scattered, covered in wounds. The ground was full of large craters made by brute force or magic. However, Ares's elderly physical body was completely unharmed. "Then, according to the will of Lord Ares, I shall temporarily lead you from now on." Ares extended a finger, flicked dust from his shoulder, then turned and said, "From now on, you will call me the High Priest. The Laconia and Dorians will merge into one. The city of Laconia will also be renamed Sparta, and you will henceforth be the Spartans of Sparta." Chapter 84, Chapter 84 Sparta. 1269 words. In later eras, conquering a tribe or city-state, or forcibly merging two peoples, became an extremely difficult task, requiring several major wars or a long period of assimilation. However, in the Age of Gods, with Ares's status as a main god, such things were simple. He only needed to issue divine oracles as a god through his spokespersons. Ares creating his own avatar and acting as his own spokesperson was partly due to habit, and partly because Sparta would become his base against the gods in the future. He had to be hands-on, holding Sparta firmly in his grasp, and not allowing other gods to interfere. Currently, the Laconia numbered only 2,000 to 3,000, and after the famine, the Dorian were less than 1,000. Therefore, under Ares's command, these two races quickly merged. Ares's divine power avatar directly dispatched two subordinate gods from Olympus to descend, and help the Dorian and Laconia expand their city-state. With Zeus's previous command, he also obtained help from Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, to make the Laconia plain fertile. Soon, the two tribes, now Spartans, settled down in their newly expanded city-state. After Ares's avatar took control of Sparta, he quickly began to designate management positions and formulate the governing rules for Sparta. In principle, Sparta worshipped Ares as its patron god, and Ares's elderly avatar was the supreme leader of Sparta. He was the manager of Ares's temple of war, honored as the high priest. Under him would be 20 selected individuals, serving as Ares's priests, responsible for Sparta's divine affairs and the selection of Spartan warriors. Ares retained the Spartans' harsh selection system, which began from infancy. However, under his system, those who failed the selection would not be directly thrown off a cliff by the priests as in the original myth. They would be adopted in other ways, given different education, and trained for other professions besides warriors, such as farmers, herders, fishermen, poets, scholars, blacksmiths, etc., to contribute to Sparta in different ways. Among these children, if there were any with exceptional magic circuit talent, they would be admitted into another organization called the Council of Sages, specifically responsible for managing matters related to magic and sorcery for Sparta. As for the children who successfully passed the selection, they would embark on the path of the warrior. Before the age of 7, these children would be raised by their parents, who would carefully cultivate habits in them such as not crying, not being picky eaters, not being noisy, not fearing darkness, and not fearing loneliness. After the age of 7, these children would be assigned to teams for collective military life. They were required to obey their leaders absolutely, and to enhance their courage, physical strength, and ruthlessness. They practiced running, discus throwing, boxing, fencing, and brawling. After the age of 12, while undergoing more rigorous trials, Ares would also dispatch specialized personnel to train them and teach them a new reinforcement system. This was because Ares had previously tried to use his own magnetic field rotation to influence the current rotation of other humans, helping them break through to the realm of the magnetic field. However, Gaia seemed to have locked onto him, and this attempt ultimately ended in failure under a mysterious influence. Considering the planetary inhibitory force's suppression of interdimensional powers, Ares simply taught these children the magic power propulsion he had recreated by combining the two. Under the effect of magic power propulsion, their magic circuit were stimulated, continuously creating energy in their bodies in the form of magic power, strengthening their physical bodies. Warriors who cultivated to a profound level could even rival the heroes in combat power. These children would become Sparta's warriors in the future, serving as the foundation for Sparta's victorious campaigns, unbeatable in 100 battles. As for the original leadership of the Laconia and Dorian, Ares also utilized the new system to assign them their respective duties. The Dorian were more skilled in war than the Laconia. In previous battles, the Laconia had also lost to the Dorian. Thus, Ares made the Dorians leader and his brother, descendants of Agiad and Eurypontid, the kings of Sparta. One was responsible for defending the city-state, and the other served as the commander of the army fighting abroad. However, in peacetime, they merely acted as symbols of the Spartan state. Only during war did the dual kings have the authority to control the army. Furthermore, among the Dorian, 5 of the most skilled warriors were chosen by Ares as Spartan Fs, responsible for assisting the kings in their work. As for the Laconia, Ares mobilized their original nobles, making them the elders of Sparta. In peacetime, the Council of Elders would be responsible for managing all aspects of the city-state's normal operation, and all major affairs concerning the city-state would also be voted on by the Council of Elders. Of course, in the end, whether it was the dual kings, the Fs, or the Council of Elders, all had to obey the leadership of the High Priest of the Temple, which meant obeying Ares's leadership. This system was a slight improvement on Sparta's original operating system, directly applied by Ares. He had considered constructing a more efficient and advanced governance system for these Spartans, but things too far ahead of their time cannot adapt to it. Half a step ahead of the times is genius, but a full step is madness. The current Sparta could only adapt to this small state, small population system of kings plus a council of elders. Under Ares's divine might, the Spartans were also very obedient. Perhaps the blood of soldiers, obeying orders, naturally flowed within these warriors. Soon, Sparta began to operate and develop steadily under this system. Ares then took the opportunity to ask for help from the gods on Olympus. However, Ares did not ask for their direct help. He merely sought an oath from each of the 12 main gods, excluding Athena, Aphrodite, and Zeus. He tried to make Demeter swear that the Laconia plain where Sparta was located would always be fertile, to make Poseidon swear that Spartan ships would never be overturned by waves, to make Hermes guarantee that Sparta's commercial activities would always prosper, to make Apollo swear that Sparta would always be illuminated by light, to make Artemis swear that Spartan hunting would never lack prey, and to make Hera swear that Spartan marriages would always be stable and Spartan procreation always secure. Apollo and his sister had always had a good relationship with Ares, so they quickly swore the oaths. Hermes, after the incident of stealing cattle, also had a decent relationship with Ares. However, perhaps it was out of an inherent disdain for humanity, even the Sea King, and the goddess of agriculture, who usually had a strained relationship with Ares, held their noses and swore the oath out of respect for Zeus. As for Hephaestus and Hestia, it is unclear what they considered. In any case, when Ares went to them for help, Hephaestus simply waved his hand, arranging for his divine messengers to go to Sparta to specifically train a group of blacksmiths. Hestia, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to ask Zeus if she could directly go to Sparta and settle down among the human hearths, responsible for protecting the hearth fire of the Spartans and indeed all humanity. And on the day Sparta was completed, Hecate also exchanged her Cerberus to gain dominion over the underworld region beneath the Laconia plain from Hades, and then shielded and modified that area with magic. Chapter 85, God. 1301 words. Because of the harsh environment, the underworld has never been a place favored by living beings. Aside from the souls who must go there after reaching the end of their lives, even the gods do not wish to come here. This led to the underworld being sparsely populated. Most of the regions within the underworld were empty, and the deep, winding, endless caves were mostly occupied by powerful monsters. Therefore, when Hecate proposed to exchange territory for her pet dog, Hades readily agreed. Anyway, the position of king of the underworld is not a good one for the gods. Instead of being a symbol of status and power, it is more like a shackle and a burden of responsibility. Hades is not worried about any god coveting his position as king of the underworld. Therefore, he would not watch or bother with whatever Hecate was doing in the underworld. So, after acquiring the land, Ares and Hecate immediately and brazenly carried out complex modifications to the large underground cavern in that area, transforming it into what could almost be considered the most formidable magic workshop in the Greek world. Then, the master and disciple began their god creation plan in this underground region. Since it had been decided to deal with the gods and the counterforce, the aftermath of defeating the gods also had to be considered. The situation of this universe is special. It is unknown whether it is due to the limited capacity of the universe itself or some other reason. Therefore, although there are many parallel worlds, once the development of those worlds deviates too much from the predetermined fate trajectory, that parallel world will be pruned and become what is known as a lost belt. A parallel world that has become a lost belt will be cut off by the universe, turning into historical residue, and being abandoned by the universe. This matter does not seem to be the doing of the counterforce, but rather based on the choice of this universe. Therefore, Ares must also avoid this outcome. If it's just defeating the gods and the counterforce, it cannot be considered a victory at all. He wants a complete victory, for this world to be able to continue to exist. Therefore, the god creation plan was proposed by Ares and affirmed by Hecate. This plan is not only to create a legion for Ares that can contend with the Olympus gods, but also to create a group of substitutes to replace them and maintain the Greek world after the Olympus gods are defeated and eliminated. The reason this plan could be implemented was also thanks to the tissues Ares obtained from Typhon. As the last Titan, Typhon was the culmination of Gaia's creations and technologies after receiving alien spacecraft Uranus. Although Typhon looks fierce and more like a monster than a god, it is undeniable that he is indeed the most pure Greek god in the current Greek world, even purer than Zeus and Cronus. By analyzing its body structure, Hecate also figured out the method by which the planetary counterforce created the Greek gods. It happens to be the age of gods now, and there is no shortage of magic power. Therefore, with ample time, it is entirely possible for the moon goddess to replicate a batch of vessels for the Olympus gods. This matter was not only to protect her disciple Ares, but also an extremely challenging magical subject for Hecate herself. Putting aside her relationship with Ares, the moon goddess herself was full of interest in this aspect. Therefore, after the magic workshop in the underworld was completed, the moon goddess immediately threw all her affairs back to the other underworld gods and personally went into the magic workshop, beginning to conceive with Ares's main body how to create god substitutes. And while the construction of Sparta and the god creation plan were steadily advancing, Ares's heroic avatar, Cadmus, in Thebes, finally welcomed Athena's contingency plan. After his avatar had governed Thebes for 10 years, transforming Thebes from nothing into a well-ordered city, the goddess of wisdom suddenly appeared before him with a young man, and said to his avatar, "Cadmus, your time has come." Great Athena. Cadmus, sitting on the throne, heard Athena's words and quickly rose to greet her. He looked at the child brought by the goddess of wisdom, blinked and then asked, "Is this the child sent by the gods to take over my rule of Thebes?" "Yes." Athena nodded. "His name is Amphitryon. He has just participated in the war that took place in the kingdom of Mycenae, and is a brave man. He needs power and status to marry a loved one, so he prayed to us. I can guarantee his virtue and wisdom. He is absolutely sufficient to serve as the king of Thebes. So it's Amphitryon." Ares looked at the young man with sympathy. How could he not know that Amphitryon was certainly arranged by Athena to seize his power in Thebes? Ares was deeply wary of Athena. Ever since Ares's negotiations with Gaia's spokesperson, Crodo, broke down, he had elevated his vigilance to combat readiness. According to Gaia's spokesperson, he now has only 200 years left to live. When those 200 years are up, he cannot die of old age, so the counterforce will naturally find a way to get rid of him. However, the planetary counterforce cannot directly interfere with the world. Besides summoning people from the heroic spirit throne, they can also, like Crota, find their enemies in the current era through signing contracts to deal with themselves. However, the god King Zeus has now reached the pinnacle of the Greek world, with no other pursuits besides chasing women every day, so the counterforce cannot instigate him. And if other main gods were to come after him, they would most likely be counter-killed by him. Therefore, according to Ares' estimation, the person most likely to be chosen by Gaia to deal with him should be Athena. But before, during the time Ares was busy establishing Sparta, Athena unexpectedly did not come to trouble him. Ares, in his leisure, took the time to ask other main gods about Athena's situation, and learned that not only was he establishing a city-state, but Athena also seemed to be busy establishing her own city-state. Her city-state would naturally be the famous Athens in the future, a city-state named after the goddess Pallas Athena. It would not only dominate all of Greece for a long time in the future, but also be one of the most commendable cities in human history, known as the cradle of Western civilization. It nurtured a large number of scholars and thinkers who left their names in history, such as Socrates and Plato, leaving extremely valuable cultural heritage for the human world. Goddess Athena would also become increasingly prominent throughout Greece due to the prosperity of this city-state, becoming the goddess above all others, second only to the god King Zeus. During her peak, she almost became Zeus's substitute, capable of performing all duties and adjudicating all matters on behalf of the god king. However, now, Athena was able to spare time to select someone to go to Thebes to seize power. Ares estimated that her city-building plan should have progressed to a certain stage. Therefore, while he was feigning compliance with Athena here, his divine power avatar on Olympus also went to Apollo to inquire, and received a positive reply. Athena seems to have chosen the site for building Athens and has begun to gather people, just waiting for her followers to arrive before construction can begin. However, now that Ares has learned of this, he certainly will not allow Athena's city-building plan to proceed as she wishes. Chapter 86, Amphitrite and Hellenist. 1266 words. Ares already had a plan in mind for how to obstruct Athena's city-building project, but for now, he still had to deal with the situation in Thebes. The reason he had looked at the young man, Amphitryon, with sympathy earlier was not only because Amphitryon had become a puppet of the gods, but also because of what he would experience in the future. Many people might not be familiar with the name Amphitryon, but his son is a household name in the Greek world. It can be said that even those unfamiliar with Greek mythology, if they have read even a few mythological stories, will know about his son. His son is the strongest demigod hero in the Greek world, the one who later became a true god as a demigod, and even once came close to becoming one of the Olympus' 12 main gods, the mighty Heracles, the sea overlord. Of course, Heracles was, to be precise, only his adopted son. The demigod had the blood of Zeus flowing through him, just like Ares, and Amphitryon, naturally, was one of the many unfortunate figures in Greek mythology who had been cuckolded by the god king. He toiled for most of his life to marry Alcmene, the daughter of his uncle, King Electrian of Mycenae. He found the cattle for his uncle. After the cattle arrived in the kingdom of Mycenae, his uncle did not go back on his word. He only launched an attack against Teralaeus and the Taphians to avenge his sons, entrusting his daughter to Amphitryon before his departure. However, his wife, Alcmene, firmly insisted on waiting for her father to return victorious before she would marry Amphitryon, thereby forcing Amphitryon to deploy troops to help her father. Having no choice, Amphitryon had to take his men to help his father-in-law in battle. But on the very night he returned victorious, Zeus got there first. The unscrupulous god-king transformed into Amphitryon's likeness, entered Alcmene's chambers, and deceived the queen into spending a night of passion with him. Thus, the mighty Heracles was born. However, unlike other cuckolded victims who used various means to persecute and torment their wives, and the illegitimate children of the gods, Amphitryon's character was indeed noble in the Greek world, and he was quite broad-minded. Although at first, he was also very angry and prepared to punish his wife, he later realized who the true culprit of this matter was. Thus, the broad-minded Mr. Amphitryon chose to forgive. He reconciled with his wife, Alcmene, and adopted Heracles, raising him as his own. He even hired various teachers for Heracles, educating him into a formidable person. For this reason, the mighty Heracles actually always considered the bloodline unrelated Amphitryon to be his father. As for why the later Berserker had the ability, usurper of the heavenly wind, it wasn't just because the servantified Heracles was corrupted by his master with 3 command spells. A greater reason was Heracles' intense hatred for the gods who manipulated his destiny and treated him unfairly. It's easy to see who Heracles would prefer. On one hand, the victimized adoptive father who treated him as his own and meticulously raised him, and on the other hand, the scummy biological father who secretly entered his mother's chambers and deceived her on the night of his parents' wedding. Zeus's behavior could even be called bastard-like without exaggeration. This hatred for the gods in Heracles' heart also made him a target that Ares could win over. Developing military forces solely on his own was an unwise move. Most of the demigod heroes in the Greek world suffered greatly from the persecution of the gods. Since Ares intended to oppose the gods, he could naturally rally these heroes. Therefore, he did not refuse Athena's request. Facing Amphitryon, he, as the avatar of Cadmus, very readily relinquished the throne of Thebes. On one hand, like Athena, he needed the birth of the great hero Heracles. On the other hand, this avatar of Cadmus was also a product of his heroic spiritification plan. He wanted to see if, besides marriage and procreation, living an entire life strictly following the epic trajectory of the hero, Cadmus, could truly send this avatar of his to the heroic spirit throne. So on the day Athena arrived with Amphitryon, Ares summoned all the subjects of Thebes and, in their presence, requested Athena to grant a manifestation, transferring all his powers as king of Thebes to Amphitryon. After the ceremony was completed, Cadmus removed his crown and left his scepter. Apart from the weapons and staff granted to him by the god of war, he took only some dry food and water, then left Thebes, embarking on the final journey of his life. Ares, controlling this avatar, endured the elements on his journey until he finally arrived in Illyria. Upon reaching a certain forest in this region, Ares suddenly felt an intense itch all over this body. As he scratched, he found dragon scales appearing on his skin. Slowly, his body elongated and grew larger, transforming from a human into a purebred giant dragon. And at the moment of complete dragonification, Ares' avatar, just as he had predicted, met its end. A profound, mysterious sensation suddenly arrived. A passage to the outside of the world was opened by an unknown force. Ares' avatar was absorbed into it. When his avatar regained consciousness, he was astonished to find himself back in the palace of Thebes. The palace was deserted. Ares' avatar sat upon the throne, and a sudden realization dawned on him: this was his heroic spirit throne. At the same time, he also felt that this avatar could suddenly perceive some past and future events, and could also send several Cadmus, from parallel worlds within this heroic spirit throne. And he also understood the origin of this heroic spirit throne. This thing is indeed managed by the root of the universe. The counterforce has no authority or ability to intervene here, unless a heroic spirit willingly signs a contract with them. As for here, it is actually just a storage area where the root faithfully records the human history of all parallel worlds, and is used to house valuable records from that human history. The reason the counterforce can summon people from the heroic spirit throne in an emergency is simply because the heroic spirit throne has always been open to the public. As long as you have enough magical power as payment, heroic spirits can respond to summons. It's just that, normally, only the counterforce can afford this payment. If the payment is sufficient, heroic spirits willing to respond can manifest in the world as their avatar's servant. If the payment is high enough, or the heroic spirit itself has an urgent purpose, then the heroic spirit's main body can also descend. After thoroughly understanding everything here, Ares couldn't help but sigh, marveling at how generous the root boss was, completely unlike stingy entities like Gaia. This heroic spirit throne accepts all comers, as long as you leave your name in history, whether male or female, human or non-human, the heroic spirit throne accepts them without question. And if a heroic spirit wishes to descend, as long as the conditions are met, the root will not hinder them at all. Upon sensing his connection to the heroic spirit throne, Ares felt relieved. This way, he could send several more avatars up there, which would be perfectly fine for use as combat power, or as an alternative solution when all other options were exhausted. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Brother will help you vent your anger. 1166 words. On Olympus at the gods' banquet, Ares's divine power avatar, as usual, held a wine glass and sat alone in a corner, exuding an aura that kept others away. But in reality, his spirit had already delved deep into the heroic spirit throne outside the world, beginning to try out the audacious operations he had thought of before, such as contacting the root directly from the heroic spirit throne to achieve magic on the level of the 5 great laws. Just then, a quarrel suddenly erupted at the gods' banquet. Hearing the commotion, Ares turned his head to look, and discovered that the two parties quarreling were Sea King Poseidon and the hunting goddess Artemis. This was a very rare situation. It was common for Poseidon to argue with other main gods, as this sea king had an insatiable greed that could swallow the heavens, often trying to challenge his younger brother's authority and frequently encroaching upon the domains of other main gods. However, Artemis had always been a very quiet and marginalized main god. In Ares's memory, this white-haired sister, besides quietly hunting in her own forest with her nymph attendants, almost never concerned herself with worldly affairs, and mortal city-states rarely worshipped her as a patron deity. However, because Artemis managed hunting, and hunting was still an important food source for humans with underdeveloped productivity, Artemis's faith, as a main god, was never lacking. She was in the forest, Poseidon was in the sea, and Artemis essentially had no territory that the Sea King could invade, so it was truly rare for her to quarrel with Poseidon. Seeing this, Ares also felt a hint of curiosity. He reined in his thoughts, focused a part of his mind on this divine power avatar, and then, holding his wine glass, walked towards where the dispute was happening. By the time he walked over, the two gods seemed to have finished their argument. With Zeus intervening, the dispute between the two gods was forcibly terminated. Ares saw Poseidon continuing to hold his wine glass with an unconcerned expression, enjoying the banquet, while Artemis angrily walked to a corner of the banquet and sat down, being comforted by her mother, Leto. Apollo also seemed to have noticed his sister's quarrel with Poseidon. Ares saw that this sister-complex god seemed to have been ready to fight Poseidon just now, but then Zeus intervened, and he gave up. Even so, while dealing with a group of goddesses, he was quietly paying attention to his sister out of the corner of his eye. Ares took all of this in, and then he walked directly towards Artemis. Coming before the two goddesses, he raised his wine glass, offered a respectful toast to them, and then directly asked Artemis, getting straight to the point. Artemis, why did you quarrel with Poseidon? It's nothing, it's all over. Goddess Leto patted her daughter's back, soothing her emotions, and smiled at Ares. It's nothing major, Ares, thank you for your concern. Don't be afraid, Ares said, looking at Goddess Leto's expression. We three main gods, Artemis, Apollo, and I, why should we be afraid of Poseidon? Goddess Leto, if he dares to do anything to you, the three of us will go and beat him up. Goddess Leto had just opened her mouth to speak, when she heard Artemis angrily say to Ares. Listen to me, Ares. That old lecher Poseidon is truly inhumane, and his son is inhumane too. They dare to lay hands on and possess anyone they want. Then, Artemis told Ares the entire cause and process of the dispute between the two gods. It turned out that, as a virgin goddess, Artemis's leadership policy was different from Athena's. Because Athena was forced to swear an oath of chastity with Ares, but in order to expand her sphere of influence, she certainly could not prevent those who believed in her, as well as her subordinate gods and followers, from falling in love, marrying, and procreating. But Artemis was different. She willingly became a virgin goddess, and thus, under Artemis, there was a group of devout believers who also followed her in maintaining their chastity. Among these believers were many princesses and priestesses who were tired of male pursuits. They were all extremely beautiful, and thus became objects of desire for many in heaven and on earth. However, ordinary people feared Artemis's divine power, and dared not lay hands on her believers. However, just because ordinary people dared not, it didn't mean there was no one in this world who dared. After all, Olympus's leader, Zeus, was a man of immense lust. So, not long ago, a certain son of sea god Poseidon directly violated one of Artemis's priestesses, and even killed her. The wronged soul of this priestess lingered in the mortal world, unwilling to go to the underworld with Thanatos. She prayed to the goddess before Artemis's statue, telling Artemis of her grievances, and because she had been staying within Artemis's divine domain, Thanatos found it difficult to act, so he simply let her stay there. And after learning the details of the matter from her worshipper, Artemis demanded that Poseidon hand over this son of his for her to judge, to appease her priestess, but Sea King Poseidon naturally refused. Whether he loved this son of his was debatable, but at the very least, Sea King Poseidon could not lose face in front of his niece, and the gods of Olympus. Therefore he resolutely refused Artemis, which led to the recent quarrel. Artemis herself almost fought her second uncle on the spot. "Do you know the name of this son of the Sea King you're talking about?" Ares asked, a little curious. Because in mythology, the only man closely associated with Artemis, Orion the hunter, was actually a demigod hero born from Poseidon's promiscuity. Fortunately, Artemis angrily blurted out another name. "Of course I know, his name is Halirrhothios. I've looked into it, this fellow has been a wicked lecher for a long time. But Zeus won't punish him, and even told me there's no need to get angry with another god over a human." Halirrhothios. Halirrhothios. Hearing this name, Ares fell into contemplation. Why do I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before? He held his wine glass, thinking carefully, watching the golden liquid in the glass slowly sway. Ares gradually recalled the role this character played in the original myth. Damn it! Isn't this scoundrel the one who raped Ares's daughter in the myths? Now this was good. New grievances added to old hatreds, and Ares had recently been contemplating how to devour the influence of other main gods, and how to hinder Athena from establishing Athens. At this juncture, Halirrhothios was simply the perfect sacrifice delivered to him. So Ares directly drained the contents of his glass, then stood up and fiercely said to Artemis, "Artemis, don't be afraid. If Zeus won't avenge you, your brother will." Chapter 88 Fishing. 1314 words. Halirrhothios had been in a very good mood recently. As a son of the sea god, and a child born to Sea King Poseidon and other deities, he was also a god, though Zeus had not bestowed upon him a corresponding divine office. This led to Halirrhothios being among the weakest blank slate gods in the pantheon. However, a god was a god after all. Halirrhothios was still much stronger than the demigod offspring Poseidon had left outside, and the mortals who now populated the earth. As a son of the sea god, Halirrhothios also did not have to consider matters of succession. The great Poseidon was immortal, and his position as Sea King would surely be his forever. It was a position that even their elder brother Triton, or their most powerful brother Antaeus, could not covet, so Halirrhothios naturally did not need to consider it. Therefore, Halirrhothios only needed to bask in his father's prestige, and do as he pleased throughout his life. His favorite things were fine wine and beautiful women. By now, Halirrhothios was different from when he only valued beauty. A son of the sea god had plenty of romantic encounters. He preferred to dominate women, who were untouchable, to satisfy the strong desire for conquest he inherited from Poseidon. Not long ago, Halirrhothios had just dominated a priestess of Artemis. He caught the panicked woman in the forest, forcibly took her, and then killed her, all to satisfy his vanity and tyrannical desires. Of course, Halirrhothios also understood that there were some things he could not do too excessively, otherwise his father would not always protect him. Therefore, he specifically chose a powerless mortal priestess. Such a character, even if she died, he, as a god, would not truly be punished by Zeus. What kind of prey should I look for today? Halirrhothios used the divine power he inherited from his father to walk on the azure sea, as if on solid ground. He was still lingering near the large island that worshipped the moon goddess. This island had dense forests, abundant wildlife, and beautiful worshippers of the moon goddess and the goddess of the hunt. Halirrhothios felt a little restless. Although he knew he couldn't repeatedly challenge the authority of a major god, he still couldn't help himself. The pleasure of stirring up trouble on the sacred territory of Artemis made him unable to stop. Unfortunately, Poseidon had previously warned him that Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, had already expressed her anger at the banquet of the gods over the previous incident. If Halirrhothios did such a thing again, Poseidon would not guarantee that the moon goddess's arrows would not aim for his brow. Poseidon had no shortage of children, and Halirrhothios did not want to be among those abandoned by the Sea King. Therefore he could only circle the island in the ocean outside, then grudgingly watch those pure priestesses in white robes carrying water pots back into the forest. However, just as Halirrhothios was about to leave, a bright figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. This beautiful figure, like a ray of sunlight piercing through the shadows of the forest, appeared before Halirrhothios. She wore a moon-white robe belonging to a worshipper of the moon goddess, with symbols of Artemis embroidered in gold thread on it. But she had not worn her hood, and a cascade of wavy golden hair fell over her shoulders, reminding Halirrhothios of the bountiful wheat fields he had seen on earth, blessed by the goddess Demeter. Her eyes were as bright as pearls in the ocean, her skin like pure white milk in a jar. A veil covered her lips, but through the translucent veil, one could glimpse a hint of her true beauty, which filled her with a mysterious charm. Halirrhothios could guarantee that even the most beautiful goddess he had seen at banquets could not compare to this woman. A woman of this caliber, he estimated, even his father would howl and pounce if he saw her. If he could get intimate with her this time, even if it meant living a few hundred years less, it would be entirely worth it. Although Halirrhothios was a god who knew his limits, it was clear that his reason could not suppress his desires. In the face of such a high-level temptation of beauty, Halirrhothios' rationality quickly crumbled like a mountain, unable to control his bestial nature. He swallowed, then parted the waves and headed for the beach. He approached the woman, preparing to greet her, but as he landed, the beautiful woman seemed to notice him too. Halirrhothios' notorious reputation must have preceded him on their island, so upon seeing this unrestrained god, a flicker of panic crossed the beautiful woman's eyes. Then, disregarding the clothes she had brought to wash, she turned and, holding up her skirt, ran back into the forest without looking back, where Artemis's temple and altar were located. If she truly escaped into Artemis's temple, Halirrhothios could not touch her. Poseidon had the audacity to take his worshippers in the temples of other major goddesses, but he dared not. Therefore, Halirrhothios disregarded any divine mystique or dignity. He directly used his divine power, transforming into a gust of wind, and chased after the woman. Under his deliberate guidance, the beautiful woman quickly veered off the correct path in her panic, led by him to a small stream on the island. Sea King Poseidon's authority extended throughout the water systems of the Greek world, and as his child, Halirrhothios could maximize his strength whenever he was near water. With this stream, he was confident he could set up a barrier that would temporarily sever the connection between this worshipper and Artemis, preventing the woman from seeking help from her chief deity. After successfully cornering the beautiful woman by the stream, Halirrhothios immediately revealed his true form, and began to set up a barrier using the stream's water. As he constructed the divine barrier, he pressed closer to the woman. The beautiful woman also seemed to realize her current predicament. She stopped in despair before the stream, her back to Halirrhothios, her body trembling uncontrollably. Halirrhothios, she pleaded desperately, let me go. Are you not afraid of Artemis's punishment? Punishment? Ha! She will only punish you, a mortal. Halirrhothios laughed triumphantly. Besides, this place has been cut off by my power. Artemis can no longer hear your prayers. If she isn't careful, she won't even sense you here. I advise you to obediently submit to me, lest you suffer more physical pain. I don't believe it. This is the moon goddess's island. Here, no one can really find me. The beautiful woman stood with her back to him, her delicate body trembling ceaselessly, appearing very frightened. Give up, no one will know about this place. Halirrhothios' heart burned with desire. He quickly took 2 steps forward, then spread his arms, intending to embrace the beauty. But at that moment, the beautiful woman suddenly turned around and raised her hand, seizing one of his wrists. Halirrhothios was slightly startled, then chuckled, are you finally willing to accommodate me? Before he could finish laughing, his smile froze on his face, because the hand gripping his wrist held him as firmly as an iron clamp, making him unable to move. Halirrhothius struggled twice with effort, then cold sweat broke out on his back. Who exactly are you? Who? The beauty let out a cold laugh, but it was a rough, bold male voice. He grabbed his robe, tore it open, and then laughed loudly. You brat, take another look at who your father is. The white robe billowed, and the stunningly beautiful woman instantly vanished, replaced by a tall, majestic, handsome red-haired man. Seeing him, Halirrhothius immediately turned ashen with fright. God of War. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Excellent experimental subject. 1039 words. The moment Halirrhothius saw Ares, he turned pale with fright, immediately realizing he had been set up. He lifted his leg, intending to run, but as the weakest level god, how could he possibly escape from an Olympian main god who controlled battle? The instant Ares saw him turn, he raised his hand and grabbed him by the back of the neck, lifting him back as if he were a small chick. Where do you think you're going, little brother? Ares smiled very kindly, while tightening his grip, making Halirrhothius' neck ache. Ares. Halirrhothius was lifted directly by Ares's neck, his feet flailing in midair, then he cried out in panic, please let me go. I promise I'll never bother Artemis again. If apologies worked, why would I even be here? Ares snorted, clenching the fingers of his other hand into a fist, producing a terrible crackling sound. Halirrhothius' eyes trembled with fear. He swallowed, then stammered a threat, aren't you afraid of Poseidon's wrath? Upon hearing this, Ares tilted his head strangely and couldn't help but chuckle, damn, think about it yourself, would I be afraid? When Halirrhothius heard him say that, he too showed a look of despair. Indeed, Ares, the god of war, was notorious among the gods for challenging everyone and everything. Not to mention his father Poseidon, he even dared to defy and disrespect Zeus. So in the end, he could only desperately plead with Ares, all the gods are watching. Can you give everyone some face and go a little easy? What do you think? Ares sneered. Besides, didn't you just say that by this small stream, even a main god wouldn't sense anything if they weren't paying attention? With that, he raised his fist. In Halirrhothius' eyes, the fist gradually approached his face, growing larger and larger. Afterward, Halirrhothius' shrill scream echoed through the forest. Father, save me. A moment later, Ares, looking completely satisfied, dragged Halirrhothius out of the forest. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, was waiting outside the woods for her brother who had gone to avenge her. When she saw Halirrhothius' lifeless eyes, as if he had lost his soul, she showed a satisfied expression and then thanked Ares. Thank you, Ares. He got what he deserved. Now my worshipper can rest easy following Thanatos to the netherworld. No problem, we're all brothers and sisters. For things like this, help when you can. If there's ever another good cough, another difficulty like this, just come find me. Ares patted his chest, then smiled at Artemis. Well, I'll be going now. I just dealt with this guy in the forest, but I think it was too light. I'll take him to the netherworld and let my teacher, Hecate, figure out how to torture him. I guarantee he'll never dare to provoke you again. Oh, and by the way, I can also ask my teacher to pull some strings with my uncle to have your worshipper sent to Elysium. I appreciate your trouble. Artemis continued to thank him. Ares, you too. If you ever need help in the future, just come find me. Help when you can. Next time, for sure. After exchanging pleasantries with Artemis, Ares's avatar truly dragged Halirrhothius, and entered Hades's domain through a cave in the ground. Charon, the ferryman rowing on the river Styx, naturally dared not ask Ares, a main god, for money. He dutifully ferried Ares across the river, and even pointed him in the direction of moon goddess Hecate's current residence. Ares thanked Charon for his kindness, but instead of going to Hecate's garden, he dragged Halirrhothius to the netherworld magic workshop, which Hecate and his main body had built together. His avatar threw Halirrhothius into the entrance of the magic workshop, and then left directly, as if he had notified Hecate in advance. As his avatar left, his main body also walked from inside the magic workshop to the entrance, catching Halirrhothios, whom his avatar had thrown in, and then dragged him into the interior of the workshop. Inside the workshop, in the enormous underground cavern opened up by Hecate's magic, various mysterious instruments and magical materials were already laid out. The floor was covered with magic-infused patterns, and the walls and ceiling were fitted with countless pipelines specifically for magic flow. In the center of the cavern were 4 mechanical humanoids, about 5 meters tall, with their internal body structures still exposed, appearing to be half-finished. Hecate was currently standing on a very tall chair, somewhat laboriously installing a magic furnace core into one of the mechanical humanoids. Seeing Ares enter, she called out without turning her head. "Oh, Ares, come here quickly and hand me that screwdriver from tool station number 3. The position of this pipeline needs to be adjusted." "Teacher, take a break first," Ares called out. "I brought you a new gift. A gift?" Hecate turned her head in confusion, and saw Ares toss the unconscious Halirrhothios onto Hecate's experimental table. She blinked, stunned, and said, "A low-level god without a divine office, seemingly of the sea god's bloodline. Where did you get him?" "This guy is Halirrhothios, son of Poseidon. He raped Artemis's priestess and killed her. I avenged Artemis, so I just made use of the waste." Ares clapped his hands and said to Hecate, "A blank 4th-generation god's divine body will be of great help to our research, won't it?" Hecate blinked, then floated down from the high chair. She came to the experimental table, pinched various parts of Halirrhothios' body, then nodded in satisfaction. "Good, all parts of the body are very well preserved. How come there's no soul? Did you really finish him off?" "Of course." Ares blinked, "Besides you and me, only dead people can enter this workshop for me to feel at ease." "Never mind, if he's dead, he's dead." Hecate thought about Ares's fate, then about the atrocities Ares had just mentioned this son of the sea god had committed, and immediately felt that killing him was irrelevant. So she wiped her hands with a towel, and then said to Ares, "I'll research the physical structure of a 4th-generation god. Bring me my tools." Chapter 90 Waste Utilization. 1224 words. Hecate moved swiftly, and in no time, she had thoroughly understood Halirrhothios' bodily structure. Along the way, she also helped Ares eliminate the lingering consciousness of Halirrhothios' soul that had not been completely dealt with in his body. With Typhon's foundation, it was incredibly easy for the moon goddess to understand the body of such a low-level 4th-generation god without a divine office. Although Halirrhothios' body structure was easy to understand, it didn't mean that he, as a material, was meaningless. At the very least, after understanding the bodily structure of a 4th-generation god, Hecate was already able to create blank divine bodies for Ares to use as backup avatars. After extracting the last bit of value from Halirrhothios' body, Hecate lost interest in it. She asked Ares, "I'm going back to play with mechanical god-making. What are you going to do with this body?" "I could just dispose of it, but I think it has greater value." Ares stroked his chin, then separated a wisp of his spirit, and entered Halirrhothios' soulless body. He skillfully manipulated the body. Halirrhothios opened his eyes, then winked at Hecate and smiled. "What value does this person have?" "Just a playboy." Hecate looked at Ares, who was toying with Halirrhothios' body, with a hint of disdain, as if seeing her disciple rummaging through a trash can. "Are you going to help him draw the hatred of the main gods?" Exactly. Although Halirrhothios himself is a good-for-nothing, he is, after all, the son of Poseidon. Ares, controlling the body of Halirrhothios, smiled at Hecate. "What do you think, if Halirrhothios dies in Athena's territory, will there be a dispute between Poseidon and Athena?" Hecate blinked, then sighed to Ares. "You are truly cunning. Forget it, I won't bother with your schemes. Do as you please. Main body, come here and help me pass the tools. Let's continue working." "Oh." Ares agreed, his main body following Hecate back to the 4 first-generation mechanical gods in the workshop, while another part of his energy controlled Halirrhothios, who walked out of the netherworld magic workshop and arrived before the river Styx. Halirrhothios was, after all, a son of Poseidon, so Charon didn't make things too difficult for him. After Halirrhothios gave him a few copper coins, the ferryman carried Halirrhothios and sent him out of the netherworld. After leaving the netherworld, Ares quickly changed his expression, transforming his face into the usual cynical, faint smile of Halirrhothios, the son of the sea god. After finding a clear spring and bending down to confirm that his current complexion was perfectly fine, Ares manipulated Halirrhothios and headed directly towards the location Athena had chosen, which he had previously heard about from Apollo. On a plain at the southern tip of the Balkan Peninsula, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and bordered on one side by the sea, a group of humans, carrying large numbers of carriages, horses, and supplies, had traveled thousands of miles from other city-states to this place. They followed the guidance of the great Athena, and stopped before the bay named Saronic Gulf, where they settled and began to build their home. When Ares, controlling Halirrhothios, arrived at this place, the city-state had already begun to take shape. However, among these buildings, the fastest to be erected was the magnificent Parthenon temple, specially prepared for Athena. Ares manipulated Halirrhothios to circle the bay and quickly discovered the differences among these humans. Among them, even the leaders in power and the priests holding divine authority had not inherited the secret arts of previous generations of humans. It seemed that this group of humans had been carefully selected by Athena. Perhaps Cadmus's actions in Thebes had also aroused Athena's suspicion. Before leaving, although Cadmus had handed over all authority to Amphitryon, chosen by Athena, the divine authority in Thebes remained firmly in the hands of the original priests. The main deity worshipped in the temple was still Ares, and even Amphitryon could not interfere. And this priest was naturally a secondary account created by Ares. This kind of high-ranking alt account usually had no problems, but could firmly occupy an important position in a city-state, making Athena extremely uncomfortable in Thebes, unable to widely promote her worship. So this time, Athena specifically selected a group of common people. They were all poor people or slaves from various city-states, called upon by Athena using her divine authority, to come to this plain and prepare to build a home from scratch. Ares transformed into a mortal again, and went to peek at the nearly completed Parthenon temple. He wanted to see if among Athena's current priests there was that poor girl Medusa, who was defiled by the goddess into a monster and celebrated by later generations for becoming the achievement of a certain hero. Since he had already decided to fight the gods to the end, Ares also let loose and decided to intervene in matters he found displeasing, and incidentally, to disgust Athena, and further instigate disputes between her and the sea god. However, perhaps Medusa had not yet matured. She was still living on her birth island with her 2 lesser goddess sisters, and had not yet come to Athens to be Athena's priestess. Therefore, after Ares circled around, he did not see the maiden among the divine personnel. The current Athena priests were all mortals. They had just escaped from slavery, and although their hearts were filled with gratitude for Athena, they sometimes even got the steps of the rituals wrong during sacrifices. However, Athens was in its infancy, and Athena was not the kind of fool to shoot herself in the foot, so she let these mortals be. Ares explored Athens briefly and roughly understood the city-state's background. So he went directly to the bay, and using the water affinity of this son of the sea god's body, he leaped directly into the ocean, heading to Poseidon's golden palace at the bottom of the ocean. Poseidon's golden palace was not a secret, it was in fact an open secret among the gods. He was not often on Olympus, he spent more time in this golden palace. This golden palace housed the treasures he had collected from all over the sea, and it was home to a large number of his children and the sea beasts and lesser nymphs who served them, and of course, his beautiful and enchanting queen, Amphitrite. As close brothers, Poseidon naturally knew how attractive his queen was to Zeus, and since he had transformed into a stallion to rape Zeus's wife Demeter first, Zeus must have been holding a grudge, and would certainly seek revenge when he had the chance. Poseidon, of course, could not let Zeus succeed, so Amphitrite had always been required to live in this palace, rarely appearing before the gods. As one of the sons of the sea god, Halirrhothios was not the most favored son, but because of his lustful nature, and having introduced several beauties from the land of Greece to his father, he was considered a minor favorite of Poseidon. His request to see his father was not difficult. Thus, after sending his request to Poseidon through the handmaidens, Ares was quickly summoned by Poseidon, and met his familiar second uncle in Poseidon's bedchamber. Chapter 91 Battle between Poseidon and Athena. 1127 words. When Ares, in the guise of Halirrhothios, met Sea King Poseidon, the god who controlled the four seas was lazily reclining in the arms of his queen, his head resting on her soft bosom. Beside him, several beautiful nymphs gently massaged his body, or fed him delicacies from the sea, bringing them to his lips. The Sea King's state at this moment seemed to be the epitome of luxurious enjoyment. Upon seeing his most playful son, Halirrhothios, enter, Poseidon couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. He slowly spoke, asking, "Halirrhothios, have you brought your father any more amusing entertainment?" What this entertainment referred to was clear to those who understood, yet Poseidon's queen, Amphitrite, merely showed a helpless expression on her face upon hearing his words. Unlike Hera, who as Queen of Heaven was not only Zeus's wife, but also his partner in sharing the authority over heaven and earth, Zeus's betrayal of Hera, while Hera could not directly confront her husband, she still had ways to persecute his mistresses. But Amphitrite was directly snatched by her husband Poseidon, after he took a liking to her, and made her his wife. Nominally, she was Poseidon's legitimate wife, but she did not possess the power of a queen. Poseidon went wherever he wished and did whatever he pleased, entirely according to his own will. Amphitrite was completely unable to interfere with her husband's decisions. However, to Poseidon's surprise, his son, who usually couldn't go 3 sentences without a lewd joke or mentioning women, now displayed an indignant expression before him. He shook his head and said, "No, father, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Seeing Halirrhothios' unusual behavior, Poseidon sat up from Amphitrite. He waved his hand, signaling the surrounding nymphs attending him to stop, and then asked, "Halirrhothios, did some short-sighted being provoke you?" "No, it's you who's been provoked, father." Ares, controlling Halirrhothios' body, shook his head. "When I returned, I saw Athena had found people to start building a city on the Aegean Sea coast." Athena building a city. Poseidon sat up straight upon hearing this. "Tell me the details." Ares then utilized his specialty, embellishing and exaggerating the story of Athens to Poseidon, adding many malicious conjectures and slanders about Athena's ambition. Sea King Poseidon's brows furrowed repeatedly as he listened, and he soon became enraged. However, Ares estimated that even if he hadn't exaggerated, the Sea King would still seek trouble with Athena. After all, for a city built by the sea, it would be unbelievable if its future inhabitants did not use sea routes. Athena's posture clearly indicated she intended Athens as her exclusive domain, not to be touched by Poseidon. This Athena. After hearing everything, Poseidon immediately slammed the table in anger and snorted. "Was taking my divine office not enough? This woman, truly relying on Zeus's favor, is she preparing to act lawlessly? Father, we must find a way to stop this woman." Ares appropriately controlled Halirrhothios, offering malicious advice and fanning the flames. "The face of the ocean pantheon cannot be lost. At least we cannot let a daughter of the sky also win against the ocean." "You have a point." Poseidon frowned, then stood up. "You wait here, I'm going to Olympus." Upon hearing the news of Athena building a city, Poseidon immediately rushed to Olympus, dragging Athena out, and gathering the 12 Olympian gods to arbitrate the matter. Inside the god king's hall, Poseidon continuously cursed and raged, attempting to make Athena submit to his authority, but Athena was not afraid of him at all. She merely responded calmly and composedly, arguing logically with the Sea King. After a fierce debate, God King Zeus finally decided that each of them would bestow a gift upon the Athenians, and then the Athenians would vote. The god with more votes would gain Athens. Since Zeus had made his decision, Poseidon and Athena agreed. The two gods descended in their true forms to the unfinished temple in Athens, where Athena explained the gods' wager to the heroes of Athens. Meanwhile, in the heavens, the other main gods of Olympus also gathered, watching Athena and Poseidon's wager. Such an event was a rare and great amusement for the long-lived main gods, and they certainly couldn't miss it. So just like when Ares and Athena raced, the main gods, under Zeus's usurpation, opened a betting pool, with Zeus as the dealer, betting on who would win between Athena and Poseidon. Ares, who do you think will win? The main gods quickly placed their bets, and aside from the absent Hephaestus, Artemis, and Hestia, only Ares, the seemingly distracted god of war, remained. Hearing Zeus's question, Ares showed a somewhat displeased expression. He pouted and replied, "Ha! I'm not betting. Whoever wins, good for them." Seeing his demeanor, the main gods all looked somewhat disappointed. Zeus also frowned at his foolish son and asked, "Ares, why aren't you joining in? Everyone's having fun together, and you come in with this, how disappointing. What's the point? Athena and Poseidon down there won't fight." Ares sighed, sitting down on a cloud. "If those two started fighting on the spot, then I'd definitely bet." "So that's it, you're not happy unless there's blood, are you?" Upon hearing Ares's words, the main gods realized. Then Apollo advised, "Ares, since you're already here, at least make a gesture." "All right then." Ares seemed to have listened to Apollo's advice. He thought for a moment, then threw out a longbow he had recently made. "Then I'll bet on Poseidon winning. Even if that woman Athena can win, I won't side with her." Hearing his words, the gods revealed an, as expected, expression. Then Zeus collected the noble phantasm great bow, and placed it on the cloud alongside the other main gods' wagers. While the gods were opening their bets, Athena and Poseidon below quickly began their contest. Both gods displayed their divine powers, directly creating things on the earth, and bestowing their creations upon the people of Athens as gifts. Seeing the competition begin, all the gods were on the clouds, eagerly watching, but Ares paid no attention to the contest. To him, the outcome of this competition was already decided. A shrewd woman like Athena could not have failed to consider the Sea King's influence. If she dared to build a city here, she must have a way to deal with the Sea King. Poseidon, rushing in recklessly without any consideration, was bound to lose. Ares, however, was calculating what would happen next. He wanted to make the Sea King, after his defeat, be in an awkward position where he had no choice but to declare war on Athena in front of all the gods. Chapter 92, Sowing Discord. 1129 words. On the land, the contest between Poseidon and Athena had begun. Poseidon made the first move, throwing his divine trident towards the mountain wall behind the Athens plain. The divine weapon, imbued with the sea god's power, pierced the mountain wall, and immediately a clear spring burst forth. From these white waves, the neighing of steeds could be heard. A group of snow-white horses galloped out from the waves, coming before the Athenians, shaking their heads. "How about that, mortals?" After doing all this, Poseidon raised his hand, retrieved his trident, and then loudly proclaimed to the Athenians below. "This is the gift bestowed upon you by the great Poseidon. Hurry and accept my grace." As mentioned before, due to certain reasons not to be explicitly stated, horses held a divine nature in Greece. It was no exaggeration to describe a horse in Greece as worth 1,000 gold pieces. These Athenians were all poor people. How could they have ever seen such high-class livestock? Looking at the steeds, many mortals showed expressions of envy and longing. Seeing their reactions, Poseidon nodded with satisfaction. "It's my turn." Seeing the reactions of her followers, Athena stepped forward with a calm expression. She, too, mimicked Poseidon, throwing her spear. The spear flew in an arc and landed on a patch of grass outside Athens. After her spear landed, the earth was immediately imbued with divine power. Seedlings broke through the soil, growing at a visible rate into trees. The trees formed a forest, and their branches quickly bore heavy fruits, olives, which could be used for oil. These trees were directly created by Athena using the agricultural divine authority that Zeus had originally granted her from Demeter. For the Greeks, olive oil was almost a necessity of life, used in preparing various foods, medicine, and even for beauty. It was needed in all aspects of life. With this, the Athenians would no longer have to worry about their city-state being unable to trade with others, because olives were a necessity throughout the Greek world and would never lack a market. Poseidon gave a luxury for the few, while Athena gave wealth for the many. These poor people were originally Athena's followers, and now seeing their goddess produce a gift that was in no way inferior to the sea gods, they immediately sided with Athena. Anyway, with their goddess protecting them, they weren't worried about being directly destroyed by the enraged sea god. And upon seeing the expressions of the Athenians, the gods also understood. Apollo patted Ares' shoulder and said to him with a smile, "Ha ha, Ares, it seems you're going to lose money. Damn it, second uncle is such a noob." Ares showed a dejected expression, saying resentfully, "Can't carry, just can't carry." Having said that, he turned to Apollo and said, "Give the bow I lost to you to your sister. This bow was made for women anyway, it's too odd for you to use. Why would you make bows for women?" Apollo was a bit puzzled. "I've recently been thinking about whether to create a group of women who only know how to fight, and let them go confront the male city-states on the land to see who is stronger and who is weaker." Ares unhesitatingly stated a reason that seemed absurd to other main gods, but perfectly logical when applied to the god of war. "All right, whatever makes you happy." Hearing Ares' words, Apollo also felt that he really had nothing in common with him, so he somewhat awkwardly rubbed his nose, and then continued to watch the competition between Poseidon and Athena below with renewed interest. Meanwhile, in the deep sea on the other side, Ares, controlling Halirrhothios, found the eldest of the son of the sea god, Triton, who, besides Poseidon and the old gods, held the most power in the sea. After finding this elder brother, he immediately put forth a request for him to send troops. Send troops. Triton, who had the upper body of a muscular man and the lower body of a blue mermaid-like fish tail, looked at Halirrhothios, played by Ares, with some confusion after hearing this, and asked Halirrhothios, "You haven't caused us any more trouble outside and are now trying to trick me into sending troops, have you?" "Of course it's not about me, Triton, don't you know? Athena allowed her followers to build a city by the sea, but she's unwilling to share even an iota of that city's divine authority with our father Poseidon. Poseidon has already gone to Olympus to reason with Athena, and according to the gods' discussion, he is now competing with Athena by the sea to decide the ownership of Athens." Ares, manipulating Halirrhothios, spoke eloquently. "But as you know, Zeus's side has always looked down on our oceanic divine lineage. To them, we gods of the sea are outsiders. Therefore, in the competition between Father and Athena, the king of gods will definitely favor his daughter. But our oceanic divine lineage cannot repeatedly back down before the sky gods. Otherwise, they'll truly think we sea dwellers are easy to bully. I'm asking you to send troops not for war, but to have our four seas army go together to bolster Father's momentum. What do you think?" Hearing what Halirrhothios said, Triton lowered his head and thought for a moment, then called a servant and inquired about Poseidon's current whereabouts. He wasn't unwilling to help his father. After all, the son of the sea god gained prestige through their father, and they were all firm supporters of Poseidon. However, considering his brother Halirrhothios usually only led Poseidon to cause trouble and womanize, Triton couldn't simply believe his words. After a while, the servant Triton had sent to inquire returned and reported to the sea god's eldest son that everything Halirrhothios had said was true. So upon learning this, Triton immediately blew his conch, summoning all the oceanic armies that followed Poseidon, and were under his command, to get ready and depart for Athens, to boost Poseidon's morale. At the command of the sea god's eldest son, the four seas army immediately sprang into action. These oceanic armies naturally could not consist of humans, they were all fantastical races living in the ocean, such as mermaids, sirens, and sea demons. They all rode atop massive sea beasts obedient to the sea god's authority, wielding weapons like harpoons and tridents, and clad in excellent armor, possessing terrifying power capable of sweeping away almost any mortal army. After these armies had assembled under Triton's command, this sea god's eldest son personally led them, majestically heading towards the Bay of Athens, and Ares, controlling Halirrhothius, rode on a great white shark, following this grand army to Athens. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Prince offers his head. 1205 words. After Poseidon and Athena respectively displayed their power and gifts to the mortals, the Athenians present slowly began to cast their votes with their actions. They ignored the magnificent white horses created by Poseidon, and all walked towards the olive grove created by Athena. Seeing this scene, Poseidon's face turned ashen with rage, and he gripped his trident tightly. The Sea King was such a god, he had the ambition to be a god king, but lacked the wisdom and ability. He had previously clashed with many other main gods, attempting to seize their divine authority in their respective city-states, but all ended in failure. He blindly believed that his power and might would make these mortals tremble and kneel in submission, but he forgot that these people had been guided by Athena to build their city here. They were all loyal followers of Athena. If Athena hadn't been there, it might have been different, but with Athena standing by, these mortals would surely choose their protecting goddess over the Sea King. It seems the outcome is clear. Zeus, standing on the clouds, stroked his chin, observing the reactions of the Athenians below. However, just as he was about to raise his arm to declare Athena's victory, a huge wave suddenly appeared on the distant ocean. The sky was covered by dark clouds and torrential rain, and white high walls began to appear on the sea. On these walls of waves, the Athenians saw with horror that within them were terrifying armies composed of sea creatures and sea monsters. Poseidon's army. Seeing these sea monsters and sea creatures, the gods on the clouds were surprised. Apollo chuckled, "Ah, it seems Uncle Second has finally learned his lesson. This bet is going to be interesting." Hearing his words, the other main gods nodded. They all understood that Poseidon's army was certainly not here to threaten the gods. Although the sea creature army looked terrifying now, if Zeus on the clouds were to hurl his divine lightning into the sea, these sea creatures would instantly become a pile of dead fish. They were definitely here to boost Poseidon's prestige and threaten the Athenians on the ground. But Ares jumped up when he saw these armies. His eyes widened and he looked at the armies with delight, then said, "Is there going to be war?" "How could that be?" Demeter disdainfully shook her head. "How could Poseidon dare to fight Athena in front of the gods?" "What do you know?" Ares retorted, "Sometimes, war is not something leaders can control. His Poseidon's army is already out. What if there's an accidental misfire and a couple of people die? Do you believe the Athenians would directly fight the sea creatures?" "You." Demeter widened her eyes, glaring at her nephew, but Ares showed no fear, looking at her with a sneer. Seeing the tension below the clouds and also above, Zeus scratched his head helplessly, raised his hand and stopped them. "All right, Ares, Demeter, stop arguing. Let's just open another bet. We'll bet on whether they'll fight, how about that?" Ares and Demeter turned to look at each other, then said in unison, "All right, let's bet." Ares directly threw out his divine artifact, the flame sword, slammed it onto the clouds, and roared, "I'll bet that Poseidon and Athena's people will fight today." "Place your bets, Demeter." "Betting with a divine artifact. Do you think I don't have one?" Demeter snorted, directly throwing out her staff. This was one of her important treasures, the Midas touch staff. As the name implies, anything touched by this long staff would turn into gold. "All right, everyone, be a witness." Zeus collected Ares's flame sword and Demeter's Midas touch staff, then clapped his hands and said, "Look, someone is coming out of the sea." The gods looked towards the sea upon hearing this and indeed saw a man, whose face bore an 8/10 resemblance to Poseidon, rising from the forefront of the waves. Beside him was a young man riding on a large great white shark. The gods recognized the man in front. He was Triton, Poseidon's eldest son, and the one who governed the Sea King's golden palace in his father's stead. The other young man, who seemed a bit frivolous, was also likely Poseidon's son. "Father." As soon as he appeared on the sea, Triton called out to Poseidon, "We've come to help you." Seeing this group of sea creatures, Athena frowned in displeasure. She said, Poseidon, do you intend to break the agreement? Ah, goddess Athena misunderstands. Triton leaped from the waves and landed on the ground. The moment he landed, his merman-like legs transformed into human legs. Then, the sea god's eldest son walked to his father's side and said to him, Halirrhothios and I are merely here to cheer on father. Exactly. Poseidon laughed heartily, patting his eldest son's shoulder, and then pulled Halirrhothios, who had just been manipulated ashore by Ares, closer. Then he looked at the Athenians, his gaze revealing ill intent. You must vote fairly, mind you. Think carefully, which is better, horses or olives? If you try to fool me, I might just lose my temper. Is there even a choice? Halirrhothios, controlled by Ares, walked over forcefully to the Athenians. He pushed aside these mortals and then, from who knows where, he produced an axe. Waving the axe, he approached the olive grove, then laughed at the Athenians. You people, you already have horses, why do you need olive trees? Ha! Come on, I'll help you chop them down. With that, Halirrhothios immediately rolled up his sleeves, raised his axe, and prepared to chop down the olive grove. This disrespectful act towards Athena angered the Athenians, and they all looked towards Athena, but to their surprise, the goddess of wisdom merely watched him with a calm expression, without stopping him. Others didn't understand the reason for her calmness, but Ares did. From Halirrhothios' perspective, these olive groves had long been imbued with exquisite magic by the goddess of wisdom. If anyone dared to harm these trees, he would suffer a double backlash. However, Ares was not afraid. Halirrhothios' value to him lay precisely in this: if the Sea King's son, who was helping the Sea King, died by the goddess of wisdom's magic under the watchful eyes of all gods and mortals, both in heaven and on earth, then Poseidon, no matter what he said, would inevitably fight Athena. This is probably also part of your plan, Athena. As he swung the axe, Ares, on the clouds, narrowed his eyes and looked at the goddess on the ground. If Croto truly entrusted you with the task of dealing with me, you couldn't possibly have failed to anticipate this move of mine. In that case, then take my son's head presented move first. His thoughts, of course, would not be answered by Athena on the ground, but Halirrhothios' axe had already unhesitatingly struck the olive trees. The next moment, a slash shot up into the sky. Amidst the divine blood that filled the air, a bewildered human head spun, and landed on the grass beside the grove. Halirrhothios. Outside Athens, Sea King Poseidon's furious roar echoed. Chapter 94, War Prophet. 1146 words. The Sea King's figure transformed into a swift wave, arriving before the olive grove in the blink of an eye. But even so, he only had time to support his son's headless corpse, then watched helplessly as Halirrhothios' head, its expression frozen in confusion, fell onto the grass before him. As if sensing his rage, the sea outside Athens immediately began to churn violently, a storm gathered in the sky, and the earth began to tremble ceaselessly. The Sea King raised his hand, gripped his trident tightly, and then spun around abruptly. Bang! The swiftly striking trident pierced the shield surface of Athena's aegis, which she had already raised to protect her chest. The divine powers of the two main gods collided, causing a visible shockwave to explode, blasting a huge gap in the three mountain ranges that encircled the Athenian plain. Golden divine power rippled out like a barrier, protecting Athens, which was not yet fully built. Maintaining her blocking posture, Athena calmly met the Sea King's furious gaze. He cut it himself. I didn't lay a hand on him, she said to Poseidon. Bullshit. Poseidon roared, divine power exploding as the two figures quickly separated. Athena braced her spear and shield, retreating to the gates of Athens, while Poseidon flipped and leaped into the sea, transforming into a colossal giant made of waves, coldly overlooking the entire city of Athens. Just then, a bright lightning bolt streaked across the sky, parting the dark clouds. Zeus and the other main gods stood on the clouds, shouting at Athena and Poseidon. Enough, Poseidon, Athena, do you two intend to start a divine war here? Zeus, you won't get away with favoring your daughter this time. Poseidon, transformed into a towering giant of water, spoke with a sound like an earthquake. I'm not trying to favor Athena, Poseidon. Zeus's stern face, commanding without anger, looked down at his elder brother. Strife among the Olympus gods is forbidden, that's the rule. Have you too forgotten? Considering that Poseidon might truly be enraged at the moment, Zeus relaxed his expression and said to Athena and Poseidon, I'm not denying you a way to resolve your conflict. How about this, let your followers fight for you. All right. Poseidon reached into the sea, then pulled out his trident, as tall as a mountain. Then, he brandished the trident, pointing it at the terrified Athenians. My army, destroy this city. Poseidon. Zeus bellowed, and thunder exploded in the sky again. He lowered his voice, looking at his elder brother, and said gravely, I said, gods are not allowed to intervene in this war. The king of gods' eyes slowly swept over the sea creatures in the waves, finally landing on the half-man, half-fish Triton, who quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Zeus's gaze. Then, Zeus met Poseidon's eyes, and their gazes clashed fiercely in mid-air. After an unknown amount of time, the giant of water that the Sea King had transformed into collapsed, and Poseidon returned to his normal size. He air-grabbed his dead son's body, held it in his arms, and stood on the waves, staring coldly at Athena. Just you wait, dear niece. He said. In 1 month, Atlantis's fleet will completely destroy this city. After speaking, the Sea King paid no mind to the reactions of the gods in the sky or Athena, and directly led his army back into the deep sea. After watching Poseidon's army depart, Zeus, the king of gods, and the other main gods on the clouds breathed a sigh of relief. Only Ares stared disinterestedly at Poseidon's receding figure, muttering coward, then he looked at Demeter and said triumphantly, Demeter, I won this round, didn't I? Indeed, Ares won this time, Demeter. Zeus looked questioningly at one of his wives. Humph, isn't it just a Midas staff? Take it. Demeter said, somewhat displeased. Don't be angry, Demeter. Zeus handed both the flame sword and the Midas staff to Ares, while comforting his sister and wife. Although Ares won this round, he lost the other one he bet on. He bet on Poseidon's victory, but now, look at these Athenians, who among them would still vote for Poseidon? True. Demeter glanced at the fearful Athens on the ground, feeling a little relieved. For the gods, the safety of the mortals in Athens was irrelevant to them. Whether Atlantis's fleet flattened Athens or if the nascent Athens made a desperate counterattack to defeat Atlantis, for the immortal gods, it was merely a good show in their long lives. Who won or lost made no difference to them. Except for Athena. To overthrow Zeus, she urgently needed to establish her image and authority among humans. The current situation was not good for Athena. If Atlantis truly broke Athens, then in the future, within the Greek world, goddess of wisdom Athena's image among humans would completely collapse. It would likely be a long time before humans like these Athenians, who would not hesitate to take up arms and defy their masters to follow the goddess, would appear again. But conversely, this situation was also an opportunity for Athena. If she could truly lead the Athenians to turn the tide in desperation, then in the future, goddess of wisdom Athena's name would resound throughout the land, and all humans would likely sincerely respect this wise goddess who brought victory. The gods in the sky gradually departed, but Athena did not return to Olympus. She came to the cliff by the sea in Athens, quietly gazing into the distance, seemingly not planning to return to the heavens for the time being. The gods understood her. After all, encountering such a situation, it was natural for Athena not to return immediately. So, when the gods left, they did not call for her. After all the gods in the sky had departed, the goddess, who had been standing silently by the coast, turned and returned to Athens. She quickly appeased the Athenians and made them believe in her power, allowing the construction of Sparta to continue in an orderly fashion. No one knew what she was thinking. This goddess seemed to have an air of effortless control over the current situation, as if everything is going according to plan. But Ares could not stop his plans just because he couldn't fathom Athena's thoughts. So on the other side, he directly manipulated the high priest of Sparta, bringing him to the forge within Sparta, and giving orders to the blacksmiths, who had learned the fire god's superb forging techniques. From now on, mass-produce weapons and armor, as well as arrows and longbows. No, we are indeed going to war in the future, but the main purpose is not to supply Sparta. Ares instructed the rulers within Sparta. We are making these things to do business, brothers, our business opportunity has arrived. Chapter 95, The Gorgon Sisters. 1,334 words. Ares had already prepared a series of schemes for the war between Atlantis and Athens. The main reason Ares instigated this conflict was to entangle Poseidon and Athena, preventing them from noticing his actions. Secondly, he also wanted to use this to weaken the power of both nations, so that his Sparta would have the opportunity to annex their forces in the future. However, his reasons for instigating the war were not limited to these. Whether it was the god-making plan he and Hecate will use to fight against the Olympus gods, or the Spartan warrior legions, or the fighters directly under him as the god of war, their equipment all required substantial material and financial support. Atlantis had no shortage of silver and gold, and Athens also had olive oil bestowed by Athena, which was also a strategic material in Greece. Ares wanted to rely on a major war between these two city-states to allow Sparta to profit from the war. With the help of the god of fire, Sparta currently did not lack good blacksmiths, and its weapon and equipment production was unique in the Greek world. Furthermore, Sparta could dispatch Spartans as mercenaries to this battlefield, where they could also hone their combat skills. Most importantly, Hecate had already manufactured the prototypes of four mechanical gods. Ares named these four machine gods Terror, Tremor, Panic, and Fear respectively, intending to first test them by disguising them as his own subordinate gods. However, whether these four machine gods could exert the same functions as the current gods, and whether they could maintain the age of gods for a period after the gods' demise, still required an experiment. Athens was Athena's exclusive domain, and the city-states on the land were also within the spheres of influence of the various main gods. These places could not be used to test the efficacy of the machine gods. But Atlantis was isolated overseas. Poseidon considered it his private reserve and usually neglected its management, and indeed, it was difficult for people from other countries to reach it. Therefore, the Olympus god's surveillance of Atlantis was the weakest among all city-states, making it an excellent testing ground for Ares. However, things had to be done step by step. First, Ares had the Spartan Council of Elders send envoys to both Athens and Atlantis, offering Sparta's assistance in providing weapons, equipment, mercenary troops, and other scarce materials for the war. Then, he manipulated his divine power avatar and directly found Hermes, the messenger god who currently managed commerce on Olympus. What? Sparta wants to do business. Hermes' eyes widened in surprise after hearing Ares' intentions. My dear brother, I don't think this is your idea, is it? That's right. If you're willing to protect their commercial activities this time, they'll offer 2/10 of the profits to you, Ares said gruffly. I have a priest who is currently managing Sparta. He proposed this, and there's no reason for me to refuse if it means getting Spartans onto the battlefield to fight. Interesting. I really want to meet this priest of yours. After listening, Hermes lowered his head and thought for a moment, then readily agreed to Ares' request. All right, there's no reason for me to refuse this kind of business either. Out of respect for Ares, Hermes even immediately bestowed his blessing upon the Spartan merchant fleet. Thus, after confirming Hermes' blessing was in place, Ares had the Spartan merchant fleet set off grandly from the port by sea. They split into two groups. One went to Athens, transporting a large number of well-equipped Spartans as mercenaries to prepare for Atlantis' fleet, while the other, laden with large quantities of food, weapons and equipment, sailed towards Atlantis' port. Ares also planned to accompany the fleet this time. On one hand, the testing site for the god-making plan required his personal reconnaissance. On the other hand, he was also very curious about this nation that only existed in later legends. So he transformed his divine power avatar into a Spartan and blended into the fleet. The seas of this era were fraught with danger. Not only were there huge sea monsters driven by Poseidon, but the islands in the ocean were also mostly inhabited by terrifying monsters that preyed on people. Even if some had divine blood, they mostly held no goodwill towards humans. Therefore, Ares being on the ship himself was an extra layer of insurance. If Hermes's blessing didn't work, he could step forward to support his fleet and deter any short-sighted ruffians. While Sparta's fleet was sailing towards Atlantis, in a certain area near Athens, a group of tribes called the Pelasgians lived. This tribe did not worship the Olympus gods, but rather three goddesses not affiliated with Olympus. Currently, all members of their tribe and the three goddesses lived peacefully in this secluded area, leading a life free from worldly strife. My skirt seems to have gotten shorter again. The tallest of the three goddesses was sitting in the temple in the center of the island, looking troubled, frowning at the black and white lace dress placed before her. My sister's appearances have never changed, but I keep growing taller. Although she had known from birth that she was different from her two sisters who were born as goddesses, the girl still prayed that the three of them would always remain identical in appearance. That way, her two unscrupulous sisters wouldn't always bully her, dump all the housework on her, and even suck her blood. Maybe tomorrow I'll have the believers secretly help me lengthen the skirt. Medusa. Just as the girl was thinking about how to get away with it, outside the temple, two other soft, yet teasing female voices suddenly rang out. They called out, "Medusa, your underwear was stolen by a bird. To actually wear this style of underwear, what a shameless sister. It seems even the birds in the sky want to know what color Medusa's underwear is. What color is it? My other self. It seems to be purple, right, my other self." Upon hearing the voices of the two girls, Medusa first glanced down in a panic, then responded somewhat angrily. "My underwear has always been properly worn, and it's not some shameless style. Sisters, you're trying to trick me again. Oh my, you're getting bold, daring to talk to your sisters like that. Exactly, have you finished washing today's clothes? You're just lying in bed in the temple." Hearing Medusa's voice, the two girls outside the door asked with a giggle. "Already washed?" Medusa shouted loudly. "I'm not going out today, Sister Stheno, Sister Euryale, you two go play by yourselves." "Tisk, why aren't you coming out? Are you sick?" "I don't know, my other self, is she going through a growth spurt? After all, Medusa is different from us." The voices outside began to whisper things that made Medusa embarrassed, but she had made up her mind not to go out today. She would wait until her two sisters were asleep at night, then take the skirt to the tribe, and have their believers help her alter it. After Medusa decided to bury her head in the sand, her two sisters, Stheno and Euryale, indeed found it boring. They talked for a while, then left. According to their usual routine, Medusa guessed they had probably gone to the Pelasgian tribe to tease their believers. Feeling her two sisters' presence leave, Medusa finally relaxed. She lay on her bed, slowly pondering the skirt alteration, and soon fell into a deep sleep. "Medusa! Wake up!" After an unknown amount of time, Medusa was suddenly woken by a loud shout. Hearing her sister's voice, Medusa resolutely played the ostrich. She responded, "Sister, I don't feel well today." But before she could finish, she heard her sister shout in a somewhat panicked voice. "I'm not joking with you, Medusa, come out quickly, other humans are attacking our believers." Chapter 96, Chapter 96 Priest of Goddess of Wisdom. 1120 words. Houses were burning, and the screams of her people echoed in her ears. But the goddess was powerless to respond to the prayers of her followers. She knelt on the ground, looked up, and saw the person standing before her. Clad in battle armor, armed with a divine shield, and wearing a winged helmet, her golden hair swayed in the hot wind, as if her very presence represented victory. Athena, the goddess of Athens, one of the 12 main Olympus gods, the goddess of war, now stood before Medusa. Although the Gorgon sisters, as the children of the ocean gods Phorcys and Ceto, were even a generation older than Athena, who was a fourth-generation goddess, the disparity in their divinity was immense. Athena was the daughter of the current god King Zeus, and the granddaughter of the former god King Cronus, while the parents of the Gorgon sisters were merely two of the most marginalized among the many ocean gods. Even though Medusa had fought with all her might, sword in hand, she was still no match for Athena. And as for you, the Gorgon sisters, daughters of the ocean god Phorcys and the goddess Ceto, I will arrange for you to enter Olympus and become one of us." Upon hearing this, a look of despair appeared on Medusa's face. She lowered her head and choked out a plea to Athena, "Please, I am willing to be your subordinate god. No, I am willing to be your follower. At least, please do not harm my sisters." Hearing her plea, Athena slowly removed her helmet, revealing her beautiful face that had been concealed. Her bright eyes stared at Medusa for a long time before she finally smiled. "All right, it's a deal." Meanwhile, after a series of tribulations at sea, the Spartan fleet successfully arrived at Atlantis, the divine realm created by Poseidon in the ocean. Ares, who had arrived with the fleet, naturally disembarked onto this isolated continent. After a period of various disguises, stealth, and investigation, Ares had a general understanding of the basic situation of Atlantis. Like Athens, this nation also lacked the inheritance of the first humans. However, unlike Athena's method of directly selecting Athens' residents from the common people, Poseidon was an absolute philanderer. Therefore, the first 10 rulers of Atlantis were all descendants of the sea god Poseidon, and from birth, they were brought to this isolated continent by the sea god. Consequently, the legacy left by Ares did not spread to Atlantis. Due to its unique environment and political ecosystem, Atlantis became one of the most remarkable nations in the world, possessing 10 kings within its borders. These 10 kings, all of the sea god Poseidon's bloodline, held equal status and took turns serving as the high priest in Poseidon's temple at the center of Atlantis. Every 4 years, they would gather in the sea god's temple at the very heart of Atlantis to collectively discuss major affairs of Atlantis. If a resolution was reached, the kings would sacrifice a cow raised in the temple to Poseidon, then use its blood to record their agreed-upon covenant on the pillars within the sea god's temple. Within this nation, classes were rigidly divided into royalty, nobility, and commoners based on the concentration of the sea king's bloodline, with virtually no possibility of upward mobility. The technology of Atlantis was highly advanced, almost a generation ahead of the outside city-states. The architecture and city defenses of Atlantis were primarily focused on aesthetics. The scope of Atlantis was extremely vast, with the city being a regular concentric circle, separated by 3 city walls. The outermost ring was the commoner district, further in was the noble district, and the innermost layer was the royal district. Those in the inner layers could go to the outer layers at any time, but those in the outer layers could not enter the inner layers. At the very center of the city was Poseidon's temple, the most sacred place within all of Atlantis. Atlantis, centered around Poseidon's temple, was equally divided into 10 regions, each ruled by one of the 10 kings. Furthermore, as subjects of the Sea King, Atlantis had highly developed ports and shipping, allowing them to reach almost every location within the current Greek world by ship. However, despite Atlantis appearing incredibly glorious at this time, Ares keenly identified some areas where he could exert influence. For example, the Atlantean army. Their ships were indeed the strongest in the world, but the combat readiness of their soldiers was many times inferior. Atlantis's geographical location was too advantageous, meaning almost no city-state could attack them. As a result, the Atlantean army had never engaged in battle with outside forces. By now, their army had become a place for nobles and royalty to keep idlers, the soldiers were pampered gentlemen, and the generals were all good-for-nothings. Ares estimated that if his Spartan army were to clash with these Atlanteans, the Atlanteans would likely be scared to call for their mothers in front of the Spartans. Ares had initially thought that Athena would have difficulty dealing with the Atlantean fleet, but after seeing the Atlantean army, he felt that Poseidon was nothing special after all. As long as Athena could find a way to destroy the Atlantean ships and force them onto land, it would be a foregone conclusion that the Athenians would defeat them. Besides the army, the contradictions between the social strata in Atlantis were also quite evident. While in outside city-states, everyone except slaves enjoyed citizenship, and even kings could not arbitrarily execute a citizen. In Atlantis, commoners were playthings for the nobles, and nobles were merely lackeys for the royalty. To the Atlantean royalty, all other inhabitants of Atlantis were merely their possessions, with nobles being only slightly more valuable. The commoners and nobles of Atlantis must have accumulated much resentment due to this situation, but they dared not resist because the great sea god Poseidon stood behind the royalty. In such a situation, if they were given a god they could rely on, a god who could grant them power equal to the royalty, then they would undoubtedly erupt in turmoil, overthrowing the Atlantean royalty from below. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Have you ever heard of angels? 1452 words. After investigation, Ares discovered that Atlantis was indeed the best testing ground for the new generation of machine gods. Poseidon possessed the same arrogance as the Olympian gods. Besides demanding absolute respect and obedience from mortals, they basically wouldn't concern themselves with what happened at the lowest levels of a mortal country. Therefore, after Ares returned to Olympus, he immediately issued orders using the Sparta high priest's account, sending a group of bards secretly trained in Sparta on the next batch of merchant ships bound for Atlantis. With the shipping routes opened by the first batch of merchant ships, the voyage of the second batch of merchant ships was much smoother. In less than a week, the second batch of merchant ships from Sparta arrived in Atlantis. They brought many excellent weapons and equipment, as well as food and supplies, and in return, they exchanged for countless gold and silver from Atlantis, transporting these treasures back to Sparta. But at a moment no one knew about, a group of bards quietly disembarked from this fleet. They went to the taverns and ports where the common people of Atlantis gathered, dispersing into 10 areas of the city. When the two batches of Spartan merchant ships left the port, they did not leave but continued to quietly lurk within Atlantis, spreading rumors for their god. A few days later, Poseidon sent an oracle through the temple to the 10 kings of Atlantis, ordering Atlantis to dispatch a fleet to attack Athens. And at this very moment, a rumor about Atlantis is bound to lose this battle also began to quietly spread among the common people of Atlantis. Have you heard of angels? Inside a tavern where the common people of Atlantis gathered, a bard from Sparta strummed his lute strings, pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and quietly asked. Angels. The drunken common people heard this and laughed. What's that? A messenger from the great Poseidon? No. The bard shook his head and then said, I'll quietly tell you a secret, you absolutely must not tell anyone else. Actually, the sea god Poseidon is a demon who was defeated by the true gods and driven to the earth. His power cannot defeat the gods, but he can suppress mortals. Atlantis is the demonic city he built, and the royal family of Atlantis are demons with Poseidon's blood flowing through them. If this statement were heard by the nobles and royal family of Atlantis, they would surely order this bard to be arrested and executed. However, the common people of Atlantis wouldn't care so much. For them, whether the authority of the sea god Poseidon existed or not was not important. What was most widely circulated among the common people of Atlantis were Poseidon's romantic affairs, and various embarrassing stories of his defeat by the gods. So when these common people heard what the bard said, they all laughed heartily. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Poseidon be a demon? Don't disbelieve me. Demons are best at disguising themselves as deities. The bard said solemnly, Look, isn't Atlantis currently under Poseidon's command to go to war? In fact, the gods have already discovered this demonic city built by Poseidon, and intend to destroy it. Just wait, Atlantis is bound to lose this battle. Hearing his words, the common people of Atlantis burst into laughter, and the tavern was filled with joyous air for a while. But the bard was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled, strummed his lute, and continued to boast to this group of people with dirty jokes compiled from Poseidon's romantic affairs. His goal had been achieved. Regardless of whether these common people believed him or not, they would surely help him spread this rumor. Then, once Atlantis suffered a defeat in battle, the truthfulness of this rumor would be established, and it would spread from 10 to 100. At that point, with a little more guidance, the faith in the machine gods would easily spread among the common people of Atlantis. Moreover, he was not fighting alone. Things like tonight were happening simultaneously in other parts of Atlantis. The bards from Sparta quickly spread this prophecy among the common people of Atlantis. A few days later, the Atlantis fleet set sail, carrying the Sea King's wrath and 5,000 Atlantean warriors, departing from Atlantis's 10 ports and majestically heading towards Athens, the sinful city that had offended the Sea King. At the same time, another batch of Spartan merchants arrived in Athens. Unlike the purely commercial fleet bound for Atlantis, this Spartan merchant fleet included not only merchants from Sparta but also a group of warriors, cloaked and helmeted, carrying long spears, shields and short swords, whose bodies were so robust they seemed almost inhuman. They were mercenaries from Sparta, hired to do a job. The Athenians paid them, and they were responsible for helping Athens beat up their other business partner, Atlantis. The human leader of Athens immediately received them. When he saw these imposing Spartan warriors, who exuded immense pressure just by standing there, the Athenian leader couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva. He inwardly compared Athens' current army with these Spartans and found that if these Spartans wished, they could conquer Athens with no effort at all. Fortunately, Athena was currently in the temple. The Athenian leader thought to himself, a smile appearing on his face. He extended a hand of friendship to the commander of these Spartans and said, "Thank you for coming to help. With the warriors of the god of war assisting us, Athens is bound to win this battle. There's no need for such pleasantries." The Spartan commander, however, showed no intention of being polite with the Athenian leader. With a stern face, like an iron statue, he spoke to the Athenian leader in a cold, hard tone. "We are mercenaries, we do what we're paid for, nothing more. No more idle talk, where should we set up our camp?" Sensing the Spartans' distant attitude, the Athenian leader withdrew his hand, no longer seeking to embarrass himself. He casually rubbed his nose to hide his awkwardness, then said to the Spartans, "Your camp has already been chosen. Please follow us. During the operation, please be sure to cooperate with our actions." "Of course, we know that." After a brief conversation, the Athenians led the Spartan mercenaries to a high ground by the sea. This place was indeed very suitable for setting up a military camp, with good views and terrain. So, after the Spartan commander expressed his satisfaction, he sent off the Athenians, and then ordered his warriors to start cutting down trees from the nearby forest to construct some defensive fortifications and an encampment on site. He himself went to the center of the camp, set up a small tent, and then, along with his chief of staff who arrived shortly after, entered the tent. How is the intelligence gathering on Athens? As soon as they entered the tent, the two sat opposite each other, and the Spartan commander immediately asked, "I have already drawn the map." His chief of staff handed a scroll of papyrus to the commander. "Regarding the military strategies the Athenian commander will adopt, I am also ready to start recording. There's one more thing." "What is it?" "I found that the Athenians recently captured a group of slaves from somewhere, and are urgently training them into an Athenian army," the Spartan chief of staff said. "What's so strange about that?" The Spartan commander unfolded the map, saying without lifting his head, "Athens has just been established, and all their weapons and equipment need to be bought from us. Their army has only just taken shape, otherwise, we wouldn't be here. Those slaves are probably people they captured after defeating nearby nomadic tribes, specifically to deal with the Atlanteans. That's what I find strange." The Spartan chief of staff had a somewhat peculiar expression on his face. Logically, they are merely consumables captured by the Athenians, yet there are Athena's priests treating the wounds of these slaves and delivering food and water. Is this something priests would do? Perhaps Athena wants to win over people's hearts through such means. No, do slaves need to be won over? The Spartan commander thought for a moment and could only say, "Let's wait and see. Our main purpose is still to train with the Atlanteans." The chief of staff inquired, "So, should this matter be reported to the high priest?" The Spartan commander thought for a moment, then nodded, "Since the high priest ordered us to report everything in detail, we will obey the command." Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Hello, are you there? 1694 words. Are Athena's priestesses bandaging the wounds of slaves, delivering water and food? When the high priest of Sparta, who was also Ares himself, saw the report sent back from the Athens front, a strong sense of surprise arose in his heart. Has Athena awakened? Does she know to first please the people at the bottom and gain their support? No, that shouldn't be possible. Athena's primary goal right now is to deal with Atlantis. These slaves must be cannon fodder that she's pulling out to send to their deaths. Since they're all going to die anyway, what's the point of trying to win them over? In this era, treating slaves well wouldn't be understood by the Athenians. Those Athenians are Athena's base, and she couldn't possibly do something like sacrificing her knight to save her rook. After thinking it over, Ares decided to go and see for himself. At this time, Athena was personally sitting in the temple in Athens, so Ares, to avoid alarming her, did not go using his divine power avatar. He directly created a body of an ordinary adult man, pretending to be a savage, wearing only a piece of animal skin around his waist, and ran naked outside Athens, even shamelessly stealing things from the Athenians. His behavior was quickly discovered by the Athenians. The Athenians gathered 3 or 5 men and quickly devised a plan to catch him, and they threw him into the center of the slaves who had just been captured from outside Athens, preparing to train them into soldiers to fight against the upcoming Atlanteans. Ares quietly shrank into a corner and stayed in the Athenians' slave camp for a while. At noon, the other slaves, who had been drilled by the Athenians all day, were driven back with exhaustion by the Athenians in the same way as livestock, and behind them, sure enough, there was a little girl wearing Athena's priestly robes and a hood, following along. While the other slaves, with tired or painful expressions, collapsed crookedly on the straw mats near Ares, this priestess also walked over holding a wooden box. She opened the wooden box, which contained some herbs and bandages. This young girl crushed the herbs together, mixed them on the bandages, and then began to treat the injured slaves, and incredibly, when these slaves with desperate or angry faces saw the girl walking over, they actually began to slowly relax. Because it was just training, the number of slaves injured was not too many. Soon, this priestess girl completed the bandaging. She picked up the wooden box and left. After a while, she came back pushing a cart, which was loaded with a lot of food and clean water. This priestess girl distributed these crude foods and clean water to the slaves present, and the Athenians responsible for guarding the slaves next to the slave camp turned a blind eye to this, and did not interfere with her behavior at all. Ares carefully distinguished the identity of this priestess girl. Although the black hood on her head obscured most of her face, Ares still caught a glimpse of the purple hair and white chin under her hood from her movements. Is it really Medusa? Why is she here now? After thinking about it, he couldn't understand, so he called out. Priestess, have mercy on me. I just arrived today, and I'm hungry and haven't had a sip of water. It's been so long, and I'm about to die of thirst and hunger. Hearing his voice, the priestess turned around and looked at him. The Athenians next to her also laughed and said, Priestess, you don't need to pay attention to him. This slave isn't from your tribe. He's just a petty thief who was caught stealing things and became a slave. Ares glared at the Athenian angrily, then pretended to be very weak, lay down on the ground, and looked at the priestess with a pleading expression. The priestess looked at him, not knowing what she was thinking, and finally took some food and water and handed it to him. Here, eat. Thank you, priestess, you are such a kind person. Ares took the food and water she handed over, and also took this opportunity to finally see the face under her hood. Under the hood was a beautiful goddess's face, with a hint of coldness in her loveliness, purple hair hanging from her ears, and her eyes looked a little listless. It was indeed the pitiful anti-hero Medusa of later generations. So Ares quickly solved the coarse grains and water Medusa handed over, and without caring what the things he swallowed tasted like, he shouted to Medusa, Kind priestess, thank you for saving my life. I want to give you a gift. While speaking, he took out a beautiful hair accessory from his arms. The hair accessory had a black ribbon tied into a bow, which looked very cute. This was originally made by the fire god Hephaestus, who wanted to use it to pursue Athena and win Athena's favor. After his courtship was beaten up by Athena, the disheartened fire god was prepared to abandon all these things, but after Ares saw it, he took it from his brother. His little finger quietly rubbed the gem in the middle of the hair accessory, leaving a simple magic, and then he reached out and handed the hair accessory to the priestess, but his actions aroused the anger of the Athenian guards next to him. The Athenians walked up with wooden sticks and hit Ares's arm, while scolding. You slave, you dare to hide things secretly. Ares's body was just a mortal body, so after being hit, he still felt pain. He couldn't help but loosen his hand, and the hair accessory also fell into the sand and dust. He retracted his hand, carefully remembered the face of the Athenian who hit him with a stick, and then retorted. "This hair accessory is something my mother left me, not your property. You dare to resist?" Two Athenians walked over with wooden sticks, preparing to beat Ares's body, but the priestess raised her hand and stopped the two Athenians. "Okay, stop." After stopping the two Athenians' violence, the young priestess slowly squatted down, picked up the hair accessory from the sand on the ground, patted off the dust, and then said to Ares, "Thank you, I will cherish it." She put the oath on her head in front of Ares and a group of slaves, and then turned and left the slave camp. The time Athena allowed her to visit her believers for a day had ended. Now, she had to return to the Parthenon to work for Athena. At night, the Athenian guards outside the slave camp suddenly saw the Spartan commander leading several Spartan strong men, following their leader, walking over together. "Our war with Atlantis is about to begin," the Athenian leader said to his guards. "At this time, the more strength we can get, the more strength we will have, so I have asked the Spartan warriors to come and do combat training with you, so that you can control the Pelasgians inside when they go to the battlefield." Then he waved his hand, and someone behind him carried over 2 boxes, which were all wooden sticks with smoothed edges, just like the wooden sticks the Athenian guards used to control the slaves. At this time, the Spartans were preparing to use them as training equipment. "Come on, let's start directly." The Spartan commander reached out and pulled out a wooden stick from the box, and the other Spartan warriors also took one each, stood in a neat row, and looked at the Athenian slave camp guards. Under the order of the Athenian leader, the Athenian guards of the entire slave camp reluctantly formed groups of 3 or 2, and each faced a Spartan. The Spartan commander looked at the 2 Athenian guards who had hit Ares's arm with wooden sticks today. He stared at the 2 guards for a while, until they felt a chill in their hearts. Then, the cold commander suddenly showed a cruel smile and waved to them. Come, you 2 come over, I will personally accompany you to exercise." At the same time, Medusa, who had finished her day as a priestess, returned to the high-end stone house next to the Parthenon that Athena had prepared for her. She washed her body, changed into another set of clothes, but had no sleepiness, but came to the window, looked up at Selene's chariot, and looked at the distant sea. At that time, Athena led the Athenians to forcibly occupy the Pelasgians' tribe, demoted all the Pelasgians to slaves, and also wanted to take all 3 of her sisters as subordinate gods and take them to Olympus. Although the Medusa sisters had never been there, they had heard that there were many terrible gods on that mountain. They possessed great power, and they liked to forcibly occupy some beautiful women and goddesses as wives. If they went there, Stheno and Euryale, the 2 goddesses who had no combat power, and even Medusa, were likely to encounter such misfortune. Therefore, Medusa did not hesitate to lower her godhood, and exchanged her 2 sisters' freedom from Athena, on the condition of being a priestess for Athena. However, Euryale and Stheno were still not allowed by Athena to appear on the earth, so they were exiled by the goddess of wisdom and driven to an invisible island near the sea where the golden apple was located, as neighbors to the dragon-laden. In this way, Medusa and her 2 sisters would probably be difficult to see each other again in the future. She could only look up at the moon and miss her 2 sisters. However, just as she was missing her relatives while looking at the moon, suddenly, a stream of light flashed on the hair accessory on her head. Then, as if something inside was activated, a somewhat rough male voice came to Medusa's mind. Hey, is anyone there?" Chapter 99 Trade. 1246 words. Medusa was startled by the voice that suddenly rang in her head. "Who are you?" It seems to be connected." The man's voice continued, "This is a mental link. You just need to speak in your mind. As a goddess, you must have spoken to your followers before." Medusa closed her mouth. She glanced guiltily at the Parthenon next to her, then asked in her mind. "Excuse me, who are you?" "My name," the man said with a slight smile, "you can call me Ares, god of war." Medusa's heart grew wary. What do you want with me? Don't be so nervous. Ares soothed Medusa's emotions, then continued to ask, if I'm not mistaken, you should be Medusa of the Gorgon sisters, right? As a goddess, why would you abandon your divinity and become Athena's priestess? Also, where are your two older sisters? Euryale and Stheno, where did they go? Medusa remained silent. All right, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Ares paused, then continued, then I'll guess myself. It looks like you must have some leverage held by that woman Athena. Since you're here as a priestess, then your two sisters are either imprisoned somewhere by Athena, or she has driven them away. Furthermore, today you specifically went to tend to, give water and food to those slaves who are clearly not Athenians. Those people must be your original people, either followers of you Gorgon sisters, or a tribe that lived with you. They must have been used as cannon fodder by Athena to deal with the Atlanteans. Athenians are truly weak. They even need slaves to fight in a war. In the Greek world, war was also an important part of a city-state citizen's rights, because killing enemies on the battlefield could earn military merits, which could be said to be the fastest way to advance in the Greek world. Normally, Greek city-states would not allow slaves to compete with citizens for military merits on the battlefield. However, Athenians had no choice now. Athena could not send out a large number of her followers in the early days of Athens' establishment, so she captured this group of slaves to use as cannon fodder for war. Am I wrong? Ares rambled on, then asked. Medusa was silent for a moment, then replied somewhat coldly. So, is the great god of war here to mock and ridicule me? How could that be? That's not what a warrior does. Ares said. I'm just here to offer you a small trade, one that can give those slaves their freedom back, and even make them citizens. If things continue like this, once the Atlanteans' fleet arrives, that woman Athena will definitely sell your people without hesitation. By then, whether they survive will probably depend solely on fate. Hearing Ares's words, Medusa was somewhat moved. She quietly asked. What trade? It's very simple. You continue to stay in Athens, be Athena's priestess, act as my inside contact when necessary, and you can also ask me for help when you encounter difficulties and dangers. Ares said, and I will mobilize my people to find a way to buy your people, take them back to Sparta, and let them become people of the Sparta. How about this trade? These terms from Ares were incredibly generous to Medusa, almost like a free gift. She had already fallen to this point, and her situation could hardly get any worse than it was now. She naturally knew what Athena intended to do by capturing her followers, but she was powerless to resist and could only watch. Otherwise, even her two exiled sisters might fall victim to the goddess of wisdom. And now Spartans were stationed outside Athens. If the god of war gave the command, and if Athena did not intervene, they could even twist off the heads of the Athenians' leaders before dawn and present them before the god of war's throne. Similarly, it would naturally be an easy matter for Ares to rescue a group of slaves. However, because of Athena, Medusa was extremely distrustful of the gods of Olympus at this time. After thinking carefully for a moment, she asked. Such terms are too generous for me. Why would you do this? We've never met before, have we? The answer is simple. Ares's voice was somewhat triumphant. I, Ares, just like to do things that annoy Athena. Medusa seemed somewhat speechless. Please don't fool me. After she reacted, she said somewhat angrily, if you want to make a trade, at least tell me what you want openly and honestly. Given my current situation, even if the god of war wants to take me by force, can I even resist? I'm serious. Ares's voice became serious, and a little helpless. Alas, the image of male gods on Olympus has been completely ruined by Zeus and Poseidon. Why would I take you by force? To cause trouble for myself. After a slight pause, Ares continued. I just can't stand Athena, and the gods' attitude of taking everything for granted as being inferior to themselves. My terms are here, you consider them yourself. Those slaves outside are your followers anyway, they have nothing to do with me. If you've thought it through, you can infuse this hair ornament with magic, and it will connect to me. Oh, and you only have 3 days to consider. In 3 days, the Atlanteans' fleet will arrive in the waters off Athens. After he finished speaking, Ares seemed ready to end the communication. Medusa quickly called out to him. No need, great Ares, I accept this trade. Oh? I suggest you think carefully, you know. After all, you're also a goddess. What if I pull a shady contract on you? Ares said, if you go back on your word later, I won't take any responsibility. No need. Medusa bit her lower lip, then said, 3 days, please use these 3 days to save my followers. At least don't let all of them die in this place. All right, it's a deal. Ares's voice rose slightly, sounding somewhat pleased. Now it's time to establish the contract, beautiful lady. Please receive the magic I'm sending you, then repeat after me. Hearing Ares's words, Medusa was initially still a little worried, but to her surprise, the terms Ares offered remained unchanged, still so generous. The god of war would have the Spartans rescue her followers, the Pelasgians, and all she had to do was stay in Athena's temple and report to the god of war what Athena had done each day. Furthermore, the god of war would even provide for her personal safety, adding a clause to the contract himself that if Medusa was in trouble, she could directly summon him for help. It seemed as if this god of war was truly just doing all these things to find ways to disgust Athena. On the morning of the second day after the contract was signed, Medusa put on her priestess's attire, and shortly after arriving at Athena's temple, immediately saw the Athenian leader come to seek an audience with the goddess. Respected Athena. The Athenian leader bowed to Athena and said, the Spartans' commander came to me again. They said they wanted to discuss a business deal. Oh? Athena asked, what kind of business? They want to buy slaves. The Athenian leader replied, these Spartans seem to have taken a liking to the Pelasgians we captured. Chapter 100, Chapter 100 Prisoners of Certain Existence. 1269 words. Buying slaves. Athena glanced at Medusa upon hearing this. Other city-states are full of slaves, they're not rare. Why do those Spartans insist on buying them from us? Well, the leader of the Athenians seemed a bit troubled. Just speak directly. Yes. With Athena's approval, the leader of the Athenians cleared his throat before slowly saying, actually, last night, the Spartan commander brought a few Spartan warriors and sparred with our men. Just 5 of them managed to beat all our warriors guarding the slaves until they couldn't get up. Seeing this, the Spartan commander said that we Athenians were all weaklings, and if things continued like this, we might as well surrender directly when the Atlanteans arrived. Rather than letting those slaves go to waste, it would be better to sell them to the Spartans, let them train them, and then have them help us fight the Atlanteans. 5 people, and they knocked down all the guards of Athens' slave camp. I remember there were 300 warriors guarding the slave camp, right? Athena's tone was so steady that no fluctuations could be discerned, yet it sent shivers down the spine of the Athenian leader. He immediately knelt, pleading to Athena. Forgive me, goddess, it's all my fault for not training our warriors properly. I've shamed Athens in front of Sparta. Athena looked down at him, and after a long moment, she slowly said, get up. It's not your fault. Athens has only just been founded, and you are not battle-hardened warriors. It's normal to lack combat experience and not be able to defeat the Spartans. The leader of the Athenians stood up, walked directly to the side, humbly lowered his head, stood straight, not daring to utter a sound, while Athena propped her chin in her hand, deep in thought. Does Ares know about Medusa? But how does he know Medusa? The goddess's eyes flickered, but then she looked up and caught sight of the black bow hair ornament Medusa wore on the side of her hair. She paused, then asked. Medusa, why haven't I seen you wear that bow hair ornament on your head before? Medusa touched the hair ornament on her head, recalled what Ares had told her last night, and truthfully replied to Athena. Yesterday, I went to the slave camp to deliver food, and met a newly captured slave. I gave him some food and water, and he gave me this relic of his mother in return. A slave? The goddess's gaze shifted to the leader of the Athenians, who quickly lowered his head and replied, "Indeed, that happened. Yesterday, a barbarian was running outside the city, and even stole our warriors' bows and arrows. Later, our men caught him and threw him into the slave camp." "Is that so?" "Humph." Athena then beckoned to Medusa with a gentle expression. "Medusa, come here." Medusa, as a priestess, walked obediently like a doll at the goddess's summons. Athena extended a finger, pinching Medusa's delicate and fair chin, making her lift her head slightly. With her other hand, she gently stroked Medusa's cheek, saying softly, "My dear Medusa, from now on, you mustn't casually associate with any unsavory characters." "I understand." A flicker of fear crossed Medusa's violet eyes as she whispered, Good girl." Athena smoothly stroked her hair, gently removed the headpiece she was wearing, and then lightly squeezed it. In a flash of golden light, the hair ornament instantly shattered into a pile of blue spiritual particles and vanished. Then, Athena withdrew her hands and coldly commanded, "Have someone dispose of that slave." "Yes." "Also." Athena stopped the Athenian leader, who was about to carry out the order, and continued to instruct, "Those Spartans want to buy slaves, so let them buy them. However, this time, they cannot exchange gold or silver, but must exchange weapons and equipment, or manufacturing techniques." "Your will." After finishing her day's work, Medusa returned home, and stood by the window, watching several Athenians drag yesterday's slave out of the slave camp, and pull him towards a forest outside the city. Compared to yesterday, this slave seemed very sluggish, as if the soul in his head had left his body, but even so, the Athenians did not slacken. After stabbing this slave to death with spears, they thoroughly cremated his body with a bonfire before returning to the city-state with peace of mind. Meanwhile, negotiations between the Spartans and the Athenians resumed. Sparta sent a staff officer, who was intensely discussing something with several elders in Athens. After a long time, both sides seemed to reach a compromise. The Spartans, with grim faces, received the Pelasgians from the slave camp guarded by the Athenians and settled them within their own encampment. After seeing her former people enter the protection zone of the Spartans, Medusa withdrew her gaze from the window. She walked back to her bed, knelt on it, folded her hands together in front of her chest, bowed her head slightly, and silently began to pray. However, she was not praying to Athena, the goddess of wisdom whom she currently served, but to another deity known for tyranny and fear. Her prayer was quickly answered. After connecting with her, Ares directly said to her, "How is it? I didn't break my word, did I?" Medusa affirmed, "You truly are a god who keeps his promises, unlike the goddess." "Humph, did Athena destroy your headpiece today, and then kill the slave who gave you the headpiece?" "Yes." Speaking of this topic, Medusa asked somewhat strangely, "I don't understand why you deliberately exposed the connection between us. If I didn't wear that hair ornament and hid it, the goddess shouldn't have discovered it." "Wouldn't discover it? That's impossible." Ares said, "Understand this, you serve Athena, the goddess of wisdom. You've only been in Athens for a short time, and the Spartans I oversee are already trying to buy your followers from the Athenians. Do you think Athena wouldn't be suspicious? So, actively exposing it to her is actually a good thing. If you don't hide your hair ornament and even tell her how you got it, then she'll most likely only think that slave was my informant, and that you were passively accepting being monitored by me. But if you hid the hair ornament and she discovered it, then she would certainly realize that I had colluded with you." "Oh." Medusa was somewhat dazed after hearing this. "So there's so much to it. You don't need to know so much about scheming. Just be a priestess with peace of mind, and pray to me if you have difficulties." Ares said, "Athena is not an opponent you can deal with, and I estimate that even if I deliberately let her destroy that hair ornament, she will still suspect whether I have long colluded with you. The subsequent probing will probably not be few, so pay attention yourself. Remember, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. When she asks you questions, just nod or shake your head, and don't say anything." "I understand." Medusa nodded. Tomorrow the Atlanteans should be in the waters off Athens. As we discussed earlier, I will bring the Pelasgians and the Spartans to the front lines together. There will certainly be casualties, as freedom also has a price, but I can guarantee to minimize their casualties. Ares said at last. I understand. Medusa nodded. Thank you, god of war. No need to thank me. Ares said meaningfully, Medusa, after all, we are the same, we are both prisoners of certain existences. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.